representation of women in the trucking, like the amazing Brooke and all the 70%ers over there of women at tabs. Okay, like that is something. Like when I saw that photo, Brooke, of all of you sitting on that desk, and you had the Shetrucking, and you had tabs behind you. Here it is. I was like, oh yeah.
No, it's so cute, and we have a lot more women than that, but most of that is sales as well. And so we're all like, we all saw the sweatshirts and we're like, okay, we all want to order some swag and then take a picture and just wear the swag. I mean, it's good swag, which is important.
Oh, yes, I 100% agree with you. But it was just great to see when I saw it. So I'm like, wait, that's Shetrucking logo. And I'm like, wait. What? Then I was like, oh, that's tabs. I'm like, this is amazing. I mean, just like, because Shetrucking is all about helping women, to be able to grow and have thriving businesses, or be able to thrive in this industry and have that necessary support. So we want to thank you guys for being our platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast. And one more thing I wanted to ask you was, what do you let me see, how can I say this? What do you want to leave with the women in Shetrucking? Because we have 30,000 women just in the Facebook group, but when you start counting up everything on social media, it's way more. So what indelible mark you would like to leave, TAF would like to leave with the Shetrucking Foundation? Because our members mean a lot to us, and I know that your clients mean a lot to you. So what are you going to do to help them?
I think a lot of it is just, continuing to ask questions and get involved. I mean, women are so smart, they're powerful. We can really conquer anything. And so I think it's really important that, foundations like Shetrucking come about. And you guys, I mean, I was looking over the site. It's incredible how much you guys have done. And I looked at like the timeline, and it said Sheree just got her CDL 10 years ago. I was like, holy cow, there's so much that's been done. And I think this is a hot topic. And I think more women should continue speaking up, making sure that they're going after rates aggressively, just like the men do. They're pushing to fight for the top, just as the men are, because we can do it. And really, women are heavily, heavily needed in transportation. So continue entering that world, and really the opportunities are endless. And we're so grateful to have a partnership with you guys, because I think it's really powerful.
I know it's powerful because, like you're saying, have that same synergy, and having women and showing that we are here. We are here, and we are representing so many different layers within this industry. And you guys just bring a different layer to bring awareness, self-awareness, for us to even know that this area or this arena does exist, and we can thrive in this area. We don't necessarily have to be in the truck in order to be a part of the impactful movement that's going on within the industry right now, because many of us can't, I'm not gonna say many, but some can't see themselves driving a large truck or a large rig or even a box truck, but they still want to help. And this is another way that they can help and still be a part of the transportation industry. So I thank you so much for sharing that knowledge and sharing that information, also broadening our minds to this side of logistics, because I never really thought about factoring before, in this way. I just you just broaden my perspective in that regard, because I know about factoring, but I didn't think of it in this light. So the fact that you was able to share that, thank you so much. So we already had all this serious conversation, Brooke, for the whole interview. So now it's time to be a little lighthearted. Do you have any favorite quote or anything that Brooke just absolutely loves to do? It don't necessarily have to be anything about trucking. It could just be you. Other because
I
we work
mean,
all the time.
I know. I'm never not working, whether it's at home with the kids or it's here. It's like,
Yeah. Me too. I'm a mother
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah. After I leave work, I'm like, it's second shift. Here we go. Which is just as important as,
Yeah.
this shift during the day.
Mm-hmm.
I guess probably my favorite quote has to probably do with leadership. That's what I went to get my graduate degree in, and I try to read a lot about leadership, but something that really changed a lot of my mindset, and I don't even know who said it, but I read it somewhere, and it was like, leadership isn't about what they can do for me, it's about what I can do for them. And I think that's so important, because I think some people view, when they're in a higher title, might view it as, hey, how can people get some stuff off my plate? And I really don't view it like that. I try to view it as, okay, am I giving the people underneath me enough support to get their job done, to make them successful? And so I really look at leadership as kind of like a servant type role, instead of the other way around. And so that kind of guides a lot of my thinking or my decision making. So that's probably my favorite quote, when it comes to just working in life and in general, is really that leadership role.
I love the quote. Now I'm gonna have to use it for myself.
Yeah, good.
I love it. And at the end of the day, to be a successful leader, in all cases, ones who I have watched, who I have learned from, to be a successful leader, you have to learn how to be a servant leader first. You have to put the word servant in front of your leadership, because like you said, you have to put others first.
Yep.
And once you learn how to navigate that terrain effectively, thank you for coming on the Shetrucking podcast today, being a featured guest on our show. And you guys make sure to check out Brooke and their amazing company at Taft's Factory. You can call them today at 1-866-896-2671, or just simply visit their website at www.tafs.com. That's Taft's. Yes, it's www.tafs.com. So if you are a business, trucking business, and you need help with getting yourself together, getting yourself in order, honey, then you need to give Taft's a call or visit their website today. Again, check out their blog that was mentioned earlier today, and make sure, if you have not registered for MATS, go ahead and register for MATS, and we would love to see you at MATS next month, March the 21st through the 23rd. Come visit both of our tables. We would love to see you there. Again, Brooke, thank you again for being a platinum sponsor of the Shetrucking podcast, and thank you for giving us some of your time, you guys. This is the end of the Shetrucking podcast. We'll see you guys next week. Same time, same place.
Be strong. DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. Ah.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Hi, Shetrucking family. Welcome to the podcast. This podcast is going to be sponsored by My Guardian Dogs, GLCS, and Unique Benefits. Yay! Thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. This is the health and wellness episode of Shetrucking. And I did it last month, and y'all learned a little bit about me. In case you didn't watch it, I'm Melinda Fox Wellington. I'm a health and life coach, and I specialize in helping truckers find the healthier options to being on the road. And if you missed that episode, go watch it because it's got some good tips and it's got a little bit of my story. But this episode, we're going to have a guest on, and it's going to be Tanea. And she has been driving for 3 years, and she has been working on her healthier journey. A lot of similarities to mine, but she's gone a little bit of a different route. Everybody has their own journey, and you just got to find out what works for you. So let's bring her on. Yay,
Hello, I'm so
welcome.
excited to be here.
I'm so glad you could join us. So tell us a little bit about your background as a trucker. How'd you get into trucking and why?
So truck driving, actually today is my 3rd anniversary of my very first solo run in the semi truck.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The trucking career path kind of evolved really quickly. It was a pandemic solution in 2020. I was in a toxic work environment at my desk job at the DA's office, and I talked to a friend who had been traveling for about 2 or 3 years and asked him, okay, do you think that I personally could do this kind of work? And he says, Tanea, you can do anything you put your mind to. So I quit my job 4 days later and got rid of my house, sold my car, put all my things in storage, and got my permit on a Friday and started trucking school the next Monday. That was 3 years ago.
Wow, that was fast. That was real fast.
Yeah.
So how was the first couple of years of driving? Health-wise, mental-wise, struggle-wise, excitement-wise?
The first 18 months, I had a lot of limiting beliefs about what was possible. And I dove so deeply into learning everything. Like I'd never even seen a semi truck, like the inside of a semi truck as an adult. I'd never backed up a pickup with a travel trailer on the back of it. So my level of expertise when I started was zero. So it took me a good 18 months to find a rhythm in my career. I also am a team driver. So I started out originally planning to be a solo driver, met my co-driver during orientation for our first trucking company gig, and we hit it off really quick and decided to go on the road together. So from the beginning, I'm still getting over a cold, so I apologize for the cough. From the beginning, we were learning how to drive teams and drive 20 plus hours a day. And that took quite a lot of getting used to. So the first 18 months of my career, I ate all the fast food. I never moved my body. My mindset was so focused on the job that I completely let myself go and did not focus any effort or energy on personal growth or mental health stability. Gratefully, I think because I was a team driver, I didn't have to, like, I wasn't alone per se. And so I think that helped with like bridging the gap of not having that loneliness while also being in the truck. But the transition to being on the road 30 days after having been home for the first 38 years of my life was hard.
Oh, yes, it is. I frequently tell people all the time, you're not only learning a new skill, you're learning a new job, and you're also learning a complete lifestyle, which is causing an identity shift. So that's so many levels of just bam, 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 until you can find your rhythm. So that's completely normal. What are some, if you don't mind sharing, the health issues that you started finding until you realized, oh my gosh, I got to do some changes? And how did that transition happen with you, where you were at your worst to where you realized you needed to do something?
So in March so it was like around the 18-month mark, I was diagnosed with prediabetes, and I was having a really, really hard time getting in and out of the truck. My hip mobility was so severely compromised because 20 plus hours a day, I was not bearing weight on my body. And I'm already a bigger bodied human. And so the stress on my low back and my hips was pretty substantial. And the idea of walking around my truck an extra few times made me want to vomit. I just didn't want to walk in the elements, and I didn't want to the concrete jungle is a pretty rough transition from where I came from in my life. So I just got super depressed and was really sad about all of the things. And then a friend of mine had actually been talking to me for a year, telling me that she had this solution for me. And I was like, I'm in a semi truck, right? Like, you're crazy. This isn't the life for me. I can barely keep my eyes open when I'm doing my 12 hours of work every day. There's no way. And so, but that transition happened. So I ordered this kit or whatever in March, did one workout and was like, oh, that hurt. I'm not doing that. This is ridiculous. And I put it away for another 6 months. And then in August, it got to the point where I was in tears driving. I couldn't get comfortable in my seat. I was struggling to get the 2 steps because my knees, my hips, my back, my shoulders, everything had seized up. And I was standing at a fuel island, actually, and I watched this older truck driver, career truck driver, get out of his truck, bent in half, literally hunched over, fueling his truck. And it brought me to tears. And I said, that is not the life I want to live. I don't want this for my future. I don't, and I'm terrified of needles, so I don't want to become diabetic and rely on medications to keep me alive. And so that was the day that I pulled out the program again and said, I know it's going to be hard. I know it's going to hurt, but if I just do a little bit, it has to get better than what I've got. So that's where it started.
Yeah, I call that the trucker shuffle. When I see
Very
drivers
watch
like
it.
that. Yes. Yeah, I call it the trucker shuffle. So, speaking of trucker shuffle, I mean, perfect timing. That's so funny. So, I went more of a holistic method where I could learn how to figure, gauge, and experiment what works for me. And you mentioned a program. So, how did that work for you? And what attracted you to the program compared to trying to figure it out holistically and experimenting it yourself?
Yeah, so Body by Beachbody is the program that I started a little over a year ago. And really, it was the idea that it was a plug and go. It's an app on my phone. It kind of takes out all of the guesswork. I had lots of excuses and very little time. So my schedule now is a little bit different, but when I first started taking my health and wellness seriously, I had very little time available in my daily schedule. And so my co-driver, who is absolutely phenomenal, he would always make sure that on his breaks, he would go to a fuel island and I would jump out of the truck, grab my 30-minute workout, and he would do circles around the parking lot if there wasn't a place to park. And then we had to get right back in the truck and go to our next destination. And so the ease of having something that was already pre-done, that was ready to go, ready to, like, all I have to do is push play on a program and it's going to tell me exactly what to do and how to do it. And it made moving my body fun. And so I look forward to those programs now. In the beginning, it was a little rough. But so yeah, and I've been documenting my journey since the very beginning. So my Instagram, Ever Be Rising, has a pretty great peek, a window into how I am getting to those spaces. And now I started doing them outside. And then I very quickly moved into the shower rooms to get that workout done because it's private and it allows me to do a meditation and do some other things now that I have a little bit more time in the shower rooms to get those workouts done.
Yes, I remember seeing one of your posts, and it really drew me to you because I thought it was just so unique. Your superpower is shower workouts. And I just thought that was phenomenal because I never even considered doing a workout in the shower. I work out either in the truck or I go for a hike or walk around with my dog. Never considered doing one in the shower, but it is private. It's safe, especially if you're solo, by yourself. And then you can just jump in the shower right afterwards and carry on because you're just there already. So it really just like piqued my, I was like, oh, that's pretty unique. Yeah. So how did you come up with that was the best option for you?
Well, it was the first option I used and it really just stuck. So it spoke to me in as much as I love what the trainers have to say. So moving my body, I started with 0 weights and I started with these very beginner movement style programs. But every single time that I would come to a workout, I also got a jolt of mindset work. And so that really started like the shifting gears in my brain about mindset and personal growth and development and taking care of my body as the vessel of living my life. And so it was pretty immediate where I was getting more than just a body workout, like just being able to use the lessons that I was learning in the workout and applying them to life. It really felt like a 2-for-1. And now so that was from August, and I got wicked consistent with 4 to 5 workouts a week in my in the shower rooms. but it was my first hollow body hold in a 2 by 6 foot space. So that was like the toilet is on one side and the bench is on the other, and I'm in between them. That was super fun. I love finding those creative solutions too. So like it really helped me to elevate my level of thinking of like, this isn't just an obstacle, this is an opportunity to find a way to make things work for the unique situation that I was in.
Yes, I firmly believe, it's not a can't or a can, and, there's a lot of times you don't want to feel like just thinking positive. So just kind of make that little tweak and just ask yourself, what are the possibilities? Makes a world of difference. Instead of trying to have that
really
fake
does.
positivity, just say, okay, this sucks, but this is what I have. What are my possibilities with this? Just makes a whole complete different shift on it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And when the shower rooms are too small, because that's happened, I will work out in the trucker lounge. I will work out in a rest area, picnic space when the weather is conducive. I'll work out in the back of an empty tractor or in the back of an empty trailer. If like when I'm stuck at a shipper or in a yard where it's just a bunch of dirt or gross concrete.
Yes, there's some and that's like, my first thought was when I first saw the thing with you working out in the bathroom, it's like, ooh, I bet that floor is dirty. But then I'm like, well, it's better than the concrete at a truck stop. And, it's better than probably a gym where there's 50 guys sweating on the floor. So it's not that much different. Plus, you got the shower right afterwards. But I'm quite sure you get that a lot, don't you?
I do. Actually, there's a lot of comments on social media about the condition of my workout space and, that people would never. And honestly, when you're faced with a life or death situation in an industry that habitually reduces our quality of life, a little bit of dirt or a little bit of toenail clippings on a bathroom floor is not going to stop me from preserving my life after trucking. I want to be able to live my life on my terms when I get out of this truck. And my why is so much bigger than a 30-minute workout or a shower room condition. It is to have the strength and the stamina and the endurance and the tenacity to live life on my terms. And so when I'm faced with criticism about, oh my God, I could never. Well, when you're standing in front of a mirror and you're looking at your life and you literally see your future flash before your eyes, you choose different when the alternative is so bleak.
Yes. That's it's when I like to tell my clients to always find their deeper why. Once you find that deep why, those obstacles are like obsolete. So absolutely. So what are some of the obstacles that you have faced on this healthier journey that you've been on?
So we talked about a couple of the obstacles, and space and time are pretty much my two biggest ones. Depending on, when we have customers, there's sometimes that we can't stop for more than 45 minutes without calling in and alerting security and doing all these things. And so I just shift my focus. Okay, I can't work out this day, or maybe I can't work out for 2.5 days because that's how long it's going to take me to get to that shipper, and just being able to be flexible. But some of the other challenges, my own criticism, of what people are going to think or how people are going to respond to seeing me in a truck stop, like oh my gosh, the trucker's lounge, or seeing me at a rest area, picnic area, and just like that criticism in the very beginning before I started feeling better. It was like, oh, I don't want people to watch me. I don't want them to see me. And now I'm like, please watch me. Please know that this is possible for you too. Or come join me. Like I've had drivers in driver lounges join me on workouts because they're like, I could never. I'm like, actually, you can do it with me. And so that's been super fun. And then logistically, being, I never know. In fact, I video quite often. What's it going to look like today when I walk into a shower room? And then when they have limits on the amount of time that I can be in a shower room, I try to be really cognizant of how much time I'm taking in the shower room. But I will do a 30-minute workout and a 30-minute shower and take an entire hour in the shower room because I pay for them. And, but there's some areas of the country that when I have to wait, there was one time in California where we waited, there was 57 people in line for a shower.
Wow.
In Loma Lima. I think that's what it was called. So those are some of the obstacles. And then we haven't even talked about diet or nutrition, which didn't come for another 6 months. I got wicked consistent with my workouts before I ever even considered breaking the limiting beliefs about being able to eat healthy on the road. So that's where a lot of my roadblocks came from.
Yeah, but it's always good to work at little segments instead of trying to do everything at once, because then it gets overwhelming and you don't stick with it. So it's good that it worked out that way for you. Yeah.
And that's what I tell pretty much every single person that has joined me on my journey and starting their own journey, is that you have to take one step at a time. We're not looking for something instant. I didn't look like this overnight, and so I can't get to my goal overnight, but being able to consistently take little tiny pieces and turn that into a habit that I'm able to then stack onto a new habit. And once I'm like, all right, I got this taken care of, let's add a new piece to the puzzle.
So is there a specific strategy that helped you build your habits? Or did you experiment to figure it out? Or was it just the plug and play from the program? What helped you get that strategies? I mean, what strategies did that help you to get those habits?
Oh, that's been a work in progress, and it's still being progressed. I'm still working on it. My very favorite personal development book is called Atomic Habits by James Clear.
I love that book. Yes.
Yes. And so
explain a couple of this. Yeah, I was going to say, explain a couple of those concepts real quick, and then we'll do a quick break.
So taking one habit that you already have ingrained, and adding a new habit that you want to create, so that you create a cue in your mind that helps you remember to do it, but also creates a new routine. And so habit stacking, where it's like, I'm going to do this every day, and my new habit stack is, as soon as I then B, and then I get to C. And so, like, as soon as I get to a place, a fuel island, I am going to go onto the app, at the Pilot app, and reserve a shower. And then I'm going to, and so it was just being able to create those little tiny shifts where it's like, okay, well, I'm already going to the fuel island, so now I just need to add this new thing. And that really helped get me on track with creating those habits.
Yes, it's an awesome book. If y'all haven't read it, y'all really need to. If I remember correctly, you can get an audio version of it off of YouTube for free, so you don't even have to pay for it. You can listen to it while you drive. It is a great book. Yes, Cindy, great book. It is. It's one of the things that's really helped. Focusing on your why instead of the criticism. Yes, that is really, really good. Some great points that we've been getting here. Oh, look at that shower workout. Great idea, because someone else is watching is a big hindrance. That is so true. That's why when I first came across, I was like, oh my gosh, I've never even considered that. That's just, it's safe. You're private. You got your shower afterwards. I mean, it's phenomenal. That's why I love that superpower that you're like, my superpowers work in the bathroom. I loved it. I loved it. Yes. But thank everybody for watching. We're going to take a quick commercial break. If you have any questions or anything, go ahead and start throwing them in. We're going to touch a little bit on nutrition and everything when we come back, and then some tips and advice.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall, and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? Throw some comments in if you have any questions or anything. So we left off with where you was, some strategies and things to help you get to the healthier side of things. And how long since you said it was August when you got serious?
Yep.
So August of last year? Or
That's correct.
okay. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear. This has been over a 12-month journey. So we're talking 14 months now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you did workouts for about 6 months before you even consider adding the nutrition. How much of a change did you notice in just the 6 months before you even focused on what you was eating?
Oh, the transition for that first 6 months was really the motivation to be like, okay, it's time for me to level up because I'm loving what I'm seeing. So my body composition has started to shift. I have lost, now this is total, so from my heaviest to where I am now, I've lost 65 pounds since I started trucking, or since I started my journey. So in the photo in April, that was 6 weeks into my food journey, and then through July I need to do another one. I love every time I go to a truck stop and I see one of those full-length mirrors, I'm like, hey girl.
Now, I know when I first lost my 60 pounds and I walked by a mirror and I caught the reflection out of the corner of my eye, and I looked because I thought it was somebody else and I had to do a double take, and I'm like, oh wait, that's me. Did you ever do that mentally, that mind shift?
Yes. And I do it on a daily basis. And I actually, some of my transition, like the transformation photos, is my smile, my eyes. Like there's so much more to this journey than just pounds lost and inches lost. And I am still a big girl. I'm not at my goal weight. I am not a skinny mini. And I don't know that I ever will be, but my focus has been how much more life I can live within the life I have. And so that first 6 months, that transition, like I was literally bouncing out of the truck. I was waking up in the morning with energy. I was getting through the end of my night without having to feel like a zombie, using supplements through body to fuel my nutrition, to boost my energy with natural caffeine through green tea, having a focused brain blend every single morning, this power shot that I have that like helps me maintain the focus to do my job well every day. So all of those things kind of happened at that 6-month mark. And so the last 6 months, I've actually noticed a little bit of a plateau because my body was not used to moving at all. And now I'm moving it every day. And so it's like, oh, okay, we're used to this. This is great. But I've gone from 0 weights to 25-pound weights. So there's still a lot of progress. But with food, I'm eating really healthy, but I'm still not burning as many calories. So that's where my weight loss journey has stalled. I haven't lost, well, that's not true. I lost 6 pounds in the last 2 months. But I feel like that's a stall. However, what I'm gaining every single day from continuing to do those habits has been so much more than the weight loss because I don't have gut bloat anymore. I'm not running to the restroom because of intestinal issues. I'm not having headaches anymore because of the foods that I'm choosing to eat.
I was just fixing that. So what are some of the other non-scale victories that you have noticed in your journey? I think those are so underrated, and they should be at the number one top tier is the non-scale victory. So share some of your like profound non-scale victories that you have come across.
So my biggest accomplishment in this journey so far is that 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with prediabetes. And at my last physical, I dropped my A1C from a 6.8 to a 4.3 in 18 months.
Yay, that's phenomenal.
It's huge. But more than that, like being able to fall asleep on demand. I mean, seriously, that is.
It's huge.
Massive.
Just losing that pre-diagnosis category when it is literally removed from your medical records, it's just like, especially because you lost a loved one at a young age due to complications of diabetes, just like I did. And that was when I got that pre-diabetes, it just crushed me because I immediately thought of my loved one. And I'm sure you did the same thing. And I tell people all the time, that's what scared me healthy. That was my initial why, because I did not want it. So losing that is fantastic.
Most
Congrats.
certainly. Thank you. And then the second profound change is how my body moves. So when I can sit in a driver's seat for 7 hours and then I stand up and my body doesn't hurt, that to me, like I'm not suffering because of my career. And being able to I do some jumping jacks, and instead of like resorting to a 5-hour energy because I'm exhausted or tired at the end, like in the wee hours of the morning at the end of my driving shift, I do 10 jumping jacks and 15 squats, and I'm ready and fully awake and ready to finish the rest of my shift. And then I think the other profound non-scale victory has been how I see life and being able to rise to the challenge of whatever's in front of me, then succumbing to the circumstances that are in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you know that mind shift is really a lot to do And the reason why exercise is so important, and I hate the word exercise, I have a negative association with that word. So I use purposeful movement. It's a play on words, but you know what? It works for me, so it doesn't matter. But when we sleep, our body naturally produces a chemical that's kind of like a pain medicine, kind of like a natural narcotic. And when we don't exercise, we don't get that medicine out, that natural hormonal medicine out. So it builds up. And when it builds up, that's what causes the exhaustion, the fatigue. It causes I mean, it's not like the main cause, but it is a huge cause in the depression and the brain fog, because all those, it gets built up. So when we start working out and doing purposeful movement, whether it's a strenuous exercise or just moving your body, you're depleting those natural chemicals. So therefore, those good chemicals can start taking over. And that's the reason why working out is so important. It's not the calories in, calories out concept. It's more of getting the body moving and getting those chemicals down. But let's go into the nutrition, because I think we're almost halfway done with our show already. It's just flown by. Hey, does anybody have any comments or questions?
I
Especially
see that
getting
Cindy asked
into
about intermittent fasting.
yes.
And yes, I actually have a 16 and 8 schedule. So I only eat for 8 hours during the day, and I fast for 16 hours every day.
Do you prefer to fast from when you wake up until like your mid shift, or do you prefer to fast at the end of your shift? Because a lot of people think intermittent fasting, you have to only eat lunch and dinner, but you can set your schedule any way you want to, especially, and that's what's so great with driving. But that depletes those sugar levels that's stored up in your body too. But which way do you prefer to do it?
So the last thing that I eat at night is my Shakeology, and I make that at the beginning of my shift, and then I drink it in a shake form at 8 p.m. home time. So I always go on Pacific Standard Time. So 8 p.m. home time is the last thing I put in my mouth, and that is my Shakeology Superfoods. That is, it bridges the gaps. It has 60 different really amazing quality ingredients that bridge nutrition gaps in my day. And I don't eat again until noon the next day. So it's kind of both. I am a habitual snacker. And when I drive, I'm either biting my fingernails or snacking. And I'm trying really hard not to bite my fingernails, but I also don't do any snacking after 8 p.m. I have gum if I need to chew on something. But not having anything to eat after 8 p.m. has really helped curb that late night snacking, mindless eating, and any kind of before I started thinking about food, I would grab a bag of chips, for example, and look down and be like, where'd the rest of my chips go? I did not just eat the whole bag, but I did. And it was mindless. So I don't put anything in my mouth after 8 p.m. I go to bed between midnight and 2 a.m., depending on my schedule, my shift. And then I do not eat first thing in the morning because I don't like to eat first thing in the morning. But breakfast is always a meal that's on the schedule, no matter what time of day or night I eat. I'm definitely a breakfast girl.
Oh yeah, I take breakfast in the literal sense. It breaks your fast. It doesn't matter what time. So,
absolutely.
What's this you're fixing right here? That looks delicious.
Oh, that was, I did. So when I go home, I'm on the road for 30 days. And when I go home, I prep and plan 30 days worth of meals, 142 servings that I put in individual bags. This is not the season for me to focus on reusable. I have to throw that out of my mind. I'm definitely in a season of single use. That was actually some honey Dijon chicken breast. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. So I have my Galan's 3-in-1 convection oven, microwave, air fryer combo that I use every single day. And I also have a Diesen hot pot that I use for cooking eggs and sauteing veggies every day. And then I also use Shipt, which is a kind of like Instacart, but they actually deliver right to my semi truck at the truck stops to do fresh fruits and veggies every week.
Now, do you have a add-on freezer, or do you just use the little dorm style refrigerator combo thing?
I do have a travel freezer now. That actually, getting this travel freezer is really what opened my mind to the possibilities of what I could make at home and freeze beforehand and really prepare myself for the month ahead. So I do, and right now I keep it in between my seats, and I have to climb over it every day. We are in the middle of revamping our storage system. You know, with having 2 people in the truck, it can get a little crowded, but gratefully we work around all of the inconveniences to make sure that I have the food that I need in order to eat well on the road.
Feast, Fast, Repeat by Jean. Yes, that is a wonderful book. Have you read that yet?
I haven't. I've never heard of it, but I'll add it to my list.
Yes, it's a really good. It goes into the science of intermittent fasting and how it works and why it works, and it goes into all the different ways you can do it, from 1 meal a day to just the 2 meals a day or however, and it's really, really good. She also has another one. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah, her books are really good too. I like going into the science of it. So it just, because once I understand the why, it's easier for me to stick to it.
Absolutely. I find the same truth. Yes.
Yes. So the freezer, that was my first purchase when I started my healthier journey. And now I have 2 freezers in my truck. And because I usually stay out for 5 to 6 weeks. So, and there's been a few times I've stayed out 12 weeks, and I have literally frozen 12 weeks worth of meals and put it in the truck. But once in a while, I like once, twice, sometimes 3 times a month, depending on just how I feel, I'll actually go out to eat. I don't just stick into my truck. It's just making choices. What have you found on that?
Oh my gosh. So eating out is my very favorite thing to do. I love other people cooking for me. It is the best way for me to explore a new city is to eat their food. So I absolutely have chosen the most decadent and incredible places across the whole country, from Baltimore to Seattle to Los Angeles and San Diego. Reno has my favorite steakhouse in the whole country. Because when we learn how to eat intuitively, which is what the program that I use is called To Be Mindset, and it really goes into the psychology behind food and our relationship and repairing the relationship with our food and how we think about nourishing our bodies. And so I do not restrict myself. If I want mozzarella sticks from Arby's, because they're my favorite, I'm going to have some, because living a healthier life doesn't mean living in deprivation. It doesn't mean starving. It doesn't mean only eating kale and spinach. It means listening to your body, giving it what it needs 80% of the time, and allowing yourself to have the things that serve you. So one of the things in this journey that I learned pretty quickly once I started taking my health seriously in my gut was I did gut protocol, and that's another program that Body has, and it eliminates some foods to identify sensitivities. And I have known for a lot of years that I am gluten intolerant, and I refuse to acknowledge it because I love bread. But how my body feels when I consume gluten is gross. It is so lethargic. It feels fuzzy. I have brain fog my gut hurts. I have bloating issues, all of these different things. So I eliminated them for 30 days and I'm like, holy crap, what knowledge is only powerful if you implement it. So being able to remove dairy, gluten, and soy from my diet, all of a sudden I'm like, I feel like a whole brand new human.
Oh, I can imagine if you had that sensitivity, how bad you felt.
And being
That's
in the
no
trunk made
joke.
it even worse.
Oh, yeah. Well, and plus, when you're in that mindset, oh, all I have time for is a fast food. But if you really think about it, by the time you stop, you park, you walk inside, you stand in line, you order your food, you wait for your food, then you get your food, you can already fix something in the truck and save half the money.
Oh, so much more money. I have saved so much money because now, like, for example, Subway is still something that I like to have every now and then, but I don't eat it every day. But the Subway sandwich that I get is $15 for one sandwich. I'm like, I can
It's not
prepare
that much.
4 meals. Yeah, 14.49 for the sandwich, and then anywhere between 40 and 80 cents for taxes, which is just insane to me. That, or even like a pizza from the oh my gosh, from the Pilot is $15 or more. And so I can make an entire sheet pan that's going to feed me 6 different meals. It's fresh ingredients, it's ready to go, and I never have to leave my truck. And it saves me time, money, effort, energy, and the bloat. So I had a question for you.
Yeah.
When you're prepping your meals, do you cook all of them or do you prepare some of them individually, like frozen raw, and then you cook them in your truck?
I do both.
Yeah. Okay. So do I.
Yeah, I do both. So my absolute favorite one is, and hey, if anybody wants to join in the chat, because I'm always up to new recipes. But my favorite one I like to do is I will crack 4 eggs in a Ziploc bag and then throw a little bit of cheese, ham, and bacon, and then I'll freeze it. And then I cook it in I don't know if you ever heard of a Hot Logic Mini, but I can just put it in the Hot Logic Mini, dry for 2.5 hours, and I have a fresh hot omelet.
Oh, that's
Phenomenal.
awesome.
A lot of people don't know you can freeze eggs for up to 6 months raw.
Yeah. I love freezing eggs if I'm going to use them in omelets, but I'm spoiled and I actually really, 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 really love over easy eggs. And so I've perfected, while Seth is driving, I have perfected frying eggs over easy and ghee. And it's the best.
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
Eggs are definitely a daily staple.
It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that most of your meals you have learned to have what you want, but add in what you need. Is that correct? Because that's my favorite philosophy. It has been a huge shifter for me. Last episode that I hosted last month, I was telling everybody, it's like, at the end of the day, you're tired. You want a bowl of cereal and just go to bed. And there's nothing wrong with that. But just add in a little bit of protein and add a little bit of fiber with that bowl of cereal, and you'll be good to go. So it's just
and
baby
the other
steps.
really important thing, absolutely, what I have found is decision fatigue is a real thing. And so when I pre-plan my meals and I know exactly what I'm eating at the end of the day, I always do my most effort in the morning and my least effort at the end of my night. And so I start my morning with sauteed veggies and fried potatoes and ghee and sugar-free, nitrite-free, organic bacon and eggs. And I have this amazing, incredible bowl of deliciousness at the beginning of the day. And then at the end of the day, I have a Shakeology, because as we go through our day, our ability to make good choices becomes more and more limited. And so having a plan, having my frozen foods so close and at the ready really gives me the best chance at success on a daily basis, especially when I'm tired, which is why I just chose, that was my number one reason, was because when I started identifying what I was eating and paying attention to that, no good decisions are made after 8 p.m. in my mouth. So I just make sure that I don't eat anything at all, because I was not making good choices. And that absolutely had to do with decision fatigue.
Yeah, I started, one of my first one was, okay, I love, like you, I love to munch while I drive. Well, my first, because I make my own rules and I experimented. Okay, this rule worked, this rule didn't work. But my first rule was I can only eat raw food while I'm driving. That was my first rule. And that made a huge difference. But then I went to, I don't eat while I'm driving, only eat when I'm stopped. That way I can go through the whole holistic, how my digestive system go and all that stuff. That's a whole nother story. But so with your nutrition and with your purposeful movements, what would be your top three tips to give somebody who is interested in wanting to get healthier, because it's all about the herb?
Yeah, I think, and we've talked about them. So number one is start small. There is no such thing as a grand gesture in this journey of healthier living that's going to get you where you want to go, because you get overwhelmed or it gets hard. And so if you start small and work your way up as you get better and as you get into the routine, that is my number one method of creating the success that I've created, is gradually over the last 14 months. Number two, and I think number two would be to find creative solutions to problems. Truck drivers don't have the same access that the general public does. And so solving problems to truck driver issues with mainstream solutions doesn't work. And so whether you find Melinda or myself or anyone that you want to align with getting healthier, finding someone who has the option to create solutions that are as unique as the circumstances that you are dealing with. It's kind of like I said, for a long time, I was trying to, plug a square into a round hole, and it never fit. It didn't work. And so finding something that allowed for flexibility and creative solutions was really powerful. And I think number three would be finding something that you love, that you can find consistency in. Even if you don't love working out, there is some kind of movement that you're going to feel more aligned with. And Melinda, you love to go hiking, and being out in nature is something that fuels your soul. And so it's easy for you to go out, and even when it's cold, or even when the weather or the conditions aren't ideal, to enjoy going on a hike. And for me, I enjoy weightlifting. I enjoy resistance training. I enjoy the mindset work that goes into every workout. And so no effort toward living a healthier lifestyle is a bad effort. But sticking with something that either doesn't feel great in your system, doesn't work for your circumstance, or something that you're not actually going to do, you can have the best laid intentions, but unless you're willing to do the work, it doesn't work.
That's so true. So true. So if anybody wants to work with you, or if they have more questions and want to get more in touch, how would be the best way for them to reach out to you?
Instagram is where I live. I love hanging out in my stories on Instagram. And I have a link in my bio on Instagram at EverBeRising that you can fill out if you want a direct consultation. But also just sending a DM to me is a really great way to start a conversation. And I would encourage everyone to go and take a look at all of my silly content, because there's a lot of out of the box thinking that goes into how I live a healthier lifestyle on the road.
And I think that's the number one rule everybody needs to learn to adapt, is just, what can I do out of the box? Because obviously with this lifestyle, we can't be in the box.
That's right.
Thanks, y'all, everybody, for coming. It was a pleasure, and I can't wait to see y'all next month. Bye.
Thank you.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
Howdy, I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the Shetrucking podcast powered by CTR Media Network, and we are super duper excited to bring you today some of the best in the trucking industry to share and have healthy conversations about what's going on in the trucking and transportation industry from the perspective of the truck driver. So this show is exclusive for you. Today we have in the building Avante K. Jackson, aka CDL Shorty. He is a dedicated husband of 5 months, so he is a newlywed lady. So step out. Let me stop. He's also a seasoned CDL trainer. He is a Class A CDL driver. He's a mentor and the proud owner of CDL Shorty D4D LLC. With all the experience that he have and how passionate he is working and being within the trucking industry, we had to bring him on the Shetrucking podcast and also tell you a little bit something more about him as our interview go on. So without further ado, let's bring on Avante K. Jackson, aka CDL Shorty, in the building. Just bring him on.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. That was an amazing introduction, by the way.
Hey, you gave me, it's like this. I can't work with if you're not doing the stuff. You're doing the stuff, so I have something to work with. So it's a pleasure having you on the show today, and I can't wait until we be able to jump into this conversation, especially because you're a trucker, you're also a trainer, and you hear and see the things that's going on. I like to say behind the scenes, because you literally go to the trucking stations and all that, trucking stops, and you talk with the truckers. So with that being said, what made you decide to go into the trucking industry yourself? Because we have many people that support, but what made you say, I'm going to be a part of this industry, and I'm also going to help share the voices of truckers?
Well, that's a great question. First of all, it really kind of started as I was a little kid. My mother used to always tell this story. If you ever get a chance to meet her, she'll tell you that I used to say the weirdest thing. When I was 2 or 3, I used to say that when I grow up, I was going to be a truck driver and I was going to deliver fish. I don't know where the fish part came from, but I used to say I was going to be a truck driver. And then, as I grew up trying to look for a career path, I was working for CVS Pharmacy, trying to climb the corporate ladder, and just wasn't working out. So then I fell in love with trucking. My brother was doing it. My dad did it. My brother was doing it at the time. And I had a cousin that was doing it too. And I had got laid off from CVS Pharmacy, and my brother was running a load from Charlotte, North Carolina to Victoria, Texas. And he saw I was down in the dumps, and he was like, come jump in the truck and run this load with me. And when I did that, man, I got diesel in my blood and been in it ever since. And that was in 2015.
2015. Okay, so but you had already been predestined to do trucking. You just had to go through the motions, because literally you've been saying this ever since you was 2. So it had to come to fruition.
Yeah, like for real. My mom, like I said, if you ever get a chance to meet her one day, she will tell you. Like I used to say that. I don't know where the fish part came from, but she used to say I said I was going to drive trucks.
Well, you know, one thing that made me draw to you is your transparency in regards to trucking, your heart in regards to bringing out and also sharing the authentic voices of what's going on from the trucker's perspective, because we can hear things from different companies and different situations, but really the ones who are keeping everything going, and I have said this before and I'll say it again, we as a community, as a society, is leaning heavily on the backs of the truck drivers. And I am a strong advocate of truck drivers because you guys do not get the flowers that you deserve. You're not getting the proper pay that you deserve, from my perspective. And it's a lot of things that I see, even though we do have truck driving appreciation in September, I just feel like it should be more appreciation that's for the people that help us, people like myself, to have our life as we know it. I mean, everything is dependent upon the truck drivers. So how do you feel as a truck driver?
As a truck driver, I feel the same way that you feel. You know, I feel like we are underpaid and undervalued, big time, especially in this new market with this new economy. That's part of the reason why I'm so passionate about truckers' pay, along with truckers' health, because I got my own separate health issues. But with truckers' pay, what really made me become passionate about is because working at the CDL school and being hands-on with new drivers, they're, you know, you put your all into these students, and then when they graduate, get their CDL, and they go to these companies, they get their heart broken because they're not getting valuable pay. Man, you got some of these companies that are paying these students like they work at McDonald's. And then, like, I keep their number, I keep their contact information. I always try to stay in contact with them. You talk to them 6 months to a year from now, and I say a good 75, maybe 80% are not in it anymore. Somewhat because of truckers' pay, and then another part of it is they found out this isn't what they wanted to do. But if truckers' pay was up, then it might persuade them a little bit more to stay in the business.
Yes, I have been noticing on social media, especially different YouTube channels lately, a lot of truckers have been, which has me concerned. It have me very concerned that a lot of truckers that I'm seeing, especially ones that have these big platforms, they're talking about they're going to leave trucking. And so I feel that now we should have this conversation, because we as a economy, as the United States in just general, we need the truckers. We also need a new generation to go into trucking, because what we're finding is that a lot of the truckers are now aging out, because you have ones that have been in the business for 20, 30 years, and now they're getting ready to retire. And so what people don't realize is that when we don't have anyone trucking, the life that we enjoy, the comforts that we enjoy, is going to cease to exist if it's not someone hauling this stuff. Hospitals, schools, businesses, everything, food is dependent upon truck drivers. So what do you think we could do, or what needs to be done? I know we're talking about the pay, and I really with the healthcare. So what can we do for ones in support of to keep more truckers in the driver's seat?
Yes, that's basically, you know, what I've been passionate about lately, as far as going to the truck stops, because I feel like the way that we can combat that is trucker, not just appreciation, but truck awareness. You know, you have people that sit high up in companies that don't know what it is to be an actual trucker. So if we can get those people to come out of those offices, get in a truck, ride and drive the truck, you know, then they can see, and then they can be more aware, like, hey, you guys really go through a lot. Let me start paying y'all a little bit more than what I've been paying y'all.
I agree with you on that. And speaking of you being at truck stops and everything like that, and that's another thing. This man just don't say this. He is about this. He literally goes to truck stops all over. I like to call it Trucker Voices or Trucker Chronicles. I know that's what he call it. He don't call it that, but I was like, this Trucker Chronicles, okay? He gets news. And so what we'd like to do is just share a quick video showing a little bit of what you do when you go to these trucking stops, because I feel that this episode, you guys, is really for all of you, all the truckers right now. So I hope you can honk your horns for those of you who listening in, for those of you who are watching. Don't you watch when we drive. This is for you. So right now, that's the honk. So right now, show the video so that they can see what CDL Shorty actually does when he goes out to these various truck stops.
What's going on? It's your boy CDL Shorty. So I'm up here at the truck stop, just chilling, about to make a video, and ran into one of my students, man. Well, he wasn't really my student, but he went to the school that I was training at, and I just was talking to him when we met. But tell the people what you was telling me.
No, like this man right here is the man. Like, we're just there chilling, having a great time. I was having a hard time doing my straight back. And this gentleman right here told me one thing. He said, chase the tire. Wherever you see that trailer swinging to, that's where you turn your steering. There's learning to drive truck, man. Like, once you told me that, it sticks, and that's it, man. So from then, that's it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man.
No, I appreciate you. Good to see you too, man. Very good. It was good to see him. We just noticed each other. He just ran up on me and was like, hey, I remember you. So, hey, always make a difference in somebody's life, all right?
And speaking of you making a difference, we want to formally announce that Avante K. Jackson, but we call him CDL Shorty over here, represent for the trucking industry. He is officially a brand ambassador for Shetrucking. So not only is he out doing things for himself, but he's also bringing that same love, that same energy, that same transparency, and also allowing to share your voices, not just on his platform, but also through Shetrucking as our new brand ambassador. So welcome, and thank you so much for taking the time to pour into our community. And some people may think, oh, it's simple backing up a truck. No. I mean, in our community alone, we hear so many women like, how do I back? That is one of the main things. So just you taking the time to explain to him, give him a little tip on how to back up, that alone could have made him or broke him in regards to whether or not he stayed into trucking or not. Because if you can't back a truck, you can't drive the truck. So thank you for taking the time. So let's jump back into the pay, because I know it's a great difference between pay for truckers years ago, if we go back 10, 15 years, versus what truckers are getting paid now. And many people feel like, okay, this person get paid this person get paid that. It don't matter if this person get paid this amount of money or this group of people. But the irony of it is, if one person accepts a low pay rate, that could become the synapses of everyone getting low pay. So it's not really about one person, it's about the collective. And so that's why we keep saying, don't accept the low rates, don't accept the low pay, because it's more than just about you. It's about everyone's lives around this transportation chain. So do you feel like that's one of the problems that we're having with not having the right type of pay for our truck drivers?
So that is a fully loaded question. I'm gonna break it down if you don't mind. So with that is, first of all, if you're a company driver, we have a rule in the industry that says a good dispatcher will make you or break you. Not only a good dispatcher, but a very good work ethic. So let's say if you got a very good dispatcher, but you're a driver that has a very poor work ethic. And I hold my students accountable too, because when I talk to them after they graduate and they tell me about their pay, one of the first things I always ask them is, well, how many miles are you running? And then they'll tell me, and You know, if it's good, I'll be like, okay. If it's not good, I'll be like, and then I'll say, well, what's your work ethic like? Or do you have what we call a drive day, which means you shut them doors and you just concentrate on driving all day? Because if you're stopping every 5, 10, 30 minutes, you're not getting, you're not going to get good pay because you're not getting good miles. Your dispatcher has to be able to rely on you. Also, that could go into pay. Also, with that being said, if you got a dispatcher that's not a good dispatcher, that can go into pay. So it's different variables that go into low pay. But for the majority of it, you have people out there that are doing right, that are working hard and coming home with $750, $800 paychecks. That's just not right. About the off-duty pay, there's people that, get detention pay and stuff like that. At these shippers, the shippers, they got 2 hours to get you in and out. If they don't get you in and out within 2 hours, then it goes on to detention pay. But the detention pay is like $25, maybe $30 an hour. So that can go into low driver pay as well. And then I also talk a lot about, and I've caught a lot of flack for this, but at the end of the day, like I tell everybody, I cannot sell my soul, because at the end of the day, I'm a driver and I'm for the drivers. So with that being said, box trucks, you got to think, and I've talked to some drivers at the truck stop about this on my YouTube channel. I made a whole video about it. You got to think, a few years ago, maybe let's say 10 years ago, the box truck game wasn't booming and popping like it is now. So you got to ask yourself, why is it? Well, there's two variables, two reasons. Number one, mega carriers are not paying well. So guess what? Everybody's going to go get a box truck to start their own LLC so they can cut the middleman out. That's number one. Then number two, you have these shippers that are mad at the truckers and don't want to pay us. So they'll take that full load that's supposed to go on the 18-wheeler and they'll chop it in half and they'll give it to the box trucks. And the box trucks think that they're actually making good money because they spend less fuel. But when you actually look at it, they're not making good money. So they actually drive the 18-wheeler rates down. So, I just try to bring more transparency. And there's a lot of truck drivers out there that feel, how I feel. I just like to bring it to the forefront, because that is part of the reason why we keep getting cheap freight, as well as brokers. Brokers are taking 40% off the top for doing nothing. But you have us truckers out there that will accept it. Like for years, orange juice coming out of Florida has been cheap for years. And we keep taking it, and the brokers keep giving it to us because they know that we'll take the orange juice just to get out of Florida for the fuel. We need to know that.
You're right. That's a loaded question in two parts. So I thank you for taking the time to break that down, because it's more than one side, or it's like it's two sides to a coin. It's two sides to the story. But breaking it down now, I understand it a whole lot better. Because if you constantly stopping, then the miles is going to be looking funny. And so that's why your money looking funny, because your miles look funny. So we had to take into all those variables. But with that being said, I just saw where the comment popped up from one of our supporters and sponsors, which is Nate Johnson. So thank you, Nate, for tuning in today. He actually supports Shetrucking in so many ways as an advisor, and gives so much valuable insight. Make sure to check out his show, Driving Forward Podcast.
Yes.
And go ahead and listen to that. That's another great place to get some good trucking, transportation news, what's going on within the industry.
Yes, it is. Not to cut you off, but Mr. Johnson is a very, very humble, loving guy. I love his channel, his podcast. And, with my health situation, he takes it upon himself to go out of his way he'll call me and text me and check on me. So, Mr. Johnson, thank you so much.
Yes, he's so sweet, because he is like an avid supporter of Shetrucking. And so we're so, so grateful for his support. And so we're grateful for everybody that support. And speaking of, we also have a platinum sponsor for this podcast, TAF.
Oh, wow.
the Ring. So thank you to Tav's Fat the Ring for being a platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast. So make sure to check them out if you are a company looking for someone to do fattening for you. So thank you. Make sure to check them out at www.tafs, that's TAFS.com. And so now we're going to get back into the conversation in regards to the truck. We was talking about the pay. And then you was giving some factors that can determine whether or not they receive the proper pay or not, because it's not only the trucking companies, but the drivers have some responsibilities as well. And so if they do their part and they're still not getting paid right, then that's a problem. That's a problem if they driving. So that's when the problem. So let's talk a little bit about drivers. Do you feel that they should get paid for off duty pay? Do you feel like
Yeah.
they should get paid for that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I do, because this is the way I look at it. You're away from your house every single day. What's the old saying? If your wheels ain't turning, you ain't earning. So, it costs a lot to not only be off duty, to take your 10-hour sleep break at a truck stop. Okay. This is why I say I believe in it, because to take your 10-hour sleep break at a truck stop, every truck stop in America now has at least the minimum 50 reserved parking spots, what costs between $15 to $20 to park there for one night. So let's say if you spend on your 10-hour break, let's say if you spend $15 for a reserved parking spot, you out 15. Then you spend another $10 to go eat. Then let's say if you don't have any shower credits on your card, now you spend another $17 for a shower. Then you got to do laundry. Now you spend another $10. By the time you wake up the next morning and you just spent one night at a truck stop, you already spent almost $40 to $50. And you're off duty the whole time. So yes. And then another reason why truckers' health is down is because a bag of candy will cost $2.99 in a truck stop. But a bag of fruit will cost $7.99. So that's why I believe, yes, we should get paid for off-duty time. That whole time we're out on the road, we should get paid.
I agree with you. And when you break it down like that, you can see why. And the price of health. Because when you think about it's $2.99, if you're already not getting paid properly, he said, always, brother. So when you think about not getting proper pay, and then then maybe you have a family that you have to take care of. And even if, say for example, even if you don't have a family, any children or a significant other, you still have to take care of yourself. So you have bills and different things that you have to pay. And so if you have to pick between, if you're watching your money and you have to pick between the $2.99 and the $7.99, logically, we know we need to do the $7.99. We need the fruit. But if you don't have enough to scratch to make it to that point, then 9 times out of 10, the person going to do the $2.99. And that is creating a lot of the health problems that our truckers are facing, because they're driving these extensively long hours, not having access to healthy, fresh fruits and vegetables. And some people just, let's keep it real, don't know how to cook on this on the road. So they need to have access at these. Now, I must admit, trucking stops have some of the best pizza I have ever tasted, the best hot dogs I have ever tasted in my life. When I go out and travel, I look for a truck stop if I'm, to go get some food.
Right.
Now, with that being said, it's not always the healthiest, but if you want a good pizza, you can go to that truck stop. But think about you doing and you're driving day in and day out, and that is your regular food schedule. Think about all that sitting down, that pain on your back from all that bouncing around, which tearing up your spine, by the way. Yeah. And you don't have access to food to regenerate, healthy food to regenerate at a good price. So let's go in and talk about, because this is a big problem with the truckers. What are some things that these truck stops, as people, we can do to kind of help with that, and them having access to quality healthcare while they're on the road? Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I do know that right along I-10, like that little stretch from Baton Rouge all the way to Houston. They do have like some trucker minute clinics and stuff at the truck stops. I did notice that when I was out there. But still, it's like if they want us to get a medical card, right? When we get the medical card, them things cost $90 to $100 a pop. I mean, you want us to get a medical card, take our health seriously, but then you give us bad food options. So with that being said, I think that we need to get together with the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and, like, see who's putting these McDonald's and Subways and all these restaurants in here, and see if we can get some healthy restaurants in there.
Yeah, I agree with you. One good thing, we have a good partnership with My Garden and Doc. They actually have access to telehealth, which means that a trucker can actually go in and call, and it's like $27 a month. For those of you who want to know more about it, you just go to shetrucking.com and click the business advisory. You'll be able to get prescriptions. You can be able to check in. You do not have to drive being sick anymore, and that is $27 per month. That includes your entire household. So make sure to go check out My Guardian Doc today. They have an extensive array of services, and they even, this is what I like about My Guardian Doc, is that they actually have a piece that addresses your mental health, because one talks about the mental health of the trucker. I mean, it's not easy being away from your family at long stints of time. That's a lot of time by yourself.
Yes.
That's a lot of time by yourself. No matter how amazingly awesome you is, that's a lot of time.
Right.
So they have that mental health facet, which is so important. And you guys, I also want to give a shout out to Loyalty Logistics. Make sure to check them out, because they are actually supporting Shetrucking as well. So Loyalty Logistics, #why loyal? Because they loyal. Check them out. Check them out today. With all that being said, so we talked about the health. We talked about healthy food options, and that we probably going to have to just do some things to advocate going to the top of the food chain and come on down, so that people can actually have these resources and have at least have options that are not going to break the bank at the end of the day. So for many people who watch, and we have people who's watching who want to start trucking, and they're curious about how do they get a CDL. So is it easy for a person to get a CDL? Because we have a lot of people out here, and we probably get on this later. Some people out here, I call them Instagram fantasy drivers.
Yes, Lord. Yes.
They do that. They're fantasy football. They fantasy trucking.
Yes.
We talking about real CDL. So how would a person who want to get a real CDL, be a real driver, not just this social media stuff, how would they go about getting a CDL?
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for asking me that. Well, there's a couple of ways. Number one, and first and foremost, you have to have not a clean driving record, but you can't have any tickets or anything on your regular license when you first start off. Then after that, you can either call a major carrier like Swift, Snyder, people like that, Stevens. That's how I got into trucking. I called Swift, and they paid for me back in 2015 to get into trucking. But you can call them, sign a contract. They'll pay for it, all of that. Only thing is you have to say that you'll work for them for 2 years to pay that contract off. That's one way you can get into it. Another way is you can pay cash. I think it's like the cheapest one is like $3,900. You can pay cash, or you can finance. You can finance through a credit union, or if that school has financing, you can finance through them. Or your state, whichever state you live in, you have WIOA programs. You have NC Works, which is in North Carolina, which is a workforce program, unemployment. And also a lot of people don't know, which I wish they would advertise more of this too, but Goodwill will actually pay for a lot of people to get their CDLs as well through their career center. So there are many different avenues that a person can take to get a CDL. And once you take one of those avenues. Make sure you do your research and pick the right trucking school for you, because most of them, if not the majority of them, are nasty. They don't have the proper equipment. They want you to do pre-trips on crappy equipment that wouldn't even pass a pre-trip. If you sign up and pay extra for the manual, 9 times out of 10, that manual will break down on you while you're in school, and then they'll throw you in the automatic. And then if you graduate with the automatic, then you have an automatic restriction on your license, which then would say that you can only drive automatic trucks. So if you spend extra money, you want to go to a school that's actually going to take you seriously, and that's not going to play with your time and play with your money.
We have a question. How do you get Goodwill to help out?
Just go to the Career Center. You go to the Career Center and you will sign up for different careers and ask them about a CDL program. And 9 times out of 10, they have that. They don't advertise it, which I don't know why, but they have that because Goodwill has their own trucks, their own 18-wheelers that they ship stuff from distribution to distribution. I just don't know why they don't do more advertisement on that, but they definitely have it. So all you got to do is just ask them.
What about the WIOA program?
WIOA is like workforce. It's like workforce/unemployment. So with them, a lot of people, if you go between January and March of every year, that's when the government gives them free money, and you'll go to them, you'll get a free voucher. Now with that, you have to say that you're either unemployed or you make under a certain amount of money. And then once they run your background and everything, and if you meet their qualifications, they'll give you a free voucher to go to CDL school.
See, you guys, you learn something new every day if you didn't already know that. So thank you so much for sharing. And you know what? I see Goodwill trucks on the road all the time. I never even really thought about it. I never even really thought about it. It seems like they should have a little commercial somewhere, but they don't.
Right, they don't.
That's why we have CDL Shorty. I told you he's the Trucker Chronicles. He had to move.
Yeah, and one reason I can speak about the Goodwills, I've had 2 students that came from them. So I didn't know it until I met the students, and then one of the students, it was a female, and she was like, "Yeah, I came from Goodwill," and I was like, "What?" And then she started telling me about it, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna look into it." And then about 3 months after that, they sent another student, and I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, Goodwill got something going on. I don't know why they don't talk about it though."
So speaking of that, people saying, what are you talking about with these students? You kept saying students. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about the training that you provide for individuals, because we have so many new truckers. Do you teach your truckers or your students that's with your training how to back up and all the good stuff? What all do you train them with?
Okay, so this will go back to what I was talking about as far as how to get a CDL and picking the right school for you. So one thing about me is I'm different, and I pride myself on being different. When I first got into teaching in 2021, I realized that it's a very lack of respect between the actual student and the school that's supposed to be providing a business for the student. Some of the trucking schools I've been at has really been a very lack of respect. So what I've done was I went ahead and took it upon myself to go above and beyond. I treat the students like they're adults. Sometimes you go to a trucking school and they don't treat the students like they're adults. They treat them like they're little kids, little babies, and I don't like that. Then I go above and beyond. I not only teach them the pre-trip and drill it in their head, because when you go to trucking school, there's 3 sections. You got the pre-trip, you got the backing, and then you got the road test. After that, you get your CDL and you're on your road to success. But within those 3, they don't teach you anything else. So I teach the students how to fill up the truck. A lot of students will come to CDL school and they don't know that a truck has 2 tanks on it. So I teach them how to fill up the truck. I'll take them to a weigh station, a real DOT weigh station, and DOT doesn't bother trucking schools. So I'll take them to a weigh station, and a weigh station has 2 scales. DOT will let me get on the scale in the back, and I put them on the scale, and I'll stop and I'll say, hey, this is what DOT is looking for. This is the weight that's on your steers, 12, 34, 34. They'll ask questions and stuff like that. Then I'll show them how to slide the tandems. Trucking schools don't do that. Then I'll take them inside the truck stop and show them the showers. I'll show them the laundry room. I show them what it's really like to be a trucker. Then I'll take them to a truck stop scale, a CAT scale. I put them on that, and out of my own pocket, I will pay for a scale ticket, and then I will break it down and show them this is what you need to do and how you need to get a scale ticket. On your scale ticket, this is what you need to look for. Also, get your Loves card activated. Every time you get 50 gallons of fuel, you get a free shower. In the pre-trip, truck driving schools like to talk about you must drain your air tanks daily. They talk about it, but they don't show the students. I go up under the truck and I show the students, hey, this is what your air tanks look like. Pull that. I'll have the student, hey, pull that little nozzle right there. I did it to one of my female students, and the air hit her in the face and she got scared, but she got that real world training. And last but not least, I'll take them to an actual truck stop. And this is what really got me a lot of respect amongst truckers. They see a CDL school pull into a truck stop, and you have an instructor that's out there teaching these students and letting these students back up between real trucks. When real truckers saw me do that, and we're holding up traffic and everything, but when real truckers saw me do that, I literally had about 3 or 4 of them each time I do it come up to me, and they'll shake my hand and they'll tell me that I'm doing it the right way. And they'll give the credit to the school because they see the school's name. Because at the end of the day, you not only learn how to back at the truck stop, but it gets real whenever you get that CDL and you graduate. So I just take pride in what I do.
Yes, and so that's what I love your approach. I say those real life skills that they're going to need in order to be a successful truck driver. It's some things that a book can't teach you. You have to have real life experience. And I know that many truckers wish they had that, because you're going to have to learn it one way or another. But it's better to learn it when you are just a rookie versus you're out on the road by yourself and have to figure it all out. And so that is something that's going to help them in the long run. So do you have any tips that you would give for new drivers? Because we have some new drivers that's coming into the field now. So what are some tips that you can give them?
Okay, so my tips that I tell a lot of people is, first and foremost, go OTR. Go OTR. A lot of people don't like to hear that because they're looking for that home daily position, that local position. A lot of mega carriers have made it easy for local positions now that pay great, but local positions, it's a lot of work with local positions. So I tell them to go OTR. And what OTR is it's called over the road. And over the road, which means you'll touch all of the lower 48 states. If you have a passport, you can cross the border. And what a lot of students don't know is most of these companies out here will pay you extra to cross the border, to deliver freight to Mexico or Canada. So I tell them to go over the road because you not only get your experience, but you need to learn how to drive in inclement weather. You need to learn how to drive in the snow, in the mountains. You need to learn how to drive out in Phoenix, Arizona in the desert when it's 110, 120. You got to make sure your truck doesn't overheat. You need to learn how to drive through a monsoon. Monsoon is a dust storm that only happens out in Arizona. You need to learn how to drive in the Northeast when it's very tight in Boston, New York, New Jersey, stuff like that. What I've noticed, touching back on what you were saying about the Instagram truckers, is trucking has gotten very lazy to where a lot of people have made it easy to stay within one state. I follow a couple of people on Instagram, and I found out just recently that they only truck in Florida and in South Carolina. They don't go out of Florida. They don't go out of South Carolina. And I'm like, how does that happen? But okay. And then I tell them after that, go regional. I did a month, not a month. I did a year and 2 months OTR with Swift. Then after that, I left Swift and I did 4 years regional, Midwest, and regional is within a certain amount of states. So I did all of Texas, all of Oklahoma, all of Louisiana, all of New Mexico. It was only supposed to be 4 states, but every once in a while they'll run me up to like Illinois or Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, every once in a while. But I did that and it got me home every weekend, and I was making roughly 11 to 1200, and that was good money for me at the time. But then as I started talking to my brothers and my family and everything, they were telling me like, for what you're doing, you should be making at least 18. So that's when I decided to take another route. But I tell a lot of them, go get your experience, learn how to become a real trucker, learn the industry. Don't do lease purchase, but don't jump out there like that. Learn the industry first, and then go and buy your own truck. Don't do lease purchase, because a lot of companies don't tell you about that big balloon payment at the end, and they want that truck note every single Friday. If you go to an actual bank or finance company, they want that truck note once a month. So yeah, that's my tip. And always, try to eat healthy, cook on the truck, things like that. Find safe parking, things like that.
Well, just that tip alone, because the hot question in the industry is, you hear some of these people, I call them, like I said, the Instagram drivers. They tell you, go buy a truck right now. This is the time to buy a truck. When everybody who's really in the industry knows this is not the time to buy no truck.
Nope, freight's still low, diesel still high.
Down why this is really not a good idea to buy a truck in our current economy. Not saying in the future it might be different, but we're talking right now to now. Why would you say it's not a good time to purchase a truck?
Well, there's many factors. This economy is terrible right now. Not only that, but you got freight is low, diesel is high right now. Plus insurance, insurance alone. That's why me as an instructor and other instructors tell students, go get your experience, go get 6 months to a year of experience, because with you being a new driver, you're going to pay $3,100 to $3,500 in insurance alone. So you're basically going to be running freight up and down the road as a slave. So
to pay for that truck.
yeah, definitely. So you want to have a CDL before getting insurance. You want to have that experience under your belt before getting the insurance. So those are my tips, because it's just not a good time, because unless you can find dedicated freight or military freight, it's not really going to be a lot of money out here right now. And plus a little bit of money that you might get, guess what? You got brokers out here now that you got to look out for, because they're taking 40% off the top for doing nothing, for finding you a load. They're taking 40.
Wow. And so for everyone who's been asking that question, he is a real truck driver. He's out speaking. He's not only a truck driver, but he also is a trucker instructor. He goes out in the field on a regular basis, so he knows what he's talking about. I know many times we can get so caught up in what we see on social media, and you feel like because you have this vision, this dream to do X, Y, Z, understand that, because we all do. We have these aspirations, but you want to be wise with your money right now. So for those that really want to make an impact and also be wise with your money, this is not the time to purchase a truck. It may change in the future, but hey, follow CDL Shorty and look at his videos on YouTube. He the chronicles for the truck. He the chronicles. And I want to give a shout out to all the real CDL instructors and trainers and all the CDL schools who are really working hard to try to combat all of this misinformation and knowledge that's going out today, because social media can be good, but also it can be a two-edged sword, because you have people who are really giving how it is, and that's why I back and pull for Shetrucking. Give it to you like it is. But then you also have the other side that you need more information. They give you bits and pieces, so you can never get a full story on how to do X, Y, and Z, or they're not being totally transparent on how they really make their money.
Yes.
And so many people I have heard losing their homes because they put a second mortgage out in order to do this and that, and
Yes.
they're homeless for reasons that they shouldn't be. So I want you to do you have, because I really think highly of your recommendations, make sure you tell everybody about what you do, your school, with your training. But do you have any other CDL schools that you would like to mention that's really, up to par, where people can go to and get an education? Because I know they can get it from you, but is there any more?
Well, I mean, there's a few, out of North Carolina. One called CL Driving School in Indian Trail, North Carolina. There's another one that just started up called R&K Training Academy in Gastonia, North Carolina. There's one called Three Rivers out of Georgia with Miss Michelle. Those are really the only three that I'm really aware of. I have students, or not students, but I have just regular people that will hit me up on my YouTube page and tell me about other trucking schools. One reason why I'm so hesitant to really shout out a lot of schools, because the same schools or the same thing that I'm talking about as far as schools taking your money, not taking pride in a student, equipment's being nasty and broken down. So I've noticed that there's a lot of them out there. So that's why I don't really shout out a lot of schools, because I just want people to do their research. And I tell everybody, if those schools, if the equipment is nasty, if they're not going to take time, to teach you extra things, if they're if the instructors are always bragging about going home early and all that stuff, I tell students stay away from. You don't have to spend your money with that school, because for years these schools have been getting away with bad practices, bad training. V Lee on YouTube, she put a trucking school out, and it's in Austell, Georgia. I'm not gonna say the name, but she put them on blast because she went back to get her manuals and she opened the truck door and the truck door almost fell apart. It was nasty. It was held on by duct tape, and then the whole stick shift that you're supposed to learn how to shift on, the top of it was broken. So it's literally just a stick right there. And I'm like, this is a top trucking school in Atlanta. Like, they got a 5-star review, and I'm just like, how? And one of the things I've learned with these 5-star reviews is there are people that's out there that will pay a company for fake reviews. So you have to be aware of that too. Yeah, fake reviews. Yeah, it's a thing. Look it up. It's a thing.
No, I believe you, but dog. Like, really, people, we're talking, this is like serious business. I mean,
yes,
being on the road, being a truck driver is not something that should ever be faked, because people's lives are at jeopardy every time a truck come on the road, and vice versa. Every time a truck driver go on the road, they have to watch out for all the pedestrians who like to get in front of. Let me just say this right here real quick. Please, people, if you're driving a regular vehicle, stop getting in front of trucks, driving slow and stopping on your brakes.
Yeah, it takes a football field to stop that truck.
Yes. So listen, they can't stop on the dime like we can do with a regular Jeep or truck, or a regular truck, a regular people truck, not the old 18-wheeler or a car. So make sure that you give them the respect, the truck drivers, the respect on the road, because they're doing their job. Let them do their job without us getting all in. So if you see an 18-wheeler, respect them, give them enough room. You see them trying to turn in on the street, back up. Let them get in. Like, don't sit there and say, I wish they would hit me. No, bag up your car and let them get in, because they can be holding some life-saving equipment, food, or whatever, and due to you not want to back up can cause a holdup. Because trust and believe, if your family member needs something, life and death, and it's on the back of a truck, you will want to move out the way.
You know,
So,
Miss Tina, I'm glad that you said that because I would like to capitalize on that.
mhm.
You know, we don't go out of our way to be bad people. You know, us as truckers, we're the same people like you. We go home to our families. We like to tuck our kids in bed at night and stuff like that. So we don't go out of our way to be bad people, but society has made us look like we're bad people. And let me expand on that. I used to run the I-10 corridor a lot down in Louisiana and Texas. And if you're on the I-10 corridor, man, you'll look up and you'll see big billboards of insurance companies advertising, hey, if you've been hit by a truck, call us. We'll get you the biggest payday, blah, blah, blah. And it's this one guy called the Texas Hammer, and he's been killing truck drivers for years. And that's actually his brand. They go out of their way to look for truck drivers as doing bad. So that's another reason why I took it upon myself, and God gave me this blessing to fight for actual truckers, because every which way you look, we don't get enough credit. We're always blamed for stuff, and it's just not right, and it's not fair.
No, it's not fair. And that's why we put it on blast today. You don't got to say it. I'm going to say it because I'm freaking tired.
Yeah.
I'm freaking tired. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the truckers that keep this world going, even down to the military, because the truckers have to haul the ammunition, all the different things. So with that being said, what are just so people who are not a truck driver, who are not in support of it, don't know anything about the trucking industry, what are some things that truckers haul so that they can get it in layman's terms, so they can understand how essential truck drivers are to our life?
Okay, that's a good question as well. So to put it in layman's terms, we haul everything from your clothes that you get from Walmart, your groceries you get from Walmart. Man, the weirdest load I've ever picked up was my rookie year when I was working for Swift, and they sent me a load and just sent me directions. They didn't send me anything else. They sent me coordinates. I put my coordinates on my GPS, and it was out in the middle of a field in Arizona. And I had a drive-in trailer at the time, and they packed that drive-in trailer with hay that you put on the ground, hay that horses eat. And it was actually going to a distribution center. They was actually going to measure it out, put it in bales, and they was going to ship it out to the local Home Depots. So we carry everything from hay, your grass products, your field products, your housing products, your cleaning products, clothes that you got on your back, everything from food, nutrition, hospital equipment, everything. Truckers we carry cars. You got car haulers out there. So that brand new car that somebody might be driving that's watching this, guess what? It came off of a truck. It had to get transported from the factory to where you bought it from. It came off of a truck.
So you guys, with all that being said, please show some love to our truckers, okay? And show respect to them when you're on the road. Don't be trying to drive in front of them and slow down, because trucks can't stop on a dime like a regular vehicle can. If you see that they need to come into a park and they turning, they have to go out. Make sure you back up. If you can back up, show some respect, because literally everything that we have, from our food to our equipment to businesses that we run to educational books to medical supplies to animal things, because I always got these fur babies now. Listen, everything that we need, cell phones, it comes on the back of some truck, some haul. So keep that in mind the next time that you see a trucker and they're away from their families in order to help us have the life that we want to have. And they sacrifice for us every single day. We thank our military for everything that they're doing, but we need to make sure that we give the same respect that we give for our men in uniforms. We need to give the same respect for the ones that's driving these trucks, okay? Because literally, they keep the world turning around. And that goes from the higher level all the way to the bottom. And if you don't get anything from this, all my truckers that's watching and listening, listen. We appreciate you. We thank you for everything that you're doing, the sacrifices that you make on a day-to-day basis, the choices that you have to make. We greatly appreciate everything.
Yes. A lot of people like they like Drake, they like Beyonce, they like Toby Keith, all those. When your favorite artists go on tour, guess who's carrying that stage for them to perform on? It comes off of a truck.
Exactly. So you want to be having your Beyonce and your Usher and your Usher.
That's right.
You run for that truck. Y'all want to have a good old Super Bowl watching Alicia Keys rounded up on Usher. There, everybody got all a little uproar. You want to have that?
That's right. It came off a truck.
And so what we want to talk about a little bit more well, we already talked about that, but I want to just talk a little bit more about driver safety because, we laughed a little bit right now. We're going to get back on some driver safety. So driver safety inspections, levels, and the importance of the pre-trip because some people may not be doing their pre-trips. So let's talk about why they need to be doing this, why is this important, and these safety inspections, why they're so important for truck drivers.
So, you know how earlier in the interview I said that I always keep in touch with my old students?
Mm-hmm.
I just spoke with one of my old students probably about 2 days ago and just checked on him, see how he was doing. And he actually told me a real sad story that he's not in trucking anymore. And I asked him why. And one of the things he told me was, see, once you graduate CDL school and you go to these mega carriers, they put you with a trainer. You stay with the trainer for about a month or two, and the trainer teaches you the ropes because after CDL school, you still have a lot to learn about trucking. So that trainer is responsible for teaching you the ropes, teaching you how it goes, all of that. So you have to do your pre-trip every single day. I mean, I don't care if it's cold, rainy, you just got to do it. When I was out there, I sucked it up and I did it. This trainer that he was with wasn't doing a pre-trip. And the days that he did do the pre-trip, he was only skimming over it. So one day here recently, my student and the trainer actually was rolling down the road, and the mechanism that hooks the kingpin and the locking jaws to the trailer, they're supposed to hook around like that so that trailer doesn't come off of that tractor. Well, those springs and those locking jaws can go bad, and they have to be changed every so often. That's a lot of things that people don't know if you're not a mechanic. I had to learn that on the road myself. But they can go bad often, and when they go bad, when you go to hook up to a trailer, when you go to hook up to a trailer, these locking jaws won't latch. They won't latch. So they went to hook up to the trailer and it didn't latch. So they thought that it did because they didn't do an actual pre-trip inspection that day. Thank God, they made it all the way to their destination and that trailer didn't come off. But when they made it to the destination to back up, it came off right in the parking lot. And my old student told me that that company let him go. They let him go. They didn't let the trainer go. They let him go because the trainer blamed it on him. Now, how does that happen when you're the trainer? You're supposed to be teaching the student an actual pre-trip. So that's how important pre-trips are, because if that trailer would have came off while they were on the highway, that trailer could have killed a family. It could have killed someone, and that's how detrimental an actual pre-trip inspection is.
Wow. I love the way you speak. You speak in illustrations. So it remind me of Jesus in a little bit, because he said without an illustration, he will not speak to the people, because it actually helps us be able to have a visual picture of what is going on. And so when you did that demonstration, people who don't have any knowledge about trucking, they will be able to understand that. And so for those of you who are trucking now, please do your pre-trip. Yes. Because it can make a difference, not only dealing with your livelihood of being able to keep your job, but most importantly, you don't want to have blood on your hands for
Right.
being careless and someone loses their life, including yourself.
Right.
Including yourself. So this is the importance of safety, and thank you for that illustration. Is there anything else you would like to say? Because if not, I have some things that I would like to say. And I would like to thank you for being on the Shetrucking podcast today.
No, I just want to thank you guys for having me. I'm very passionate, and I wish the best for everyone out there that's listening. And if you're going to do a job, just do it right. Kobe Bryant had a saying once, and I actually watched this morning. He said one of the reasons why he was so great, and a lot of people thought that he was, closed off and everything, is because he didn't like to work with a lot of lazy people. And he saw people that were on his team that were coming to the gym late and they would leave early. And then a lot of people will say, well, why you don't pass us the ball? And Kobe was like, nah, bro, I seen you. I just witnessed you come in the gym yesterday late as hell and you left early. And you think I'm going to trust you with a last second shot? So your work ethic is everything in life. If you don't take pride in something, get out of that industry and find something that you take pride in and that you love.
Wow. That's some great. So thank you, CDL Shorty, for allowing us some time and also giving so many great tips for the rookie driver ones who's just beginning, and even for ones who maybe been in the game a long time, but they just got lackadaisical. Maybe they're saying, oh, I've been doing this for 10, 20 years. I already know I don't need to do a pre-check into so many miles. No, you need to be doing it on the regular.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for sharing all the information. Thank you for also being so hands-on as a CDL trainer, taking your students out with that real life application, letting them see, letting them do, letting them feel so that they can be better, effective drivers on the road. And that goes along with making sure that the safety is good, because if you have a driver that is well equipped, they will be safe. And so thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you for taking the time for I call you the Trucking Chronicles. I know. That's who I call you. For taking the time to go out to the trucking stops and actually sharing the voices of our drivers, men and women, that are doing it every single day and sacrificing on behalf of all of us.
To say, first of all, thanks for Shetrucking and Sheree Moore for allowing us to be here today. Also, everybody else here for making this event such a success. I am Donna Finney, and this is Tanner Massengill. We're with Commercial Insurance Associates here in Chattanooga, and we're here to talk about insurance. Insurance is one of the leading expenses for trucking companies today. And when it comes to insurance, it can be a little difficult to understand. During my years of working in the family trucking company, I know firsthand how confusing insurance can get. So today, we would like to review some of the most common areas of confusion. Tanner?
To begin, we'd like to discuss why insurance coverage is so expensive. In 2019, the commercial auto segment saw underwriting losses of over $4 billion. For nearly a decade, the commercial auto segment has been an unprofitable segment for insurers. For this reason, we expect to see rates continue to rise to compensate for these losses. Well, one may ask, what's driving losses? One factor is claims frequency. Based on findings from the National Safety Council, the number of large truck fatal crashes has increased by 40% from 2010 to 2019. Another factor is nuclear verdicts. A nuclear verdict is a jury award that is beyond what most would consider rational or reasonable. While there's no defined amount to be deemed a nuclear verdict, most would consider it to be a jury award above $10 million. These nuclear verdicts have been increasing at a staggering rate. Over the last 5 years, there have been nearly 300 nuclear verdicts, compared to just 26 from 2006 to 2011. Not only has the frequency of nuclear verdicts been increasing, but so has the severity. One study found that the average verdict size for a lawsuit over $1 million has increased by 1,000% from 2010 to 2018, rising from 2.3 million to 22.3 million. This has caused a number of large trucking operations to shutter their doors. But these verdicts aren't just affecting large trucking operations. RCX Solutions Incorporated is an example of a mid-sized fleet that was forced to close after a claimant was awarded a $23 million verdict. In lawsuits that went for the plaintiff, the most commonly cited factors were hours of service violations, lack of clean driving history, and driver fatigue. This leads us into our discussion on what insurance companies are looking at when they're quoting your insurance coverage. Behind me, you'll see the 7 most commonly used resources by underwriters. While all of these resources are important, today we're bound by limited time. So we'd like to focus our attention on a specific portion of the CAB report, because this is an area trucking companies can exert control over and see a direct reflection in their insurance premiums. First, what is a CAB report? CAB stands for Central Analysis Bureau, the name of the company that produces reports. You can think of a CAB report as essentially a credit report for a trucking company. These reports include comprehensive, up-to-date information on any motor carrier and their safety, finances, and overall operation. Some of the most important information that's found within these reports is taken directly from the FMCSA, and it includes calculations similar to your CSA score and the same 7 basic categories. Underwriters take violations in these basic categories very seriously. For some insurers, if you have more than 2 alerts, they will not consider quoting your company. For them, it's an automatic decline. While it's certainly debatable whether a CAB alert actually deems the trucking company unsafe, it's not debatable that a plaintiff's attorney could attempt to use this against you in court. An attorney could attempt to convince a jury that a CAB alert is the federal government certifying that your trucking operation is unsafe. The plaintiff's attorney could attempt to use every violation that your company has received in an attempt to elicit an emotional response from the jury. This is known as reptile theory. Reptile tactics are also a reason that we see so many nuclear verdicts today. Insurance companies take violations so seriously because it makes it difficult to defend your company in court, often resulting in higher payouts even when the verdict doesn't reach nuclear status. Unfortunately, this disproportionately affects small trucking operations more than any other category. Large trucking companies tend to be inspected often enough for good inspections to compensate for poor ones. And they also tend to have the financial resources to more regularly maintain and replace their equipment. For this reason, it's imperative that trucking companies keep a watchful eye on their violations and alerts. Every penny spent preventing violations through properly maintaining equipment, training drivers, and challenging inaccurate violations via the data queue system can reap major benefits on your insurance renewal. Like all commodities, insurance is heavily dictated by supply and demand. By getting preventable violations, you are reducing the number of insurers that are willing to look at your insurance coverage, reducing the supply of insurance that's available to you, and increasing your prices.
Okay. So now let me tell you why it's good to pick a good broker. Any broker can give you a quote, but not any broker is going to be able to understand your industry, is be able to help you manage violations and safety. They're also going to be able to help establish practices and procedures that will help prevent the violations in the first place. A good broker is going to know the type of coverage that you need. For example, what's the difference between trailer interchange and non-owned, and what's the best situation for you? They're going to have a dedicated team that understands the industry as well. At Commercial Insurance Associates, we have producers and teams that are specialized in the trucking industry. Not to mention, we are one of the top 100 agencies in the United States as ranked by the Insurance Journal. And just recently, we were featured as the Agency of the Month in the magazine Rough Notes. So today, I know that we're kind of limited on time and we don't want to take up that much. So we have probably just enough for one or two questions if somebody wants to ask any. Otherwise, if you would like to come to our booth, we're at booth 44 and we'll be more than happy to discuss insurance with you at that time.
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the Shetrucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guest today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed. And she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. You know, this year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, you know, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. You know, trucking is very cyclical, you know, so we have our up times and we have times where, you know, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more you know, the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make the opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, at a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and She is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. You know, at Shetrucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, what we'll probably get into later. So the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, So I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one
And I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working
Sure.
directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss, and so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible, and you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I run a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That I didn't even know you'd interested in a new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does it, when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge, and I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately. Especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes. So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD, meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or up front, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And
there are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research and, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
yes. And Google, even just a Google search in itself, because
yeah.
people are going to write reviews.
Yes, yeah. If they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So
yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So
yes.
can you tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017, we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that, I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% upfront and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning, where I had this small load. I think it was like a short little partial going just across town, and I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that, and I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit, because I'm like, I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah. I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage, and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
do that. Get your website. Get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start. Some booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many People don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And he'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And because
Yes.
what's it like getting new customers, Elizabeth? Everybody acts like that's
Well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, as business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
They're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that. We are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
okay, again, another great point. I love what you did there. And I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier, and I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, you know, and they're having a conversation with me. So even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never. So,
That's right. That's
great,
absolutely right.
great,
Yes.
great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. You know, we were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier, you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know the pain points you've had as a driver of, you know, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, you know, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, you know, now you're sitting there for, you know, you've missed your appointment or something, you know? So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you all day you're talking to your competition, and I mean, you know, as a carrier, what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes, yeah.
And so you know that that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes, yeah.
One of my favorite things that I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and I she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I love this conversation I had with her. I thought, you know, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You know, you offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big Ted head. So the rate was just out of the market, you know, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not gonna, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty. And you just said, you know, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl. I ain't paying you that. But, you know, I didn't know what you were going to say, because, you know, you get blasted sometimes. So,
yes,
like, what is she going to say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, you know, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that. But honestly, I could cover this load, you know, cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, you know, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, you know, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, oh, I don't have that much in it. You know, that what you care about. It's like, you're just like, you know, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, we could just talk that honestly instead of all this, you know, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes.
You know.
Well, I respect you so much, because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, you know, if I asked you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, but you're not afraid to quote something. And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. You know, they
what is happening when you think when they don't give you a number? What do you think is the?
That's a really good question. So I can't answer that, because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous, because really, you know, this is still business, you know, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this, and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and ask for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, you know, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay, because I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems. Like, what if you have, you're driving, what would you say, carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say you're a carrier, you knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like C.H. Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip, but also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and you know where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
Say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually.
This story.
So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using, and be able to see, okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because you know that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up, and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that, so.
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, hey, I saw you posted your truck, and how are you doing today? And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm doing great. How are you doing? You know, and
Yes.
it's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
You know, it's
there's such a
respectful.
yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head, and I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy.
Yeah.
If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls,
Yep.
and a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to like take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And, you know, I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver. I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he said, I'm not going to make the 8 o'clock pickup. And I said, oh my goodness. So, you know, we had an 8 o'clock pickup in Chicago or something like that. And, you know, I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT, and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I've said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy up there. That's not normally her area.
Right.
And I looked, and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And I called you, and, you know, you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And, but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted, that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through, because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, you know, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, you know, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with the fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial, but we'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, I know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. You know, there's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about getting, you know, becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier, and maybe they have one truck on their policy, and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part
Yeah,
of it?
very
Come out right?
helpful.
Okay.
Very
Okay.
helpful.
So,
so what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we
That's
as
a great
carriers
question.
can understand how to overcome,
Sure,
that
what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. If I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
Right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen, and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent somebody else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case they're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure one or two trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have an inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really, there are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort. If you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight, we will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight off. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome, it's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed an inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling. Because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business, and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given, and catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation, make sure, this is super important, make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. What are you going to do? You signed for that you received 4. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we've worked together a few times, and I want to see them succeed, and they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. I think one of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with. Yeah. So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if things don't check out.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here and talk a little bit about Shetrucking. One of the things I love about the Shetrucking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the Shetrucking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. Shetrucking has a Facebook group, Enjoying Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and, get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Enjoying Life OTR. So I can't, have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But yes, you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience. But I thought, man, I mean, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and, I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but
wow.
We had a great time. We went to this, we went to the city museum, which was this jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. We have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, $1,400 a night, or $1,400 for that week, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night, and I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving, and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that when you said too that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing. Is just, hey, let's team where we can, so that way we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012. But I also really enjoyed, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go? And sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we'd never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore, and I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable. But I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just a load that's a single load. We're going to run it fast, so we have free up a little bit of time, so we could, have some beach time. So communicating those desires to, and Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors, because we have so many great sponsors in Shetrucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about, and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistic companies achieve their growth by taking overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available, and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS, My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, one or two trucks, or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out, just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road, and, I've been sick this last couple of weeks, and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription, and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher, and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. You know, sometimes in trucking, we come up with against challenges and, you know, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee, and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will, or, you know, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this, because
absolutely. I really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you. And you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people. And because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here, whether you're a carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. You know, our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business. And I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunity. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both. But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, you know, I hope that, you know, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me, so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Shetrucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
Be strong.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
All right, welcome y'all to this episode, very, very special episode of Shetrucking Podcast, sponsored by TAFS. Today we have the pleasure of bringing on Megan Earhart. She is the Executive Vice President at Relay Payments. Welcome, Megan.
Thanks so much for having me today.
Thank you for being here. I got a little bit of a delay, so hopefully it doesn't affect our communication too much. As you can see, I'm in my semi-truck on the road.
Well, that's great. Hopefully you're parked safely.
Yes, I'm parked safely. For those of y'all who don't know me, a new face here on the podcast, I'm Gabrielle Simmons, the new Vice President of the Board of Directors at Shetrucking. So again, Megan, thank you so much for being here with us today. Tell us a little bit about your work at Relay Payments and the services you guys provide.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on. Excited to be here and to be able to chat with you today. So Relay Payments started 5 years ago, and it started with an idea by our co-founders of how do we revolutionize payments within transportation and logistics. And so they sat on warehouses and on docks and on truck stops, and they really had a ton of conversations with drivers, with fleet managers, to try to figure out what was an area that people really didn't like that we could get into. So we started with lumper payments, have really worked to do amazing things there. We're in under 5 years, we've been accepted at 98% of the warehouses in the US. And we do about 30% plus of the lumper transactions across the country. So we started there, built a customer base, and really in any business, right? You guys are doing it as well with Shetrucking. Is you've got to get people who believe in you. You've got to get in front of people that trust you, people that will give you feedback. And we built it. And then what we said is, okay, are there other areas that we can help you? And we had customers come to us. And so then we ventured into a product called Relay Direct, where we move money between brokers and carriers and drivers and factoring companies. And we move that money to make it a much more seamless process. And then also we've gotten involved in fuel. So cardless fuel payments. I know we were chatting on it right before we got on, but you know, the plastic, there's just so much opportunity for fraud, for losing it. There's just so many places where it could go wrong. And I mean, you're on the road and things could go wrong with you, right? Today, tomorrow, yesterday. And we want to take that stress and that anxiety out of what drivers face every day, while also giving the trucking companies the knowledge that it's fraud free. So we have been live out of stealth mode, I should say, since June of 2023, which is really fun that we can now use, you know, almost a year ago. And we have not had a single fraudulent transaction, not a single one. And that's really something that we're proud of. Makes life easier on drivers, makes life easier on the fleet managers. And the biggest thing is it just takes everybody can take a breath when they have to think about fuel. There's enough in trucking that folks have to worry about right now. And we make sure we take one less thing off the plate.
Yeah, no, that's really awesome. As a driver, you know, myself, just the thought of losing my fuel card, what a huge inconvenience that is. You know, but the service you guys offer with it being completely cardless, then we never, ever, ever have to even worry about that. Because that could be the difference between us being able to continue down the road or not, you know? So that's really awesome. And I think a lot more companies have started to do that as well. So it's great that you guys kind of have been ahead of the ball game with that.
Yeah, it's been fun because you see people trying to break into it. And then you see new generations getting into trucking, right? That are used to paying on their phone. They're used to doing transactions without having to worry about it. I mean, I can make fun of myself, right? But probably about 6 months ago, I walked into a grocery store and had one of our daughters with us, and I go to pay and realized, oh, I took my credit card out the night before and gave it to my husband. That's a problem when you're sitting there and they've rung everything up and they don't take Apple Pay at that particular grocery store. And so, you know, I'm sitting there turning beef beet red. And having the conversation of, I promise I can pay for this, let me figure this out. And then when we have to go through that, I can't imagine drivers having to deal with that all the time.
Yeah, no, it's actually happened to me where my fuel card didn't work and I had to use my credit card, and it's so stressful. Then I'm like, okay, well, how can I get it to work? Not with Relay. I don't have a Relay fuel card, but it was very frustrating to the point where I spent 3 days using my credit card just to get fuel, because my fuel card wouldn't work and they had to send me a new one. So yeah, definitely a problem solved by having it all be digital for sure.
Yeah.
Also, I want to
we
take a
hear
quick
that
second.
a lot from folks. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I think I do have a delay. So
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. I just wanted to thank Relay Payments, your company, for being a sponsor of Shetrucking from 2022 to 2023. And your guys' continued support to the foundation has been incredible. So we thank you for that.
absolutely.
So another question we have for you is, what would you say to women who may be considering a career in the trucking, logistics, transportation industry, be it any type of position, driver or working in a company that supports the logistics industry? What would you say to these women?
Say do it. Right? Like jump in there, figure out a way to get on a truck, experience it. If you're at a university, do an internship, right? Try to work on a dock or a warehouse, or try to work for a trucking company and see what it's really like. If you're not in college, I think that there's also amazing opportunities, whether it's a welder, right, that can get in a maintenance shop and do amazing things with a fantastic equipment. I think that that's a great way to do it, or to go and become a driver and be able to see what that is. I like it when people can, try on careers and have the opportunity to see like what life is really like, what life is like. Like, I've been out before. I will say I've never spent the night in a truck, but I have been out and been like, recognize how important it is on where you're parked, right? Like, are you safe? Are you in a good place? Is there lighting? I get all of that, but I learned that over time. And so I think talking to people now with social media, with you guys, you all open up people's eyes to a lot more than could be when I started in transportation, right? Like, I had to walk into a bullpen basically and like figure out what the words meant. Now we have the ability to learn things different ways, which is just incredibly exciting. But I have a daughter who's 17, and we also have a 14-year-old, but the 17-year-old is trying to decide what to do for college. And I'm like, hey, go into business. And 2 of the final schools she's looking at have supply chain. And I'm like, hey, get a minor in it. Like, knowing about transportation is never going to hurt you in your career. Get that experience, see what it's like. Because I mean, for me, it was like basically a drug. I got into trucking and just didn't want to let go. And there's always things that you can fix and learn, and things change, and you can be a part of that change, like what I'm doing now at Relay. And I would say any female that wants to do it, go do it.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit more about that. Like, how did you get into this space to begin with, of the trucking industry?
I would say it's a lot of luck and being in the right place at the right time, and then really keeping a very open mind. So I worked for a hardware software company for about 7 years, and then went to work for Pilot. And at Pilot, went in as a project manager within IT, was learning all of that, and then the merger happened with Flying J. And I was lucky enough and privileged enough and raised my hand enough times to say, can I help, to get put on that merger team. And through that, I got the opportunity to figure out, hey, how are we going to buy fuel on minute one? Right? Like, you don't think about that, right? Like these two huge companies that have travel centers and they're hauling fuel all around the country. But like really, truly, when you merge them, how are you going to buy the fuel that needs to go to the truck stops? And I got put on that team and was able to go jump on a truck in Louisville, Kentucky during that time. I ended up getting really involved in trucking, running logistics, running dispatch, bringing that technology in. And then we purchased an oilfield services company, and I was able to go out in the oil fields and do trucking in the oil fields. And so I have a pair of steel-toed boots that still have, I like to say, oil from every major shale and shale region in North America, and cowgirl boots that have the same, and I absolutely love it. And I just kept getting more involved. Ended up going into sales at Pilot in late 2013, and it was supposed to be fast. I wasn't supposed to stay there for 8 years like I did. Took on various things and got to go sit in with trucking companies, talk to trucking companies, talk to drivers, listen to them, talk to fleet managers, talk to CEOs, and it just broadened it. But I had the ability to do that because I had been on the ground, not like you, Gabrielle, but I'd been on the ground and I'd spent the time and I'd listened to folks, and then came over to Relay Payments a little over 2 years ago and have been part of the executive leadership team to really bring us forward and figure out the products that we want to do to help the industry. And it's just a lot of fun. But the biggest thing, if I were going to wrap it into one sentence, I said yes a lot.
I love that. I love that. Okay, I was muted for a second. No, I love that. Just saying yes, you know, and being a woman in a male-dominated industry, I'm sure you experienced maybe some pushback, maybe some doubtful spirits around that, you know, are like, what is this woman doing here in our space? But you, like you mentioned, getting out there in the oil fields and experiencing the industry in a way that a lot of people never get to. You mentioned Louisville, Kentucky, and I'll take a second here just to mention the Mid-American Truck Show, woohoo, that's coming up at the end of this month, the 21st through the 23rd. Shetrucking, we will be there. Come visit us at our booth. As you can see on the screen here, there's our booth number. And again, we want to thank our sponsor, TAFS, for their continuous support with this podcast and supporting us in our getting set up at the truck show that we have coming up. So you guys won't be there, is that right? You won't be this year?
We will not this year. We had a big presence last year, brought a bunch of people in, but it's the same time as truckload carriers. And so that's down in Nashville, and just couldn't figure out how to pull off both and still get everything else done. So we'll hate that we miss it.
Yeah, we'll miss you guys being there. We're going to take a quick second here for a little commercial break, and then I'll get back and ask you some more questions.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh,
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh, God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And now we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
All right. So part of the Mid-American Truck Show, as the quick little commercial there, is announcing new things, right? Announcing what our companies are working on. And we will be announcing the first ever Shetrucking magazine that will be coming out, and we will have some physical copies at our booth. So make sure you guys come and see us. Also, we are still accepting sponsorship. If you guys want to donate, just go to shetrucking.com, and that will be much appreciated for all of the hard work that goes into creating the magazine and our future magazines that will be coming out as well. Megan, if you could share with us some of the new and exciting things that Relay Payments is working on, if you're allowed to give us a little bit of insight.
I can definitely do that. So we're continuing to grow our fuel payment platform, and we are bringing on merchants. We're at 1,500 merchants right now, continuing to bring those on. And we've got some, I'll say, very nice, larger chains that we're working on right now that should be live relatively soon. So we're working on those. Really exciting thing happened today in that world. And I think probably most of your audience would know that Maverick, which, if you know the Rocky Mountains, fantastic chain out there, they bought the Come and Goes in, right about a year ago. And we went into our first Come and Go today. So we tested the transaction. So we'll be rolling out to all those, which is very exciting. And then we just continue to build our customer base with fuel. And why that is so helpful is because, like I said before, we're selling, we're building, we're listening to our customers, and our customers are sending us referrals. So they're sending us their friends. And I got 4 text messages today of, hey, I just talked to this guy, and he's got 40 trucks, or he's got 90 trucks, or he's got 10 trucks, or he's got 2 trucks. And call them right now, or call on Thursday. They're expecting your call. And that's exciting for us, right? The fact that our customers would take time out of their day to talk about us, and then to give us a referral and say, hey, my buddy wants this. You need this. You don't realize you need it, but you need it. So that really excites us here at Relay Payments, because that's the best kind of advertising, when someone says you should have this. So that's really fun. Relay Direct continues to build. So that's the payment and running those payments through for our brokerage customers to their carriers, and then being able to do that in the right way. Like I said, with a fuel transaction, making sure that that money goes to the right person is critical. And then, I know I said it before, but the fact that we have not had a single fraudulent transaction says a lot to our IT team. I'll give them love and support. They've thought through things. They continue to adapt and adjust to what they're seeing. And they're doing things that others that have been in the market for 30 or 40 years haven't been able to do. And that's fun to be a part of, and fun for me, having been in the industry so long. It's really fun to see it and to be able to help the industry out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love it. Love that you guys are growing and expanding what seems to be super quickly. So congratulations to you guys on all the growth and future growth that I'm sure we will see. Another question for you. This is one of our last questions we have here. Have you had any female mentors to kind of help you in your journey? Be it, back when you were in sales or in IT, did you have any mentors that guided you? And do you feel like that's an important part of your success?
Yeah, I think it's important to have mentors. I think it's important to have sponsors. I think it's important to have people that'll hit you upside the head with a 2x4 when you're not being very smart. And I've had all of those. and sometimes they're the exact same person. And yes, absolutely. I think it starts, with family, right? And who you see. And I had a grandmother that was an x-ray tech from back in the 40s and was a widow in her 30s, and she worked 2 to 3 jobs, right? Like she was so focused on that, put forth the idea of hard work gets you places and it matters. She believed that doing things keeps you young. She was in her 70s and still an x-ray tech, and she would tell 60-year-olds, you're old because you act old. And so I think like that started it. My mom was also just a powerhouse nurse, and she showed me like what it took to step outside the classic aspect of nursing and do other things and to lead people and to come up with ideas. So that really mattered from female mentorship and seeing it, right? Seeing it every day. My dad pushed me extensively and told me I could do whatever I wanted to, and really pushed me to see things differently and to be able to go after what I wanted. That started it, and then it continued to build. And in my career specifically, I have had males and females that have been a part of my journey, that have stood next to me. 98% of the time of my career, even before I got in trucking, was male dominated. I went to a school where there were 3 guys to every girl. I have been in a male dominated life pretty much forever. And I had situations, not dangerous situations, but situations where people would say something, or they'd make a derogatory comment, or it was something that, you just want to come on, like your mom raised you better than that. Your dad definitely raised you better than that. And you step back from it and you look at it. And I had people next to me more times than not that called it out before I had to. And usually they were male. And they said that, like, come on, like, we're not going to do that. It said other more colorful language. Let's leave it at that since we are live. But really stood up for me and said, you deserve a spot at the table. You deserve to have your ideas heard. I read an article the other day that said men interrupt. That's what men do. It is how their brain works. What's interesting is when I started pointing it out and saying, hey, like I've been interrupted like 6 times in the last 20 minutes. People started paying attention to it, and others would comment, and I had females, and what we'd say is, hey, when we see it, we're going to say, hey, why don't we go back to Gabrielle? Gabrielle, what were you just saying? And we call it out and make people aware of it, not aggressively, right? Because that creates a whole nother set of problems, but in a way that was like, hey, we're paying attention and we're supporting each other. So I definitely had that. And then I had people that took me under their wings and allowed me to ask the stupid trucking questions, right? Allowed me to call them and toss ideas around without judging me. I think regardless of industry, that's really important. And then what I've allowed that to do is our daughters have seen that. Our daughters have been able to address it. Now, sometimes aggressively, sometimes against us. I think one of our daughters started negotiating at like 3.5. That got uncomfortable. My husband was like, you started it, you did this. Which I admit, but it's serving them well now. So I think you just sort of take all those different aspects, but absolutely mentors and supporters and sponsors and people that really just pulled me up and pulled me with them. And that's been very fun to be a part of, especially to look back on.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. From your family to the people that you've worked with, it sounds like you've had a lot of support, and I'm sure that has paid into why you've been so successful in your journey in this industry as a whole. What does Women's History Month that we are in now, the month of March, and upcoming Women's International Women's Day, I always get that backwards. What does Women's History Month mean to you?
Yeah, I love it. I love that we have different months that celebrate people and the diversity and the inclusion, as it should be every day. But what it means to me is celebrating. One day before March 1st, so on February 29th, JB Hunt put a woman in as CEO, or announced it, and Shelly Simpson will be that. Shelly is a very dear friend of mine. And in industry, she's all the things I talked about for me: a mentor, a sponsor, a 2x4 across the head when I need it. And I love being able to celebrate that. Lifting people up, pulling people along, sharing ideas. And I think Women's History Month gives us a chance to do it, and it be intentional, it be genuine, it not come across as self-serving in any way, but really being able to say, hey, Gabrielle, great job. Great job out there. You are doing amazing. What do you need? How can I help you? And being that every day is how we should be. I just think that in this particular month, we take an extra moment for women and say, all right, how can we help each other? How can we make sure no one interrupts? How can we build together, grow together? And I do it. But, you know, I think about my friends, and they are in all different industries, completely different industries, and we still have the same problems. We still encounter it because we're mamas, and we work, and we travel, and there's all these things that build up on us, and we can talk through it together, and we can support each other and be like, hey, I have no idea about the words you just talked about, but I have been in that situation before. Or call someone up and say, I have no idea. But last night, I'll give you an example. Last night, like I said, our daughter's trying to decide what she wants to do. And a very dear friend of mine from college sent me a text and said, I've been thinking about your daughter all day. I know she's having a hard time deciding. She's been in one of the industries that my daughter's thinking about. And she said, can I be her mentor? And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, absolutely. And I didn't have to ask. She has a daughter too that's in college. And I didn't have to ask. It was just like, hey, I've been thinking about your daughter all day and I want to help. And that's what I think is super special that we just need to embrace more of. But it's a good month to remember that we need to do those things.
Yes, absolutely. That is such a great offer. You know, usually it's hard to find mentors, but for her to just offer that to your daughter, like you mentioned, having a mentor is super, super important for all of us, just in life, you know,
yes,
outside of just our work, but just in life, to have somebody who can bat us upside the head with a 2x4 sometimes when we need it, or just
yes,
direct us in the right way. And I would second that. I love that in the month of March, you know, us as women, we pay a little bit extra attention to being there for each other, caring for each other, offering a listening ear, because we do get caught up. I know I personally get very caught up in life and the road and work and all of the things that we're juggling on a day-to-day. But this month, seeing all the different events that we get involved in, and all the ways that we come together is beautiful. Do you have any International Women's Day or Women's History events that you're a part of this month?
You know, at Relay, we've got, we're a smaller size company. We've got about 140 people, but we've got a strong presence in Atlanta, and we're doing a happy hour on Thursday night to really just celebrate each other. And we do it about once a month, but it was great that it was able to be timed perfectly with International Women's Day, and just support each other, right? Like we come in our world, we come from all different walks of life. We bring different things to the table at Relay, which makes Relay so much stronger because we do that. And it's just sort of fun to be able to go do that and, have a happy hour, grab some appetizers, and, cheer what we've done together so far at Relay, but also who we are, and really who we're bringing up with us. So
Yeah, love it.
How about you? Do you have any with Shetrucking? I should have asked.
Not really. I mean, the mats is kind of going to be like our big, like celebrating each other and our new board of directors coming together. Just all of us being able to stay in a place together while we're out there in Louisville. I'm sure we're going to make some time outside of working for the event for the Mid-American Truck Show. We're going to make some time to celebrate each other. And that's also why we're releasing the magazine this month, our first ever edition, as to highlight all of the incredible women that are part of Shetrucking, and yourself as well. So I'm going to ask you a tough question that we like to ask in the industry. And I'm sure you've answered it many times over, but what would you say is the future of the trucking industry? What do you foresee happening in transportation as a whole?
Well, truckers are eternal optimists. It's the only way we survive. And I think the biggest thing is for the last 15 to 18 months, trucking's had it hard. Going from everyone like writing on bridges for truckers and putting thank you drivers everywhere coming out of COVID, to how the last 15 to 18 months have been for the industry, where it's just been really hard to make ends meet in trucking. And so I believe in the people that I talk to, and you look at all the data and you listen to all of the really smart people, and I think that we'll come out of it this year. When, I don't know, but I do think that we will. What I truly believe is that if a driver or a trucking company or a trucker can make it right now and stay in business, when rates increase, they're going to skyrocket. Like they are going to go back to epic levels of bringing in revenue and being able to control profit, because if they can make it right now with how low rates have been for how long they have been, then they know how to truck. And because of that, they're going to do great when rates increase. So I see resilience in the industry. That's probably the biggest thing. I see a huge amount of resilience within the industry, probably more so than other downturns. Trucking is seasonal, cyclical, capital intensive, low margin, high turnover. 5 things they tell you never to start a business with, if you have one, and trucking has all 5. And so it's hard, and it's always been hard, but it's been really hard for a while. And truckers are resilient. They are eternal optimists, but I feel like if they're making it right now, if you're making it right now, you are going to it's going to be like a absolute hockey stick when rates come back.
Technical difficulties, getting unmuted. I totally agree. And I like to compare it to the stock market. You don't buy in, not that I'm giving any type of financial advice, but typically you don't buy in when it's up, you buy in when it's down. And so that's why me, myself, and my business partner, we have taken this time when rates are low and equipment is less expensive to dive in heavier, to buy more equipment and grow and expand our trucking company. So, yeah, that's a very good point. All of the drivers and companies that are in the industry right now experiencing this rough time, learning to incorporate new things like what Relay offers with your payment services and the financial services, just learning to incorporate new things so that our businesses can stay afloat is super important. So that's a very, very good point there. I'm going to take another quick break here just for a second and do a quick commercial, and we'll be right back.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
All righty, welcome back. So I just want to thank you so much for being here with us today with Shetrucking. I know you've had the opportunity to meet with our founder, Sheree Moore. I haven't yet had the pleasure to meet you in person, but I definitely look forward to staying connected with you as we grow, as a company here at Shetrucking, and as you guys continue to grow. Real quick, can you tell us how drivers can get the fuel card?
Absolutely. Go to relaypayments.com and also can call 1-877-735-2910. That's our 24/7 365 customer service. We answer in under 30 seconds. We won't put you through the massive wait times. And they can help as well. So again, that number is 877-735-2910. And thank you for having me. This has been great. Love Shetrucking, love what you guys are doing, and happy to be on today and look forward to doing more with you guys in the future.
Thank you so much. Before we head out, just going to thank our sponsors. Again, this podcast is sponsored by TAFS for the month of March and April as well. Their continued sponsorship into our support for the Mid-American Truck Show. Also want to thank our sponsors as part of the First Magazine, Brandon Johnson, John White with MHC Kenworth, and Nate Johnson as well. Thank you guys so much for your contributions to the Shetrucking Foundation. We really appreciate it. That is it for today's podcast, guys. Be sure to reach out to Relay Payments, Relay Direct with your payment needs. And we'll catch you guys next time. Peace and love.
Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs
DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. Ah.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Welcome to the Shetrucking podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall and I'm your host, and we have a great show for you today. My show is called Enjoying Life OTR. I care a lot about work-life balance, and I really want to do things that are going to help us to stay focused on the work, but also get rested and refreshed in our downtime as well. You know, I drive a 26-foot box truck, and I'm an OTR driver. I have my own authority. I have since the very beginning. I'm still a new baby in the trucking industry. I've only been driving for about 2.5 years, but I love this industry. You know, I love to travel. I love to get outside the truck and explore the places that I'm visiting, and it's a challenge. You know, we always have to struggles about truck parking and trying to find, you know, our hours of service and, you know, just being exhausted when we get done with our long drive. But, you know, we need to have a life outside the truck too. So I really care about those things and creating work-life balance. And for me, it's all about, you know, maintaining my business in a way that I can still not be too stressed out, not be too overwhelmed with the business of trucking, where I just can't function for my family and my friends and my downtime when I'm not driving. So I care a lot about work-life balance, and I want to be able to provide drivers with fun things to do outside the truck and make it streamlined and more easy. I have a Facebook community that's called Enjoying Life OTR. I also have a website where we'll be posting pictures and things that we've been able to do while we're on our downtime. You know, I understand that it's a challenge to get outside the truck. You know, there's the truck parking is a challenge. You know, like I'm in Chicago right now, and I did a lot of research trying to find some fun things to do this weekend, but decided to do, you know, laundry and get caught up on some bills. And, you know, we need to do that sometimes, but every once in a while we find ways to make it work, and we get outside the truck and do something fun. Yesterday morning, I just popped in Google search and I said, park near me. And I found a park that was right by me. And there was a little truck stop right there, and I had to walk about half a mile, and I got to see this beautiful, gorgeous lake. There was these beautiful ducks were flying in there, and just sat there. That video with those leaves, that was on my stop yesterday. So I spent a couple hours there. I was on my 34, so I was on personal conveyance, and I just wanted to spend some time outside the truck. And when I got to hike around this beautiful lake, and I just had a great time, and it was really refreshing for my soul. I've been running hard the last 6 days, and I was worn out, and I just needed to spend some time outside the truck. It was starting to feel a little bit more like a prison than work. So I was really happy to get to see those sights. That was the first day of fall, and I got to see those beautiful leaves and lights catching through there. So it was a lot of fun. Anyway, those are the things that I care about. And I also care about the business of trucking. I love this industry. I love negotiating freight rates, and I love studying the different markets, because that has a direct impact on, how well I'm providing for me and my family. So I care about the business of trucking as well. I self-dispatch, so I am constantly on the phone and wheeling and dealing and trying to find the best places for me to go next. And I love all of that. I love the freedom of being able to pick where I'm going to go next. Freight rates are pretty rough right now. And a lot of truckers are struggling, even company drivers. I mean, I see even in our community that their driver will post that, they're getting a pay cut, and they're wondering if they should leave that company or go somewhere else. And a lot of drivers are really struggling. So I think more than ever, we need to be really intentional about self-care. We need to be really intentional about ways that we manage our stress. We need to be really intentional about taking care of our bodies. Because all of these stressors that we have in our job, because the job itself, just driving a big rig down the road, is very stressful, and dealing with traffic and schedules and deadlines and docking and, four-wheelers, all that stuff. So we want to be really intentional to take care of ourselves when we can, and do some good self-care. We have a really great show today. I'm going to introduce our guest to you in just a few minutes, but I want to tell you a little bit about what I have learned from her and how it has impacted me personally. Every now and then, as an owner, I have an issue that I might need some legal advice, or I need I have some questions that I need to ask somebody, and I just don't know where to turn. I often think about, I'm watching a movie sometimes, and I watch this family, they're rich, and they've got a family lawyer that they're going to call when they have a question about this contract, or, they're having an issue with the IRS, and, somebody's, suing them. They call the family attorney. They just hop on the phone and they call that person. And I always kind of laugh about that. I'm like, that must be nice to be able to just pick up the phone and call your family attorney. For me, when I'm having a struggle with a question like that legally, or I will sometimes, get on my Facebook community, or I chat with my social media, and I'll say, hey, anybody know a lawyer, because I have a question and I just want to run this by him. It's just going to take a few minutes. And, somebody, never fails. Somebody will say, well, I didn't go to law school, but, I took a contracting class. Maybe I could answer your question. And, so I get somebody that's trying to help me, but it's really not legal advice that I wanted. So one thing I love about Sue, our guest today, she has a program that's going to be able to help us to have legal counsel that's available while we're on the road, even if we're not trucking. Like there's some, I'm 57 years old, and I've got some financial things that I need to get in order. And it's just a lot of questions that I have that are beyond my skill set. So I'm going to bring on our guest, Sue Adams. She is with Legal Shield. Sue, welcome to the show. We're real excited to have you here, and we can't wait for you to share the things that you have about the products that you're offering our community. Sue, welcome to the show. I'd love for you to tell everybody how you got connected with.
Thank you so much, Cindy. I'm happy to be here. Sheree and I, so my husband and I, since 2016, we sold everything and we began full-time RVing, and we haven't looked back and have no intentions of quitting anytime soon. So back in about 3 years ago, we were coming back to Michigan, which is where we're from. We're here typically in the summer to see our kids. And I said to my husband, you know what? Let's stop in Chattanooga for a couple nights. There's this amazing young woman, Sheree, who has Shetrucking, and I showed him the Facebook. I said, I just need to meet her. So we had been communicating, and so we met. And she took me on a tour of her training facility, her truck driving school in Chattanooga, and took me around town, and we went to lunch and just had a great time. So that's how we met.
Well, Sue, you're involved with Legal Shield and now a partner with the Shetrucking community and our Shetrucking Foundation. What I love about Legal Shield is there's so many ways that you could benefit our community, whether it's somebody, a driver like me that owns my own trucking company, or just somebody that's a dispatcher. I mean, really everyone could benefit from the services of Legal Shield. Would you mind giving us a little bit of an overview about Legal Shield and maybe tell us how you started working with this company and why it's important to you personally?
Oh my God, yes. So we have been, my husband and I, with the company with Legal Shield since 2005. And before that, we were in a traditional brick and mortar auto body business with 30 employees, doing the Google decision thing. Well, we didn't have Google back then. That was over 20 years ago. So I guess we were just doing the guess and hoping it worked. Well, it doesn't work. We ended up, so we were refinancing our commercial property, which included some environmental challenges with our building. And we should have had a qualified attorney. We didn't, because the contracts were written by an attorney, just not ours. And we ultimately ended up filing personal bankruptcy due to our decisions. So that was the first. And then my dad passed away years ago without a will. And he had a massive coronary, 58 years old. He figured he was going to live forever because he was healthy. And he didn't have a will. And my mom and him were married for years. Everything was joint, but she still had to jump a lot of hoops to get some things straightened out with. Had he had estate planning done, that wouldn't have happened. And being a full-time RVer, we are 65 foot long with the vehicle we pull. And I have a huge respect for truckers. I mean, we get cut off all the time. And just the little bit we drive, the miles, we don't drive anything like truckers do. So I imagine what they go through. And if they're in an accident and it's a tragic accident, that's not a good thing. And when I learned about Legal Shield, one of the plans, I could go, we have commercial driver legal plans. So we take care of things from the from just small things to tragic things. So with the commercial driver legal plan, you have a transportation law firm. So you call one law firm in one state, and they connect you with a law firm across the United States, wherever you got a citation. So, and I'm going to read some things just so I don't miss any, because when you and I were talking, you said they were important. So if
before you share those things, let me make sure I'm understanding about the service that you offer. Okay. I have a question already, and then to interrupt you too. Okay, so how does this work for, like, if there were, somebody that like me, a truck driver, I own my own trucking company, and how does the services work? It's like a monthly fee, or is it just a one-time thing that I pay as I use, or how is it set up to make it affordable? I know you said it was a more affordable option. How does that work?
How it works, great question. It is a month-to-month service, so all we sell is service. And you call the provider law firm, you pay once a month. And for the commercial driver legal plan, we have two plans. One runs $1.08 a day, so $32.95. And the other one runs $1.48, which is $44.95. So it depends on your needs. And that's why I always ask people, the website is going across the bottom, but I always ask people, my contact information is on every page of that website. Please do not hesitate to reach out and ask questions.
Well, Sue, tell our audience a little bit about, we have truck drivers in here, we have dispatchers, we have brokers, we have recruiters. Our audience is a wide range of people in the field. Tell us a little bit about this commercial driver legal plan and what kind of benefits this will offer for the drivers.
So we have from trivial to the traumatic. So we have tragic accident. So if you're in a tragic accident and you get charged with manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, you have coverage. You have a law firm for that. You have moving violations. You just snap a picture of the violation, upload it through your app. We all have apps. And it goes to the law firm and they contact you.
That's awesome. Those moving violations really affect our insurance. So whenever we get a moving violation, we want to do everything we can to keep that off our record and keep a clean driving record. So that in itself is a huge benefit.
Your insurance and your livelihood, because with the moving violations, the points, and they cover the DOT and non-moving violations. So some of those are for logbook, overheight, hazardous material, equipment violations, overlength, overwidth, overweight, load spillage, permit violations, no medical card, no insurance, no motor carrier authority. So, I mean, it pretty much, you have CSA consultation, through the commercial driver, and then you have some family coverage there as well. Because
that's pretty incredible. A lot of services that they offer available to drivers, and I would imagine this would really lower our stress when we're having a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because when you're on the road, you're being taken care of. How it works, it's through collective buying power. So everybody pays, and the attorneys, they are paid in advance. So they're there to serve you, not bill you.
I love that. So it really is like that, like I described in that movie, where they just call their attorney and they can handle it. We would have our own attorney. It's very reasonable. I mean, for just a little over $30 a month, we could have, I don't have to be calling somebody on Facebook that says they took a contract law class one day and not even an attorney. I can talk to a real attorney to handle my issues. So what about with contracts and things like that? That you would be able to help, like, read over those contracts and things. Is that services available for?
Yes, you have contract and document review. So we have the commercial driver legal plan. So that's for you and your truck, and then some family coverage. We have we actually have 3 small business plans for just the business. And that depends on your needs. So the cost is $49 to $189 a month. So there's 3 choices there, but it depends on your needs. So you choose the services. So it's, and
well,
then
that's a great benefit too. A lot of truckers have, a side hustle, and they have other businesses. Like they could have a small business. Like I have a small trucking company. It's just me, so that's considered small business, obviously. But many times we have another business that we're doing on the side as well, where we may need some assistance. So that could all fall under the small business plan.
yes, in your case, Cindy, since you're the only owner, you
Yes.
could actually do the family legal plan, which covers you personally, with the home-based business supplement, which covers your business.
Okay, I see. There's a lot of overlap on
Yeah.
some of these. So it's really helpful, Sue. I think that you're available to answer questions, because I would assume that everybody's situation is a little bit different, and they may need some help deciding which of these plans are a good fit for them. Is that something
Yes.
that you can help with?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because not everyone's situation is the same. And I would rather have a consultation with someone so they don't overbuy and get what they need.
Yeah, that's good. Now I see on the screen there that it was 5 reasons to make a will. Sue, I'm 57 years old. So when you told the story about your father, I was like, it really kind of freaks me out. I don't have a will, and I don't have a lot of assets, but I do have a few things, and I don't have like a medical directive or anything. Are those services that will be fitting under the Legal Shield? And what kind of plan would you recommend for doing those types of things?
That you would be able to get under the family plan and the commercial driver plan, depending on which one you and your spouse or significant other, if you're in the same household, are covered, and you would get the will, the medical directive, and the financial power of attorney, and you can update it once a year for free.
So if somebody aggravates you, you want to cut them out of the will, you just make a phone call. I'm cutting you out of the will.
I do. I do.
Truck drivers have one of the most important jobs in America today. Why are there so many trucks on the road? Because almost everything we wear, eat, or use is delivered by a truck driver. The Legal Shield Commercial Drivers Legal CDL plan was developed to help commercial drivers by providing access to a lawyer for your most common legal needs. Let's face it, you're a professional driver, but you can't know every state, county, municipality, or federal law and regulation. For about $1 a day, you'll have access to a law firm in your corner to help keep your CDL record clean and your CSA points low. Being a commercial driver comes with unique responsibilities. Access to legal services is more important than ever to keep you on the road and protect your bottom line. As a Legal Shield CDL plan member, you're entitled to defense for alleged violations on charges related to logbook, over length, overweight, over height, over width, no medical card, no motor carrier authority, load spillage, radar detector, hazardous material, expired inspection sticker, equipment violations, no placard, no insurance, and permit violations. Because we know how important your CDL is, we cover you in your personal vehicle too. Don't wait. Enroll today and have peace of mind, knowing you have access to legal services just a phone call away.
Wow, that is incredible. All of the services that they have available for the drivers. I mean, it's really so many things, and those are all stressors for all of us, like worrying about having to get those things taken care of while we're still driving, because that's the other issue. Sue, I have a question. I was thinking as I was watching that list of things. So say a driver has a violation and then they they take a picture of that and they send it into Legal Shield. Will they have to go to court, or how does that work? What will be the role that the driver plays, and what will be the role that the attorney plays in getting those violations taken off when they're, coming up against a deadline to get those things resolved?
The law firm's goal is to keep the driver on the road and not have to go to court. So they do their best to keep them on the road and take care of it for them.
So I guess there may be
And they-
some times where the driver would have to go, but a majority of the time the lawyer would go on your behalf.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's really great.
Yeah, they know when a driver is off the road, they aren't making money. So they do their best to keep them on the road.
Well, you've told us a good bit of information about the commercial driver legal plan. Would you mind going through some of the other options? Because I know that there's other services that you have available for us. Could you kind of give us some highlights of some of those?
Yes, we have. So we have the family legal plan, and that covers the member and the spouse or significant other and children up to the age of 26, never married, living at home, or full-time college students up to the age of 18 for whom you're legal guardian, and mentally or physically challenged children for their lifetime.
Okay.
So that is, so all of the plans, the commercial driver, the family legal plan, you tap your app, you have any questions, call the law firm, and an attorney calls you back within 4 business hours. So you would call and say, I need advice on whatever you need advice on, and an attorney calls you back that specializes in that area of law. Contract and document review. They will look at your contracts and documents. Since now I don't sign a contract without having the law firm look at it. Just again, because another attorney wrote it, it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
And then you have the 24/7 emergency coverage. So that is if you're in an auto accident, if you're pulled over, feel uncomfortable, you can actually tap that and call the law firm, and they send them home with cell phones to direct. And we always say, be polite, and just say, I'd like to call my attorney. And you get the will, the medical directive, healthcare power of attorney. You can update it once a year for free. And then we have supplements that go on the family legal, which are the home-based business supplement. And then we also have a gun owners, a ride share and delivery. So if you're a Uber driver, you Uber Eats, the ride share and delivery plan, and then trial defense, and then the home-based business supplement that I talked about, those all go on the family plan. And then you have the small business plans I mentioned, those are strictly for the business itself.
Okay.
And then we have ID Shield as our identity theft protection. And identity theft is one of the top complaints to the Federal Trade Commission for many years. And our plans run from $14.95 to $34.95, depending on the plan. But the main benefit with ID Shield over any other is you have a licensed investigator that goes to work on your behalf, doing whatever it takes, as long as it takes, to put you back to pre-theft condition. So
Wow.
most people think identity theft is financial. That's actually the smallest part. So child, character and criminal, driver's license, social security, those are the major types of identity theft.
Oh wow! And I think you had shared. I have young adult children, and they have new new to credit, and they could maybe apply for something and find out that something had been. You said that thieves will sometimes get a hold of a child's credit and use their
Yes.
social and things. How is that happening?
Yes. One of my colleagues, because they don't have anything on their credit because you don't check it. I have a colleague that recruited students for a university here in Michigan, and she said once a week she would get to the financial aid part of getting the child into the university, and either the child or the parent was a victim of identity theft. So they had to clean that up before they could go to college, and they didn't even know it.
One of the things I think about, like credit, like even it affects my credit score. And when my credit score is affected, I mean, that affects my insurance. I mean, it could literally make a difference whether I could get commercial insurance for my vehicle. I mean, when you have those things going on, I mean, it's very troubling how far that is. I mean, we think about, going to buy a truck, obviously it would affect you, but even my insurance is dependent on me having a good credit score. I mean, it's very far reaching how this could impact me professionally and personally.
Yeah, and if somebody commits a crime in your name, again, that can show up down the road. You don't even know it until you try to renew something.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Sue, I'm curious about the procedure. Like if I decided that I wanted to have Legal Shield do a will for me, how does that work? Like, do I meet with somebody in person, or we do Zoom meetings, or how does the procedure work for doing things like that?
We have a few options now. I have to tell you, in 2005, when I started with Legal Shield, we had black and white brochures. Now they've come a long way. So now you have a couple of options. You can do it right from your cell phone, and it's saved from the app, and it saves. So if you want to go out and come back in, if you don't want to do it from your phone, the law firm will send you a will form that's fillable. And then I also have some that I send people in a PDF if they want to do it that way. And you call the law firm with any questions, and they direct you. They direct you how to send it in, and you get it back within 5 business days.
5 business days. That's so quick. That's so quick.
You get it back within 5 business days to look at it and make sure everything's correct if you need any changes. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate this, Sue. We're going to go to a commercial in just 1 second, and I want to give our, our audience an opportunity to ask you any questions that they may have, and so we'll come back to that in just a minute in case somebody has some specific questions that you could answer for them, maybe about the plans that you offer, or maybe even a specific legal issue that they're having. Like you could maybe give them an idea about which one of the plans would be a best fit for them. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Let's look into the comments here and see if we have some questions already for you. Okay, I don't see any in there yet. Maybe they'll have some others that will come on. I was thinking about claims. Sometimes there'll be a claim on our, like somebody says that our truck hit something, or or even a claim with the freight that's damaged. Sometimes I'll secure the freight, or the shipper will, they'll secure it and seal my truck, and I'm not even allowed back there. And then when I arrive at the shipper, there's damage to the claim. Are they able to help with those types of claims, with freight?
Yes, that would be something a small business plan would address, because it's income producing activity.
Okay.
So that would be under a small business plan.
Well, Sue, I'm really grateful for the information that you've shared with us. Do you have any other things that you would like to share with the audience that maybe I didn't hit on, or other products or services that are available from Legal Shield that maybe I didn't touch on?
I hit all of them that we offer. So what I would suggest is the website going across the bottom is where you would go and look at the different plans, because you can click on, okay, I talk with my hands. You can click, if you scroll up a little bit or down, you can click on right there on the small business legal plan. It lists them all, what it covers, the small business, and it covers, and like I said, look at it, but then feel free. My contact information is at the bottom of every one of those pages. You can call, text, and then on Wednesday, I am going to, if you're not a member of the Shetrucking community Facebook page, join. On Wednesday, I'm actually going to go through each plan on that website, just more in depth, and how to navigate around the website.
Sorry, you're doing a webinar for us this week, and that will be an opportunity too. So maybe people will think of some questions that that they think of after the show, and that would be a great time for them to connect with you. So I really love this, because there is some overlap on some of the plans from when we talked, and I think so. You'll be available to answer questions. People in our Shetrucking Facebook group, Sue is also in that community, so you can find her in our Shetrucking group, and then also on the website there. Well, Sue, I'm so grateful that you were able to come on and share these things. Looking forward to your webinar and learning more about it and finding out which plan's right for me. And honestly, I want to get my will done. So I've been procrastinating that so badly. So I'm so grateful that it's so easy and quick, and because it feels like a big burden, honestly. So I'm grateful it's very easy to do.
I have to say, Cindy, don't feel bad. I had the plan 2 years before I did it. And this was years ago, because I thought it was going to be so awful. And then I did it, even back then when it was a lot, different. I'm like, it only took 20 minutes. Why did I wait so long? And now, and the attorneys are amazing when you call, because everybody's situation's different. We have a lot of blended families, and just questions on how to best handle. And even at the top of the website there, they have a lot of free information there.
Well, thank you, Sue. You're very knowledgeable, and I'm really grateful that we got to spend this time together. And thank you so much for coming on the show. We're so grateful you're a part of our community, and what a blessing to have so many resources available, and it's so reasonable. I had no idea that it was so reasonably priced. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have an amazing week.
You too. Well, this wraps up another show of Enjoying Life OTR. And, like I said in the beginning, we have to find ways to manage our stress and to handle our business so that we can, be available for our friends and family, enjoy our downtime when we're not working. And Legal Shield is a really wonderful way to help us to take care of some of those things that are just little stressors that we're kind of riding around, thinking about those things, knowing that we need to get this done. And it's a way to lower our anxiety and to help us to be able to enjoy our life and our work and our family time. So I just want to thank you so much for coming on to the show today. And if you are a member of the Shetrucking Foundation, please visit the shetrucking.com. We have so many resources available for drivers. You know, if you're just considering getting into the industry, you know, there's opportunities for you to learn how to get your CDL. But we offer so many more things as well. So even if you have been benefiting from our community for all of these years, this is a way for you to give back, to be able to help other women to be able to succeed. And you can look at all of these webinars that we have coming up. Sheree has so many things planned that will help us to be able to thrive in the industry. So I just want to thank you for joining us in today, and we're looking forward to our next episode. Thank you so much for joining in, and we'll see you soon. Y'all take care out there and be safe. Bye-bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you
Be strong.
DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Shetrucking Podcast. My name is Cindy Tunstall, and I'm your host of the Enjoying Life OTR episode. We have a fabulous show for you today. I can't wait for you to meet our guests. But before we do that, I have to tell y'all, you know, I'm a part of the Shetrucking Foundation, and look what I got in the mail. My Shetrucking driver appreciation gift box. And I'm so excited. I've been waiting to this day to open it. It feels like Christmas. I've been trying to cheat and shake it and see what's in there. I've been looking at everybody else's gift boxes that what they've been in packaging. I noticed they're all a little bit different. So I'm like, I want to show y'all what I got. Okay, I got a Shetrucking Foundation It's our goal to complete a mission to inspire, empower, and offer transportation scholarships to help the great members like you. Each donation that we receive will be used to change lives each year. So if y'all are not a member of the Shetrucking Foundation, I encourage you to join up, because not only do you get to support other women who are coming into the industry, but you also get to be a part of change. You get to give your feedback about the things that are happening out there. And the part I love being a part of it is I get to network with other great women who are doing this work and thriving in the industry. So it's so inspiring to get to be around other people. So love that. Okay, let me see what else I got in here. See if I can hold this up and show y'all. Look at all this stuff. I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, I love this. Okay, I got Transfix sent me little sleeves. I think these are sleeves for protect your arm from the sun. Y'all, my left arm, I use sunscreen and I still get so dark. So I'm super excited about that. Oh, what is this? Oh, look at this. Shetrucking. Oh, it's a tote bag. Y'all, I need this in the truck. I'm so excited about this. I feel like I always need little things to get organized. Oh, look at these torn pages. I love these. These are little beads that are made out of paper. I could use these to hang in my truck. Look at Landstar gave a little calculator. I always need that. Oh, look at some little self-care items, some chapstick and some lotion. Y'all, there is so much stuff in here. This is crazy. Oh, look at stainless steel tumbler. Love that. Oh, look at this. Truckingparkingclub.com. Okay, y'all, OTR, if y'all are not on this website, you have to get this app. This is so incredible. You can put your location in there and they will find available parking for you. If you're driving down the road and you can't have time to search and you know it's getting late and you're hitting the wall, you know, when you hit those miles and you're like looking at the clock, I'm out of time, you can call them. They will help find and set you up a reservation without you even having to pull the truck over, and you could do it safely. It's so great. So y'all do this. Truckparkingclub.com. This is incredible. I mean, seriously, I don't know how they thought of this, but it's beautiful. And it's not always just like the big, huge places. Sometimes it'll be some little random truck stop. There's just a little small thing, and there's only a few spaces in there, and there's room for you. So I know truck parking is always an issue. It is for me too, and I'm even in a box truck. So, oh wow, look at these gloves. How cute are they? Got a little pink. I like black gloves because you know they get filthy. So, but I like that little pink on there. Got a little Shetrucking. Oh wow, what is this? Always wear your seatbelt. Our roads safely. Share the road safely.gov. Ah, look at that. Cute. What is this? So many goodies. Clean water, clear choice. The City of Chattanooga Water Quality Program. Nice. Love that. Markers. Oh my gosh. Look at these snacks. Y'all, I know I need some snacks on set. Look at this hat. National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. I got a cap. I don't wear sunglasses. I wear caps when I'm driving. I got a t-shirt. Oh, love that. Seriously, y'all, this is crazy good. Where you go, best pass, like that. Oh, what is this? Okay, little pads. We don't need that. Just in case when I'm on the road. Okay, there's more. I gotta put this down so I can get to the bottom. My Trucking Life Journal. My parents are always saying, are you writing down all these crazy stories you're never going to remember? You know, some stuff happens out there. Look at that. I love that. So thoughtful. Yeah, Sheree, y'all hooked this up. What is in here? Okay, I'm sorry. It's taking so long to open. It's like when you're at a family Christmas and you're waiting on that one person. It's taking forever to open their gifts. And you want to open yours? Okay, that's what's happening right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to go fast. Okay, so let me see what I have here. Oh, this is about the insurance health plan. What is this? Okay, insurance options. Love that. Start healthy. Let's start your health. Love that. So many goodies here. Well, I just have to say thank you, Sheree Moore, and all of our sponsors of Shetrucking, all these wonderful things that you gave to express your appreciation for us. You know, Shetrucking, we have so many beautiful partnerships. So I'm so very grateful. So this is so generous. I mean, it really is like Christmas, isn't it? Anyway, so if y'all aren't part of the Shetrucking Foundation and Shetrucking group, I encourage you to join up because they really take care of us drivers and just do so much to take care of us. Okay, there's a bracelet in here too, and I can't find it, Sheree. Look at this cute little pin. I love that. All right, there's a Shetrucking Foundation bracelet in there. Oh, I see it. Oh, here it is. Oh, I love this. I missed it. After y'all aren't on, I'm gonna have to play with everything. Look at this. Look how cute that is. Shetrucking bracelet. Love that. Oh, Sheree, for real. This is too much. Look at these beads. Love that. I'll put that on right now. Okay, and no distraction with my gift box. Anyway, Shetrucking loves and values truckers, and so many of our sponsors have just been so generous to give these gifts. So if y'all didn't sign up this year to get one, y'all be sure to sign up next time because so many goodies. This box is huge. Look at all this stuff in here. I didn't even go through it all. It's so many great things. Anyway, so, okay, back to the show. Okay, we have a great episode for you today. You know, our show is Enjoying Life OTR. My passion is, you know, I'm an OTR driver. I drive a 26-foot box truck full time. I do OTR. I stay in the hotels usually, but my goal is to take advantage of the opportunity to travel. You know, we get to travel all over this beautiful country, and I love the driving. I love the work. I love negotiating my own lanes. I love deciding where I'm going to go. I mean, I love all parts of trucking. I love securing my freight and, you know, telling everybody on the dock what needs to happen and get everything there securely. I mean, I love all parts of the job. But I also want to take care of myself. You know, when I'm out for 3 weeks at a time, I know it is not good for my spirit just to be solely all about the work. We need to have some balance, right? I love adventure. I love to travel. My family is military, so we traveled all over. And one of the things that, and I still tell my father this today, I've told him that my parents this recently, you know, when my family would move to a new area, they would go on a mission to find out all the great things to do in that city. Because we knew we were only going to be there about 18 months, and they had 4 children, and everybody knew we're not coming back here because it's just too expensive. So my parents would just be on a mission to find all the great things to do in that city. So I would just I think that just kind of bled into me as a trucker. I'm like, it's the same way. You know, when I go to Chicago, I live in Dallas. That's where my family is. And my parents and my brother are in Florida. I have family in Houston, but I'm just like, I want to take advantage of the opportunity to be there. You know, when I go to Tennessee, I want to go hiking. I want to see the waterfalls. When I go to Colorado, I want to be up in the mountains and enjoy the scenery. When I'm in Chicago, I want to go have some good food that I don't have in Texas. You know, when I'm in Texas, I want to get some good Mexican food. So, you know, I want to take advantage of all of the cultural things that are around me, both with the food and then also sightseeing. And, you know, I found when I travel to a new area, I will sometimes say to the people that are there, you know, I'll talk to a tree. So, you know, I'll go up to somebody and I'll say, hey, by the way, what's something good to do around here? Local people sometimes can't tell me anything good to do. You know, they'll go, I don't know, there's not really much to do around here. You know, I'm like, okay. You know, so I'm hopping on TripAdvisor and trying to find some fun things to do. But I wanted to find things. I wanted to create a community of people that like to explore, like to take advantage of the opportunity to travel and share their ideas. You know, I don't want to spend all my money on Uber. So I want to try to find some places with truck parking. And I want to make the most of the opportunity to travel without spending a small fortune. So I created an online community. I have enjoyinglifeotr.com is my website, but I also have a Facebook group with the same name, so Enjoying Life OTR. So I want to just share our ideas and things that we've been able to do while we're on the road that didn't cost a fortune. So we're not just living in the truck, you know, it's not great. So without further ado, I have stumbled upon somebody that is Enjoying Life OTR. She is full-time OTR driver. She literally lives in her truck. She travels all over the country, traveling to see her friends and family and doing the work, but she's really making the most of the lifestyle. she's cooking in her truck and just doing a lot of great things. And I saw some of her pictures. I was like, girl, I got to have you on the show because it is pretty incredible. Okay, before I introduce her and bring her on, I want to read this quote to you because somebody in our Facebook group saw her pictures and then she shared this quote. I think y'all have heard this, but she shared this in the Shetrucking Facebook group. She said, "Whatever you give a woman, she will make it greater. If you give her a house, she'll make a home. If you give her groceries, she'll make a meal. And if you give her a smile, she'll give you her heart. Women multiply and enlarge what is given to her." And I thought that is a perfect perfect introduction for our guest. So we're going to go to commercial right now. She's getting ready backstage and she's going to be joining us in just a minute. I can't wait for you to meet her. So y'all sit tight. After this commercial, I'll get to hear her story. She's truly inspiring. You're going to love meeting her. Welcome back to Enjoying Life OTR and the Shetrucking podcast. Today, our guest, I want to introduce you and bring her on. Her name is Dina McKinney. Welcome to the show, Dina. I'm so excited to have you.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here today.
We are thrilled to have you on the show. So before we get started, I know we got a picture of the back of your truck there. So that's a little inspiration and give everybody a little cue about how you're living out there because I love the way that you've designed your space. So we're going to definitely talk about that. But before we get into that, your lifestyle on the road, why don't you tell us a little bit about how you got into trucking and kind of just give everybody a little bit of an overview so they can get to know you a little bit.
Oh, I'd be more than glad to. Well, as she said, my name is Dina McKinney. I'm 58 years old. I started driving trucks when I was 52, and 52 is a little bit later in life, but sometimes you just need to get a second, third, and fourth start in life, and this was about my sixth one. So a little bit about me. I'm divorced mom with 6 kids. I have 6 grandchildren. My kids primarily live in the Southeast in Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. My oldest is my daughter who's 39, married with 3 kids. Then I have a son who's married with 2. And then I got a big gap. And then I've got, 24, 23, 20, and 19, or is it 21 and 20? Anyway, about the youngest one is like right there at 20 years old.
Yeah.
And all my kids are just doing amazing things, but because they're so spread out, and because the 4 younger ones are in their younger 20s, when I started trucking, my younger kids were all still right in high school, and they were all approaching the time when they would be going to college. And because I was divorced, I was struggling before I became a truck driver. I was actually a full-time head cake decorator at Whole Foods Market in Napa, California. And prior to that, I was the head night baker for Panera Bread in San Francisco. So I've got skills. Prior to that, I went to beauty school, became a hairdresser. I joined the Army and was a dental assistant for over 20 years. So I've done many different things. So I brought a lot of skill sets to trucking. But I had an accident at Whole Foods where I fell and hit my head on a concrete floor. It took me months to get back on my feet. And when I did, I just couldn't stand. And, I'm over 50. I've got all these kids to support. They're getting ready to go to college, and I needed to have funds to help support them. And I got a random text message one day from CRST, of all companies, which personally at this point would not recommend because it's a rough company. It's a starter company for sure. But you have to start somewhere. I did not do my due diligence. I didn't do any research. They get a text message, and quite literally 2 weeks later, I was in Los Angeles and I was in truck driving school. 2 weeks after that, I had my
Wow.
CDL. 2 weeks after that, I was a trainer, and that was almost 6 years ago, and I have never looked back.
Oh,
When I
wow.
started trucking, of course, I teamed for about the first year, which I'm very grateful for. Teaming really helped me develop the mechanical skill sets that I needed to be able to do this job well and to do it safely. It came very natural to me. I've loved driving my whole entire life. I will never forget. I was in my mid 30s. I had 4 kids in diapers under 4 at the same time. I was about ready to go physically and mentally insane. I'll never forget standing outside of my car at a grocery store. I think I was at Walmart one day, was trying to shove kids and groceries into the car, and there goes the semi truck. And all I could think of was, oh, I really want to do that. I need an escape. It would be many, many years before I could actually do it. And so when the opportunity came, I just didn't even give it a second thought. I just went and did it. In hindsight, I probably should have done a lot more research for the starter company that I was going to go with, and, just learn a little bit more about what was going to be the expectations. But I'm sort of a shoot from the hip. If an opportunity comes by me, I'm just going to go run with it. And that's exactly what I did. And I will say that trucking has been, bar none, next to joining the military, it has been, bar none, the absolute best thing I've ever done for myself.
I love that. I have a couple of questions, Dina. I want to ask you, when you did team driving, were you with a man or a woman?
Both.
Okay, I would say, how was that? Was that difficult for you? I know some women don't want to be in the truck with a man. Honestly, I don't know if I would either. I don't want to team with anybody either, just man or woman. I think
because I had been in the military, being with a man just never bothered me, and I'm a tomboy all through and through.
Okay.
My first co-driver actually turned out to be a felon. It's a bad story. One day I'll have to write that story.
I know, right?
But I ended up, because of him, I ended up quitting that company after only being with him for 4 months. So I wasn't fully trained by the time I left there. And I almost died. Quite honestly, I ended up avoiding a 30 truck pileup in Echo Canyon in Utah. Because I left my co-driver at a fuel stop.
Did you do that on purpose?
That's one cardinal rule about truck driving with a team member. Don't ever leave them at the truck stop. And I did just that very thing. But in my own defense, the man did not leave a sign that he had left the truck. And I was the first one in the store. It was 5:30 in the morning. I had to use a water hose. He left the curtain shut. I left the truck running. I went in, I sat on the toilet, and I will never forget. I prayed to God openly that night. I just said, Lord, please. I hadn't been able to stop since 5:30 early. I was over my clock. I was busting everything up. We'd had a shutdown. We had a really horrible snowstorm that night. It was a 10-speed manual that I'm driving in crappy weather on ice. We should have shut down hours earlier, but he just pushed me and pushed me. So I got back in the truck. I pulled the curtain back. I saw a pile of blankets. I thought it was him. I thought I heard him groan. It was just the truck. And I took off. I didn't know until 75 miles later I left him behind.
I've heard of others that have done that, so I don't think it's too unusual. Okay, I've got some questions for you. Okay, so now the picture that we're seeing in the back of the truck, you're a company driver, right? This is not your own rig, right? This is a company truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what kind of truck you're in, and tell us a little bit about how you've made it feel like home, because it's really incredible what you've done.
Thank you. So this has been a long year's work in progress. I work for a company called Z Transportation out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey. I love them. I've been with them a year right now. It's my 1-year anniversary with them. When I started with them, they gave me a brand new 2023 Peterbilt 579 Ultra Loft. The Ultra Loft is the largest interior sleeper in the market today for standard cabs. It's an 80-inch sleeper. So the bottom bunk is the size of a full-size standard bed, and the top bunk is the size of a standard twin, not the skinny twin like most semi-trucks like Freightliners and Kenworths have. So the top bunk, actually, I sleep on the top bunk. Everyone's like, where do you sleep? Like out on the catwalk. I've got a hammock out there. No, I have a full-size Tempur-Pedic mattress that I squished up onto the top bunk. So curls up on the back wall like a sofa, and I sleep like a baby. And since I'm solo, I'm not driving in the middle of the night, so I'm not bouncing around. It's fabulous. I have my own ladder that is a telescoping ladder that stretches up.
Yeah.
And then it sinks down, and then it stores right in front of a cabinet. It's tucked behind a rubber strap, so very easy in and out. The bottom bunk, as you can see behind me there, that is the kitchen that I mounted in there. It looks complicated. It's actually pretty simple. It's this the simple aluminum shelving that you can buy at Walmart or at Home Depot that you just put together. You can adjust the shelves where you want them. I got smart and but I have a whole bunch of tools. I love woodworking, and I love building things and creating things. This has been a lot of when I started out, it didn't look like this. This is what I consider my upgraded gourmet version of my kitchen. It's had many iterations in every truck I've been in, with every company that I've been in. This one particular one you're looking at and behind me, though, is the first time I've actually screwed something in. And it's because in the Peterbilt, the bottom bunk actually has a wooden base to the bottom bunk. And so you can screw wooden screws in there. See, only the legs on that countertop are screwed into the bottom to secure it. That's it. Then the top itself is magnetized and hooked in with magnets to legs that are made out of cast iron pipe with flanges on top. So there's a lot of innovation and a lot of thought that went into this. It's surrounded by shelving. There is a big deep freeze on one end. And then there's a long, that's the deep freeze right there. Thank you. And I've got a magnet on the front that's got a knife rack. And then I've got the spice rack on the back. And then there's a bread maker, a dehydrator. I have just about every kitchen appliance. This is a shelf that I made above the passenger and driver's seat that stores my clothing. And that rack to the left that you're seeing there is my coffee rack and small towel storage. The orange and white thing you saw there was my shower. Yeah, there's the ladder and that shelf on the cabinet there, the white cabinet. All that fits behind the driver's seat. That's where I keep my coffee and my tea and things like that. My microwave sits there up on the top. That's a different the oven that you see there is an air fryer oven. The sink, the little white sink, is a hand sink that's sitting in top of a bigger, deeper sink underneath that butcher block top. And then just storage. There's my KitchenAid mixer. Yep, there's the deeper sink. That faucet has running water. The sink drains outside, so I don't have to dump anything.
I keep what a blessing to have the water in the truck. I think that's so
really
great.
is. And I haven't said that's a Thanksgiving dinner I made several years ago, and I made it entirely from scratch in my truck. That was a different truck.
Wow.
But I made that. I made enough for two. Unfortunately, there was no one at the truck stop for me to share it with, so I just had a lot of leftovers that time.
Okay, Dina, I have questions. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I know when people in our Facebook community, they saw your pictures, and I even say, I mean, nobody, they could not. And then even for me, I was like, okay, what does she have, a super sleeper? I mean, how does she have all this stuff? So that picture that we've had behind you, that is actually the lower bunk of in the truck where the lower sleeper would be normally. Okay, because everybody was saying to go, I do not understand how she has so much space. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. The other question
to understand,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's my top bunk. That's where I sleep.
Beautiful.
So to understand, the interior of that particular model Peterbilt has an 8-foot interior ceiling. I'm only 5 foot tall.
Nice.
So when the
Okay.
bottom bunk is down, the bulkhead of the bottom bunk is over my head.
Okay.
Right. So I'm not bending down. And I know, like in a Kenworth, it's a lower, or if you have like a mid roof, it's going to be lower. And sometimes it's super compressed, and people won't even use the top bunk because it feels like you're sleeping in a coffin. I
Sure,
know
sure.
that this setup here is not something that everybody can do in any given truck, because you really have to modify it to the truck that you are in. But I have had modified versions of this that are much smaller and much more user-friendly and less gourmet, but very, very, very user-friendly as far as being able to do basic things like washing your hands, washing dishes, taking a spit bath, cooking, things like that. And I'm in the process right now of starting my own YouTube channel. It's called The Salty Trucker, and in my own webpage called The Salty Trucker. And
Awesome.
within the Salty Trucker, I'll have my blog, which is Life on the Rumble Strip. I do photography, which is 5-axle photography, and then also I do all the things that I'll be teaching you how to do in the truck are called Otter Hacks. So
Okay, so listen, hold that thought, Dina. Just one second. Let me jump in here just for a minute. Okay, I want to tell our audience, I know that the drivers have questions for you. So those that are watching on the live stream, if you could shoot your questions in there, and we'll try to get to those some of them may come up just organically in our conversation. But if you have questions, try to put those in the comments, and we'll try to let Dina answer some of those at the end. We're going to go to commercial in just a few minutes. And then I want to talk. I know the truckers have questions. I mean, I know about power and how you're secure and everything. We want to hear all about those things. And then I wondered if maybe too, you could be thinking about maybe some recipes or some things that you're cooking on the truck for maybe somebody that's never, considered. And I know some people, don't like the smells in the truck. I see that a lot of times. People don't want to have the smell of the food in the truck. So, we know that some people are like that, but for those people that, we in our community especially, we have so many women that are brand new to trucking. They maybe just got their truck and they do want to make it feel a little bit more like home. So after we go to our commercial, then I want to hear a little bit about practically how you could encourage them to get started, and maybe even share a recipe with us that's something that, maybe not a gourmet cook could make on the
absolutely.
Okay, good. Well, thank you so much. And we'll go to commercial, and then we'll get back to that in just a minute and hear some more of your great ideas, because it's truly inspiring what you're doing. And I know it's going to really help people to be creative and think outside the box about what's possible on the road. So I'm really grateful to get to pick your brain a little bit more. So we'll come back in just a minute because I got some more big questions for you.
Okay, great.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Okay. So I have a bunch of questions. Some of these I got directly from the Shetrucking community. One of them was, how are you powering all that cooking? I mean, so do you have an APU in your truck, or are you using an inverter, and how are you keeping everything hot or cold? So talk to us about the power and how that's working.
Actually, that's a great question. Power is absolutely the beginning of any type of situation that you want to build out in your truck. I am really fortunate. In my truck, I was allowed to put in, and I bought it myself, and my company installed it for me really for nothing because they know I do this. But I have a V4 3500 watt inverter in my truck.
Okay.
So that when I'm buying all of my appliances, I'm making sure that my wattage on every appliance is less than half the amount of the max that my inverter can have. And later on when I do my thing.
Okay, Gina, say that again for somebody that's just brand new to this and they don't know what you're talking about. Think about a brand new CDL holder, like, and talk to them about how that's going. Are you idling all the time? So give a real basic thing about that, because maybe somebody, you know, brand new to this, so you might be speaking some foreign language to some of our listeners.
Exactly. I apologize. You're right. So when you're wanting to power any type of appliance in your truck, most trucks that are standard company trucks are going to have about a 1500 watt inverter, if you're fortunate. A 1500 watt inverter, you can use an appliance that's 200, 300, 400, about 700 watts maximum. Because once you plug that, say like that coffee pot that's right there, that coffee pot is probably about 800 watts, might be a little bit more. But when you plug it in and you use it, it's going to have a peak wattage that it's going to use. So it might go up to 1100. If you have a 1500 watt inverter, then you're not going to blow it. Basically, you're not going to trip it off. The inverter is a power unit that is going to be hardwired to your battery wall in your truck. It has heavy duty cables, and it has to take a professional to install it. It is different from the type of inverter that you plug into a 12 volt. Those are very small. Those are for things like lights, powering your phones, maybe powering your laptop, but very, very, very low wattage. But when you're powering something such as an oven or a microwave or a gaming system or a television, you're going to need more power. I'd highly recommend that if you need more power, inquire with your company if you're allowed to upgrade the inverter in your truck at your own expense, meaning that you will buy the inverter yourself. Most trucks can have a maximum of a 3,000 watt inverter, and 3,000 watts is really kind of where you want to be, because with 3,000 watts, almost any appliance that you buy on Amazon or at Walmart will actually can accommodate that without blowing up. And when I say blowing up, it means cutting it off so that you don't have any power to anything as far as your appliance is concerned. It also won't use up your battery power, and it won't burn out your alternator, because the alternator is what keeps the batteries powered. I do idle 100%. And my company has me do that. In my truck, I don't have an APU, which is a lot of companies do have those. Those are systems that allow for you to have heating and cooling when the truck is off. It has its own little power source. Also, there's another thing that you can have, which is the bunk heater, which is just strictly for heat. And again, it has its own little power source. I don't have either one of those. So for me, I do idle 100% of the time when I'm in my truck, especially because when you don't idle, you can lose your food in your refrigerator. And I have both a refrigerator and a freezer. So it's imperative that I have the ability to constantly idle. But that idling allows me to use the inverter because it's constantly cycling and constantly powering itself. And that's how that works. So any other questions, I'd be more than glad to answer at a later time. And I can go on and actually do a whole entire section on that at Shetrucking in the group. So that anybody has questions about that, I would love to answer those.
And I know your truck is in the shop right now, so we're just looking at pictures of your setup. But after you get back, after you get the truck back, you can do a little more detailed orientation. And I know that the audience, after hearing your story, is going to want to hear more. Okay, the next question that I got, and this is the one that honestly, that for me, I was like, okay, how is she securing all that stuff? Because I mean, I know you could put stuff away, but are you like practically living, like, are you putting all that stuff underneath storage every day? You got little, I mean, how
what you see in that picture right there?
Yeah.
The way that it looks in that picture right there is actually how it rides down the road every single day.
Okay, how is that possible? Tell me a little bit about that.
Part of it, I know people are freaked out when they see this. They're like, I don't get this. Part of it is that the Peterbilt 2020, the 579 Peterbilt Ultraloft is a very smooth riding truck.
Okay,
number one.
that's helpful.
So it doesn't bounce around a lot. And I learned on Freightliners, and they're called freight shakers for a reason. But the Peterbilt is sort of the Cadillac of semi trucks, and it's very smooth riding. But I will say, I do go to extreme lengths to secure my things. Take, for instance, the coffee pot. The coffee pot is sitting on a silicone mat that is non-slip.
Okay.
So it sits there. It doesn't budge. It just doesn't budge. Plus, it's locked into a plate that it's hooked into to heat. The mixer is on a no-slip grip piece of rubber underneath it. I use the dish towel mats. I use underneath everything on the counter. The shelving is all secured with ratchet straps into the buckle system in the walls.
Okay.
The freezer has a wooden board that's screwed down in front of it to help it so that it doesn't slide. The counter is secured because the legs are screwed into the wooden top that I was talking about. And then it's magnetized and it's hooked in behind something so it can't slide forward.
Okay, great.
Everything, there's a lot of things you don't see. So I use a lot of magnets, mini bungee cords, double barbed Velcro. I use and another thing too is I pack it in there so tight and wedge it in so tight that it doesn't slip and move. And then if it's on a shelf, I make sure that it's secured with a mini bungee cord, like crisscrossed over it, so that if I have a hard break, which is very rare, it bounces out, but it won't fly out. I've actually only had that happen one time. I have to be honest, it's happened one time that things kind of flew out, but you know, it was easy to pick up and put back because the other part of it is I have everything highly organized and packed in a way that it's not a bunch of little loose stuff everywhere. It looks kind of like it, but it really isn't. And it makes it easier to keep clean and it makes it easier to pack up if I have to move out.
Yeah, that's good. I was thinking about that too. I'm like, well, you obviously don't change trucks very often. So, I mean,
No.
you're staying in the same truck. Well, that's awesome. It's truly impressive what you've done. I love all the little touches that you have, like even the colored, you know, the dish towel hanging back there, you know, just it's really beautiful. The butcher block countertop, the sink. I mean, it does look like a beautiful home, very modern
Thank you.
very functional as a kitchen. Okay, so let's talk cooking. You know, I'm a foodie, so I like to eat some good food. So can you give us some little bit of highlights about some of the things? We have a picture on the screen there. What is that we're looking at? And is that something that a everyday a beginner cook could try?
That recipe right there is something that every person that can cook on the truck can do that very simply. That is simply a package of cheese-filled tortellini that I bought at Aldi's. Then it's actually shelf stable. It doesn't require refrigeration, so it can store on a shelf.
Nice.
It's a package of broccoli from the freezer, so freezer broccoli, and a pack of salad shrimp, and then a jar of Alfredo sauce. 4 simple ingredients.
Easy.
Just 4 simple ingredients. Saute up the shrimp with a little bit of butter and olive oil, a little bit of salt, and then toss in the Alfredo sauce. Toss in the tortellini. Throw in the broccoli, and saute up, and boom. Now it's topped off. I will say that it is topped off with some fresh parsley. And one thing I try to do in my truck all the time is have a live herb garden that I keep in the front seat.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding. I actually have one. I actually brought it to my daughter's house so it wouldn't dry up while it's at the shop.
I love that.
I have 2 types. I have 2 types of parsley. I have basil. I have rosemary and mint in my and basil mint and lemon basil in my garden. So this way I can snip it and add it. And it's fresh and it's awesome and it smells delightful and it's something that's live that I can take care of. I will say it is absolutely critical that you customize the interior of your truck. One of the hardest things for drivers, especially new drivers, you will feel lonely, you'll feel isolated, and you'll feel like you're living in a black box. So change it up. Add some fairy lights, add Christmas lights, put in some fancy bedding. spend a little bit of that hard-earned money on yourself. Do not feel bad about that. Get some nice pillows, get some baskets, upgrade your things. When you start out, you may have to start out going to the Dollar General or the dollar store and just getting plastic bins. That's okay. That's how I started. We start out poor. We don't make a lot of money in the beginning, but as you get along and you start doing more and more, you can upgrade. And that's where I'm at. And this is like my 4th iteration of this kitchen. It didn't start out like this. And this is, 6 years of long, hard work and planning. I drive a lot of miles, so I got a lot of time to think about it. So that's what I did. But customize, bring things on board that make you happy. People always complain, I miss home. And, I'm out on the road and I'm missing everything and I get depressed and I get lonely. You know what? That's not me. I am in my home every day and I take it everywhere I go. And when I'm off that clock, I turn around and I'm home and I'm happy and I'm surrounded by things that make me happy. The front of cab of my truck is filled with toys and stickers. It looks like a 12-year-old lives in there. It makes me happy. I've got pictures of my children. I've stuffed animals. I have bright colors. I made it look like it, so it doesn't look like a semi truck. And believe me, that has been one of the biggest benefits to my mental health, to know that I have a place that I can chill out, that I can relax in, that I can decompress in. And if I don't have the opportunity to do like you do, go to the center of town, take in a movie, I can make popcorn and have a movie right there in my truck. Or I can, I carry a sewing machine. I have crafting tools. I can do crafts. I can paint. I can read. I can write. I have my computer. I have streaming so I can watch movies. I have fun. I relax. I can do spa day.
That's awesome. I love it. A couple of things that you said that I want to highlight. Some ways to save money. I love the Dollar General. Getting some inexpensive storage bins there. Also, another tip for setting up your truck is to going to the thrift stores. I've had drivers that will say that they got a George Foreman grill for $2 at the thrift store, or they found some cookware there, or because we don't need a whole bunch of things. We don't need a full place setting. We don't need everything to be matchy. So we can go and find little odds and ends there that bring beauty and things, even just a throw pillow, putting a matching comforter and a throw pillow on there. Those little things make a huge difference when you're away from home. So I love the practicality of those tips.
And the other thing, if you want to start a kitchen in your truck, you can start as simply as getting yourself a Rubbermaid container that can fit at the foot of your bed, especially if you're teaming. Get 2 plates, 2 cups, 2 spoons, 2 knives, 2 forks, 1 knife to chop, and a small cutting board. Get yourself a pot and 1 frying pan and a salt and pepper shaker, and you're set. You get some groceries and some staples. You store all of that. You can put the lid on top of that, put in a little mat, get your little cutting board, and you literally have a place that you cook on top of. One of the things that I use to cook with is a butane stove. It works great inside of the truck and doesn't require power. Butane is only $2. You can get it at Walmart or at the TA, so it's easy to replace. And you have a really hot little temper thing that you can fry up an egg. You can cook up a steak, make some chicken. You can cook just about anything. If you can't afford a microwave, it's a really cheap and inexpensive way to get started. And it's easy to store. But that's how I started, was just with a simple box, because I was teaming and I needed a way to be able to have something better than truck stop food. We all know that right now the price of groceries are very high, even just at the regular grocery store, and at truck stops, they just are 3 or 4 times as high. I've got some goals of being able to go into a truck stop and grab truck stop ingredients and make something gourmet out of it, which is possible. I plan on showing people how to do that. But if you can, if you can do some of these things and take advantage of, you can have your groceries delivered to you now by DoorDash.
Yes.
Last year, I saved almost $600 in delivery fees by paying a $100 fee to DoorDash. And almost everywhere I go, they'll deliver both, groceries and food from the restaurant. So I've saved a ton of money doing that. It saves
I
me
have a
from having to
DoorDash
find
subscription also, and I think it's so great. Like I've even, I'm a foodie, so I like to eat some good food, and sometimes I just can't get there even in my size truck. So I like to be able to visit local favorites. But I've even had DoorDash come and deliver to my truck when I'm waiting at a shipper. I get stuck, my delay. They say it's going to be at least an hour before we can get you on a door, sometimes longer, and I've had them I call them right up and bring them. They just bring that food right to me, and all the drivers are all lined up watching this little driver bring me my lunch. And I'm like, woohoo, enjoying
Yeah,
life.
I know. It's awesome. It's awesome. A couple of other things I do too that help as far as being OTR and solo. I have a dedicated storage unit in Carlisle, Pennsylvania that I can drive up to Bobtail right to the door. And this way I can change out seasonal items. So I don't carry my winter gear with me all year round, and summer gear goes away, decorations for the holidays. And sometimes I change out my cooking gear too. Also, I have a dedicated UPS address, which stands as a physical address in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, that I can drive up to pick up my mail and all my Amazon packages, because sometimes trying to get your mail while you're driving is really difficult.
Sure it is.
That one, it takes a little bit more. I think it's like a $200 fee for a year to have a box, but it's great. I can have all my Amazon delivered there. It's safe, it's secure until I get a chance to get there and to pick it up. So there are a lot of things you can do to manage your finances, to manage your home time, to manage the way that you're living, so that you're not carrying 100% of everything with you all the time. I get a question that a lot. Like, how do you get that done? Like, well, it helps to have. Now, I don't have a house, so because I don't have a house or an apartment, all that money that I'm not paying out for something that I can't go to, has been given to my children so they could go to college.
That's
what you're
awesome.
seeing here is just the last little bit of what I have kept for myself, that I have utilized for myself to make my life better. But when mama's happy, everyone's happy.
Yeah, I love it.
Keep
The other
that in
thing that
mind.
you said that I really like is that you have plants on your truck, and because like I've always had plants in my home, it's like when I'm on the road, it's like I miss having something, the plants around me. So I love that, so that you did that. Another thing I wanted to share is that you really talked about photography, and you have some good hobbies that really help you to enjoy your life out there. So tell us a little bit, what is this type of photography, and tell us a little bit about that. We want to see some of your pictures.
Well, so my photography, some people will claim that I am distracted driving. I'm really not. But it's 5-axle photography, because there's 5 axles on a semi truck. But my photography is done at 70 miles an hour. I have a Motorola. What is it? I have 2 phones, but my Motorola Edge is the one I use. It's a 128 pixel camera, and I started taking pictures 6 years ago. I would see these fantastic sunrises and sunsets, because Lord knows we're out at all hours of the day and night, and I get to go all these fantastic places. And I just started taking pictures, and I actually have a degree in digital graphic arts. So photography was one of the things that I studied in college, and so I know how to edit photos. And I could not pass up the opportunity to take pictures of all these great places that I get to see daily. And so it's a crapshoot. I don't always get the shot because I'm running past it way too fast.
Sure.
But I've learned a lot of techniques to help me to kind of capture what I'm doing, what I'm looking for. And honestly, it keeps me really engaged in driving, because I'm constantly looking ahead, which is what you want for defensive driving anyway. Constantly being aware of where you are and paying attention. So for me, it's a constant search for what's on the horizon and what I can photograph that's on the horizon. And I literally have thousands of these pictures, and it's
beautiful. It's beautiful.
My great joy. When I get done at the end of the day, one of my favorite things to do is edit photos. It's really super relaxing. I listen to music, and boom, I'm asleep 3 hours later. Yeah.
I love being able to share with my friends and family where I've been, and they don't, they're working a 9 to 5, and they don't get to travel all over. So they're like, where is that? That's beautiful. And so it brings me a lot of joy getting to share the photographs as well. Well, anything else? We're going to wrap up soon. I think I've covered the comments and the questions that were asked. Do you have anything else that you want to share? And then I would like you to tell us a little bit how you ended up in a Volvo commercial, because I'm kind of impressed that I know 2 women that have been in the Volvo commercial series. So real quick, and tell us that story, how you ended up in a Volvo commercial.
Real quick, I just want to add, my grandma is going to be 100 years old on January 21st of this next year, January 11th. One of my greatest things is to call her, and grandma will say, "Where are you, honey?" I just never know where you are day to day. So I always try to call her from someplace that she's never heard of or been to. So that's one thing that I love doing. How I got into the Volvo commercial. Last year, I went to Salt Lake City for my 40th high school reunion. That's where I grew up, between Southern California and Salt Lake City, Utah. I ended up getting shingles and I was sick for 6 weeks. And when I was finally released to go back to work, I had to pick up a load of salt from Morton Salt right there at the Great Salt Lake. The next morning, I was heading out of town and I got past the TA in Tooele. I got 5 miles down the road and I blew 2 of my tandems because of the weight of the salt. Had to go back, and I thought, Salt Lake is just not ready to let me go. And I was so ready to get back on the road. And I went in just dejected because the shop couldn't get me until late that night or the next morning. So I knew I was going to have to wait. So I just went and climbed back in bed. I was still not feeling good because I'd had a really severe case of shingles. Woke up later that morning around noon, and I look out on the parking lot and I see all kinds of people running around. I'm thinking, that's odd. And then I see this big white truck with a big purple Volvo backing in. And that scene is actually in the commercial. And I was watching it as it happened. I hopped out and asked what was going on. And they were like, "Oh, we're filming a commercial for Volvo US, or, a national commercial." And I was like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they kind of looked at me and they go, "Hey, you want to be in it?" I'm like, "Heck yeah." I said, "But I don't drive a Volvo and I never have." They go, "That's okay. We just want to, just talk to you." And I'm like, "Sure." And so I went, changed my clothes, put my makeup on. I think I was even wearing maybe this, I'm not even sure. But and they interviewed me, and I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know that I actually made it into the commercial until just literally a week ago. I actually kind of forgot about it. And it was on Shetrucking that I saw another commercial for another Volvo that I thought, I wonder if I actually made it in the commercial. And sure enough, I looked it up and there it was. And then I saw, like, on another episode of the same series that Sheree was in it, and I was freaked out.
Yes.
What kind of serendipity is that? I was like, oh my heaven's sakes, that's got to be a sign from God. Believe me, I believe in those signs all day long. Praise Jesus. But I was just like, that is just, I was floored, and I still am to this moment. So kind of a proud moment. Also, a year before I was in the Volvo commercial, I was featured in an article in the New York Times for cooking on my truck.
I love
So
it.
I made it in the New York Times and the Volvo commercial. I mean, I don't know if it's just being in the right place at the right time, or I built a kitchen that everyone's paying attention to. I'm not sure.
Well, Dina, thank you so much for coming on the show. I'm so grateful that you're part of this community.
Thank you. It's been a real blessing and a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for having me. I've really enjoyed it.
Well, we're gonna close out in just a minute and show the Volvo Trucks commercial before we end. But I want to encourage everybody to sign up for the Shetrucking Foundation. And if you're not a part of our Shetrucking Facebook group, to please join in. And just so many opportunities. We get to meet so many great people like Dina, and get to share our stories and network and find out ways to just make the most of the lifestyle that we're living. Whether you're on the road like she and I are, or if you're just doing local. I mean, there's drivers that are finding local work, that are thriving in the industry, staying home with their kids and their family, and are home every night. So there's so many ways to be successful in the trucking industry, and we want to help you with all that. So if you haven't signed up for Shetrucking Foundation membership, please do that. So we're going to close out. But again, thanks, Dina, for coming on the show. We look forward. You're welcome to come back anytime. I'd love to catch up with you again and get some more recipes from you. So thanks so much, everybody. Y'all have a good evening. I appreciate y'all.
Good night.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked number
What if a
one
trucker designed a
for
truck?
in podcasting books.
I'm Joel
Look, right
Morrow,
here.
a driver with over 5 million miles, and I'm headed cross country to show some friends what the new iTorque can do. Today, I'm going to catch up with Tim Ridley, host of Radio Nemo on Sirius XM, and get him out of the studio and behind the wheel where he belongs.
Hey, Tim. Hey, partner, how's it going? It's been a while.
Yeah,
good to see you, man. Good to see you. What do you have here?
That's the new iTorque, my friend.
Well, you already know what I want. Give me the keys, buddy. Give me the keys. Got people to see. Oh, this is really nice.
Right? You ever run 80 mile an hour across here before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just about right at 80 now.
80, right?
Yeah, and the RPM is about 11 and a half. That's unbelievable. Trucking has been good to me. I really love trucking. And my dad drove. He was a bed bugger. Riding with him, I was completely hooked. That's what I wanted to do, was drive a truck, and moved up through the ranks in management and corporate management, and then Radio Nemo.
Nice.
Still in trucking, but behind the mic in trucking.
Nice,
So,
right?
you know, as a matter of fact, I got some of my radio listeners over at the TA and Tool waiting on us. They're ready to see this baby.
Oh, that is awesome. Feedback from some real drivers. That'd be great. Well, let's go check it out.
Yeah. I've been trucking for 10 years. Been independent now for 2 years. Paid cash. Thank you, Grandma, for the truck. I'll be honest, I've never been a Volvo man, but I toured that Volvo. It's a beautiful rig. May I take a look inside?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Go ahead.
It feels like there's just so much room in that truck.
Oh, the space. I'm 6'4".
Lots of space. Lots of space.
I'm 6'4".
Yes, that is cool.
Wow.
Ergonomics is really key. I want to feel the comforts of home.
How's the fuel?
8.5 miles a gallon at 75 mile an hour.
8.5?
Yes.
At 75? Wow.
If I could get 8.5 miles to the gallon fully loaded, 30% more fuel efficiency is $150 a day extra. I could retire at 60.
And on my research of all the different brands, that is the one that is built out best to accommodate a driver who has to live on the road. And we live on the road.
We love Volvo. When you ride a Volvo, you don't want to ride anything else.
I think it's absolutely genius. You know, you've got a fuel efficient truck that's comfortable and saves you on fatigue as well. It's absolutely game changing. That's freaking cool.
Pleasure meeting you.
It was really a nice pleasure meeting
Yeah. Hey, hope we didn't make you late.
Oh, no, I know. You're all right. All right.
We met some wonderful drivers at the TA truck stop. It was just so wonderful to be out in the parking lot chatting with drivers.
Right.
To hear the enthusiasm made me happy and touched my heart.
They want a truck that is satisfying to drive.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have that with this package in a pretty big way. It's fast, it's powerful, it's fuel efficient. What more do you need?
Really touching to be out here again after so many years. I would run across this so often as a young man. That's one of the things I've always loved about running west, you know, and then being out here on the Salt Flats.
Yeah, the scenery is just awesome.
Yeah, it is. An office with a view. What other office can you sit in to have a view like this?
The view like this.
That's
You're
right.
exactly
And that
right.
view is ever changing as well. It's breathtaking.
It's like no other place in the country.
Brother, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
All right. Don't be a stranger. We got to get together more often.
Absolutely.
And you take care of that truck too.
Absolutely.
All right?
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
You strong.
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. Ah.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Hi, Shetrucking family. Welcome to the podcast. This podcast is going to be sponsored by My Guardian Dogs, GLCS, and Unique Benefits. Yay! Thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. This is the health and wellness episode of Shetrucking. And I did it last month, and y'all learned a little bit about me. In case you didn't watch it, I'm Melinda Fox Wellington. I'm a health and life coach, and I specialize in helping truckers find the healthier options to being on the road. And if you missed that episode, go watch it because it's got some good tips and it's got a little bit of my story. But this episode, we're going to have a guest on, and it's going to be Tanea. And she has been driving for 3 years, and she has been working on her healthier journey. A lot of similarities to mine, but she's gone a little bit of a different route. Everybody has their own journey, and you just got to find out what works for you. So let's bring her on.
Hello,
Welcome.
I'm so excited to be here.
I'm so glad you could join us. So tell us a little bit about your background as a trucker. How'd you get into trucking and why?
So truck driving, actually today is my 3rd anniversary of my very first solo run in the semi truck.
Congratulations.
So, thank you. The trucking career path kind of evolved really quickly. It was a pandemic solution in 2020. I was in a toxic work environment at my desk job at the DA's office, and I talked to a friend who had been traveling for about 2 or 3 years and asked him, okay, do you think that I personally could do this kind of work? And he says, Tanea, you can do anything you put your mind to. So I quit my job 4 days later and got rid of my house, sold my car, put all my things in storage, and got my permit on a Friday and started trucking school the next Monday. That was 3 years ago.
Wow, that was fast. That was real fast.
Yeah.
So how was the first couple of years of driving? Health wise,
The
mental
first-
wise, struggle wise, excitement wise?
The first 18 months, I had a lot of limiting beliefs about what was possible. And I dove so deeply into learning everything. Like I'd never even seen a semi truck, like the inside of a semi truck as an adult. I'd never backed up a pickup with a travel trailer on the back of it. So my level of expertise when I started was zero. So it took me a good 18 months to find a rhythm in my career. I also am a team driver. So I started out originally planning to be a solo driver, met my co-driver during orientation for our first trucking company gig. And we hit it off really quick and decided to go on the road together. So from the beginning, I'm still getting over a cold, so I apologize for the cough. From the beginning, we were learning how to drive teams and drive 20 plus hours a day. And that took quite a lot of getting used to. So the first 18 months of my career, I ate all the fast food. I never moved my body. My mindset was so focused on the job that I completely let myself go and did not focus any effort or energy on personal growth or mental health stability. Gratefully, I think because I was a team driver, I didn't have to, like, I wasn't alone per se. And so I think that helped with like bridging the gap of not having that loneliness while also being in the truck. But the transition to being on the road 30 days after having been home for the first 38 years of my life was hard.
Oh, yes, it is. I frequently tell people all the time, you know, you're not only learning a new skill, you're learning a new job, and you're also learning a complete lifestyle, which is causing an identity shift. So that's so many levels of just bam, 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 until you can find your rhythm. So that's completely normal. What are some, if you don't mind sharing, the health issues that you started finding until you realized, oh my gosh, I got to do some changes? And how did that transition happen with you, where you were at your worst to where you realized you needed to do something?
So in March so it was like around the 18-month mark, I was diagnosed with prediabetes, and I was having a really, really hard time getting in and out of the truck. My hip mobility was so severely compromised because 20 plus hours a day, I was not bearing weight on my body. And I'm already a bigger bodied human. And so the stress on my low back and my hips was pretty substantial. And the idea of walking around my truck an extra few times made me want to vomit. I just didn't want to walk in the elements, and I didn't want to the concrete jungle is a pretty rough transition from where I came from in my life. So I just got super depressed and was really sad about all of the things. And then a friend of mine had actually been talking to me for a year, telling me that she had this solution for me. I was like, I'm in a semi truck, right? Like, you're crazy. This isn't the life for me. I can barely keep my eyes open when I'm doing my 12 hours of work every day. There's no way. And so, but that transition happened. So I ordered this kit or whatever in March, did one workout and was like, oh, that hurt. I'm not doing that. This is ridiculous. And I put it away for another 6 months. And then in August, it got to the point where I was in tears driving. I couldn't get comfortable in my seat. I was struggling to get the 2 steps because my knees, my hips, my back, my shoulders, everything had seized up. And I was standing at a fuel island, actually, and I watched this older driver, truck driver, career truck driver, get out of his truck, bent in half, literally hunched over, fueling his truck. And it brought me to tears. And I said, that is not the life I want to live. I don't want this for my future. I don't, and I'm terrified of needles, so I don't want to become diabetic and rely on medications to keep me alive. And so that was the day that I pulled out the program again and said, I know it's going to be hard. I know it's going to hurt, but if I just do a little bit, it has to get better than what I've got. So that's where it started.
Yeah, I call that the trucker shuffle. When I see drivers like that. Yes. Yeah, I call it the trucker shuffle. So, speaking of trucker shuffle, I mean, perfect timing. That's so funny. So, I went more of a holistic method where I could learn how to figure, gauge, and experiment what works for me. And you mentioned a program. So how did that work for you? And what attracted you to the program compared to trying to figure it out holistically and experimenting it yourself?
Yeah, so Body by Beachbody is the program that I started a little over a year ago. And really, it was the idea that it was a plug and go. It's an app on my phone. It kind of takes out all of the guesswork. I have lots of excuses and very little time. So my schedule now is a little bit different, but when I first started taking my health and wellness seriously, I had very little time available in my daily schedule. And so my co-driver, who is absolutely phenomenal, he would always make sure that on his breaks, he would go to a fuel island and I would jump out of the truck, grab my 30-minute workout, and he would, do circles around the parking lot if there wasn't a place to park. And then we had to get right back in the truck and go to our next destination. And so the ease of having something that was already pre-done, that was ready to go, ready to, like, all I have to do is push play on a program and it's going to tell me exactly what to do and how to do it. And it made moving my body fun. And so I look forward to those programs now. In the beginning, it was a little rough. But so yeah, and I've been documenting my journey since the very beginning. So my Instagram, Ever Be Rising, has a pretty great peek, a window into how I am getting to those spaces. And now I started doing them outside. And then I very quickly moved into the shower rooms to get that workout done because it's private and it allows me to do a meditation and do some other things now that I have a little bit more time in the shower rooms to get those workouts done.
Yes, I remember seeing one of your posts and it really drew me to you because I thought it was just so unique. Your superpower is shower workouts. And I just thought that was phenomenal because I never even considered doing a workout in the shower. I work out either in the truck or I go for a hike or walk around with my dog. Never considered doing one in the shower, but it is private. It's safe, especially if you're solo, by yourself. And then you can just jump in the shower right afterwards and carry on because you're just there already. So it really just like piqued my, it's like, oh, that's pretty unique. Yeah. So how did you come up with that was the best option for you?
Well, it was the first option I used and it really just stuck. So it spoke to me in as much as I love what the trainers have to say. So moving my body, I started with 0 weights and I started with these very beginner movement style programs. But every single time that I would come to a workout, I also got a jolt of mindset work. And so that really started like the shifting gears in my brain about mindset and personal growth and development and taking care of my body as the vessel of living my life. And so it was pretty immediate where I was getting more than just a body workout, like just being able to use the lessons that I was learning in the workout and applying them to life. It really felt like a 2-for-1. And now so that was from August, and I got wicked consistent with 4 to 5 workouts a week in my in the shower rooms. But it was my first hollow body hold in a 2-by-6-foot space. So that was like the toilet is on one side and the bench is on the other, and I'm in between them. That was super fun. I love finding those creative solutions too. So like it really helped me to elevate my level of thinking of like, this isn't just an obstacle, this is an opportunity to find a way to make things work for the unique situation that I was in.
Yes, I firmly believe, it's not a can't or a can, and, there's a lot of times you don't want to feel like just thinking positive. So just kind of make that little tweak and just ask yourself, what are the possibilities? Makes a world of difference. Instead of trying to have that
really
fake
does.
positivity, just say, okay, this sucks, but this is what I have. What are my possibilities with this? Just makes a whole complete different shift on it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And when the shower rooms are too small, because that's happened, I will work out in the trucker lounge. I will work out in a rest area, picnic space when the weather is conducive. I'll work out in the back of an empty tractor or in the back of an empty trailer. If like when I'm stuck at a shipper or in a yard where it's just a bunch of dirt or gross concrete.
Yes, there's some and that's like, my first thought was when I first saw the thing with you working out in the bathroom, I was like, ooh, I bet that floor is dirty. But then I'm like, well, it's better than the concrete at a truck stop. And it's better than probably a gym where there's 50 guys sweating on the floor. So it's not that much different. Plus you got the shower right afterwards. But I'm quite sure you get that a lot, don't you?
I do. Actually, there's a lot of comments on social media about the condition of my workout space and, that people would never. And honestly, when you're faced with a life or death situation in an industry that habitually reduces our quality of life, a little bit of dirt or a little bit of toenail clippings on a bathroom floor is not going to stop me from preserving my life after trucking. I want to be able to live my life on my terms when I get out of this truck. And my why is so much bigger than a 30-minute workout or a shower room condition. It is to have the strength and the stamina and the endurance and the tenacity to live life on my terms. And so when I'm faced with criticism about, oh my God, I could never. Well, when you're standing in front of a mirror and you're looking at your life and you literally see your future flash before your eyes, you choose different when the alternative is so bleak.
Yes. That's it's when I like to tell my clients to always find their deeper why. Once you find that deep why, those obstacles are like obsolete. So absolutely. So what are some of the obstacles that you have faced on this healthier journey that you've been on?
So we talked about a couple of the obstacles, and space and time are pretty much my two biggest ones. Depending on, when we have customers, there's sometimes that we can't stop for more than 45 minutes without calling in and alerting security and doing all these things. And so I just shift my focus. Okay, I can't work out this day, or maybe I can't work out for 2.5 days because that's how long it's going to take me to get to that shipper, and just being able to be flexible. But some of the other challenges, my own criticism, of what people are going to think or how people are going to respond to seeing me in a truck stop, like oh my gosh, the truckers lounge, or seeing me at a rest area, picnic area, and just like that criticism in the very beginning before I started feeling better. It was like, oh, I don't want people to watch me. I don't want them to see me. And now I'm like, please watch me. Please know that this is possible for you too. Or come join me. Like I've had drivers in driver lounges join me on workouts because they're like, I could never. I'm like, actually, you can do it with me. And so that's been super fun. And then logistically, I never know. In fact, I video quite often. What's it going to look like today when I walk into a shower room? And then when they have limits on the amount of time that I can be in a shower room, I try to be really cognizant of how much time I'm taking in the shower room. But I will do a 30-minute workout and a 30-minute shower and take an entire hour in the shower room because I pay for them. But there's some areas of the country that when I have to wait, there was one time in California where we waited, there was 57 people in line for a shower in Loma Lima. I think that's what it was called. So those are some of the obstacles. And then we haven't even talked about diet or nutrition, which didn't come for another 6 months. I got wicked consistent with my workouts before I ever even considered breaking the limiting beliefs about being able to eat healthy on the road. So that's where a lot of my roadblocks came from.
Yeah, but it's always good to work at little segments instead of trying to do everything at once, because then it gets overwhelming and you don't stick with it. So it's good that it worked out that way for you. Yeah.
And that's what I tell pretty much every single person that has joined me on my journey and starting their own journey, is that you have to take one step at a time. We're not looking for something instant. I didn't look like this overnight, and so I can't get to my goal overnight, but being able to consistently take little tiny pieces and turn that into a habit that I'm able to then stack onto a new habit. And once I'm like, all right, I got this taken care of, let's add a new piece to the puzzle.
So is there a specific strategy that helps you build your habits? Or did you experiment to figure it out? Or was it just the plug and play from the program? What helped you get that strategies? I mean, what strategies did that help you to get those habits?
Oh, that's been a work in progress, and it's still being progressed. I'm still working on it. My very favorite personal development book is called Atomic Habits by James Clear.
I love that book. Yes.
Yes. And so
explain a couple of this. Yeah, explain a couple of those concepts real quick, and then we'll do a quick break.
So taking one habit that you already have ingrained, and adding a new habit that you want to create, so that you create a cue in your mind that helps you remember to do it, but also creates a new routine. And so habit stacking, where it's like, I'm going to do this every day, and my new habit stack is, as soon as I then B, and then I get to C. And so, like, as soon as I get to a place, a fuel island, I am going to go onto the app, at the Pilot app, and reserve a shower. And then I'm going to, and so it was just being able to create those little tiny shifts where it's like, okay, well, I'm already going to the fuel island. So now I just need to add this new thing. And that really helped get me on track with creating those habits.
Yes, it's an awesome book. If y'all haven't read it, y'all really need to. If I remember correctly, you can get an audio version of it off of YouTube for free, so you don't even have to pay for it. You can listen to it while you drive. It is a great book. Yes, Cindy, great book. It is. It's one of the things that's really helped focusing on your why instead of the criticism. Yes, that is really, really good. Some great points that we've been getting here. Oh, look at that shower workout. Great idea, because someone else is watching is a big hindrance. That is so true. That's why when I first came across, I was like, oh my gosh, I've never even considered that. That's just, it's safe. You're private. You got your shower afterwards. I mean, it's phenomenal. That's why I love that superpower that you're like, my superpower is working in the bathroom. I loved it. I loved it. Yes. But thank everybody for watching. We're going to take a quick commercial break. If you have any questions or anything, go ahead and start throwing them in. We're going to touch a little bit on nutrition and everything when we come back, and then some tips and advice.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall, and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. How y'all doing? Throw some comments in if you have any questions or anything. So we left off with where you was, some strategies and things to help you get to the healthier side of things. And how long since you said it was August when you got serious?
Yep.
So August of last year?
That's correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear. This has been over a 12-month journey. So we're talking 14 months now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you did workouts for about 6 months before you even consider adding the nutrition. How much of a change did you notice in just the 6 months before you even focused on what you was eating?
Oh, the transition for that first 6 months was really the motivation to be like, okay, it's time for me to level up because I'm loving what I'm seeing. So my body composition has started to shift. I have lost, now this is total, so from my heaviest to where I am now, I've lost 65 pounds since I started trucking, or since I started my journey. So in the photo in April, that was 6 weeks into my food journey. And then through July, I need to do another one. I love every time I go to a truck stop and I see one of those full length mirrors, I'm like, hey, girl.
Now, I know when I first lost my 60 pounds and I walked by a mirror and I caught the reflection out of the corner of my eye and I looked because I thought it was somebody else and I had to do a double take. And I'm like, oh, wait, that's me. Did you ever do that mentally, that mind shift?
Yes. And I do it on a daily basis. And I actually, some of my transition, like the transformation photos is my smile, my eyes. Like there's so much more to this journey than just pounds lost and inches lost. And I am still a big girl. I'm not at my goal weight. I am not a skinny mini. And I don't know that I ever will be, but my focus has been how much more life I can live within the life I have. And so that first 6 months, that transition, like I was literally bouncing out of the truck. I was waking up in the morning with energy. I was getting through the end of my night without having to feel like a zombie, using supplements through body to fuel my nutrition, to boost my energy with natural caffeine through green tea, having a focused brain blend every single morning, this power shot that I have that like helps me maintain the focus to do my job well every day. So all of those things kind of happened at that 6 month mark. And so the last 6 months, I've actually noticed a little bit of a plateau because my body was not used to moving at all. And now I'm moving it every day. And so it's like, oh, okay, we're used to this. This is great. But I've gone from 0 weights to 25-pound weights. So there's still a lot of progress. But with food, I'm eating really healthy, but I'm still not burning as many calories. So that's where my weight loss journey has stalled. I haven't lost, well, that's not true. I lost 6 pounds in the last 2 months. But I feel like that's a stall. However, what I'm gaining every single day from continuing to do those habits has been so much more than the weight loss because I don't have gut bloat anymore. I'm not running to the restroom because of intestinal issues. I'm not having headaches anymore because of the foods that I'm choosing to eat.
I was just fixing that. So what are some of the other non-scale victories that you have noticed in your journey? I think those are so underrated and they should be at the number one top tier is the non-scale victory. So share some of your like profound non-scale victories that you have come across.
So my biggest accomplishment in this journey so far is that 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with prediabetes. And at my last physical, I dropped my A1C from a 6.8 to a 4.3 in 18 months.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
It's huge. But more than that, like being able to fall asleep on demand. I mean, seriously, that is.
It is. It's huge.
Massive.
Just losing that pre-diagnosis category when it is literally removed from your medical records, it's just like, especially because you lost a loved one at a young age due to complications of diabetes, just like I did. And that was when I got that pre-diabetes, it just crushed me because I immediately thought of my loved one. And I'm sure you did the same thing. And I tell people all the time, that's what scared me healthy. That was my initial why, because I did not want it. So losing that is fantastic.
Most
Congrats.
certainly. Thank you. And then the second profound change is how my body moves. So when I can sit in a driver's seat for 7 hours and then I stand up and my body doesn't hurt, that to me, like I'm not suffering because of my career. and being able to do, I do some jumping jacks, and instead of like resorting to a 5-hour energy because I'm exhausted or tired at the end, like in the wee hours of the morning at the end of my driving shift, I do 10 jumping jacks and 15 squats, and I'm ready and fully awake and ready to finish the rest of my shift. And then I think the other profound non-scale victory has been how I see life, and being able to rise to the challenge of whatever's in front of me, then succumbing to the circumstances that are in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you know that mind shift is really a lot to do? And the reason why exercise is so important, and I hate the word exercise, I have a negative association with that word. So I use purposeful movement. It's a play on words, but you know what? It works for me, so it doesn't matter. But when we sleep, our body naturally produces a chemical that's kind of like a pain medicine, kind of like a natural narcotic. And when we don't exercise, we don't get that medicine out, that natural hormonal medicine out. So it builds up. And when it builds up, that's what causes the exhaustion, the fatigue. It causes I mean, it's not like the main cause, but it is a huge cause in the depression and the brain fog, because all those, it gets built up. So when we start working out and doing purposeful movement, whether it's a strenuous exercise or just moving your body, you're depleting those natural chemicals. So therefore, those good chemicals can start taking over. And that's the reason why working out is so important. It's not the calories in, calories out concept. It's more of getting the body moving and getting those chemicals down. But let's go into the nutrition, because I think we're almost halfway done with our show already. It's just flown by. Hey, does anybody have any comments or questions?
I
Especially
see that
getting
Cindy asked
into
about intermittent fasting.
Yes.
And yes, I actually have a 16 and 8 schedule. So I only eat for 8 hours during the day, and I fast for 16 hours every day.
Do you prefer to fast from when you wake up until like your mid shift, or do you prefer to fast at the end of your shift? Because a lot of people think intermittent fasting, you have to only eat lunch and dinner, but you can set your schedule any way you want to, especially, and that's what's so great with driving. But that depletes those sugar levels that's stored up in your body too. But which way do you prefer to do it?
So the last thing that I eat at night is my Shakeology, and I make that at the beginning of my shift, and then I drink it in a shake form at 8 p.m. home time. So I always go on Pacific Standard Time. So 8 p.m. home time is the last thing I put in my mouth, and that is my Shakeology Superfoods. That is, it bridges the gaps. It has 60 different really amazing quality ingredients that bridge nutrition gaps in my day. And I don't eat again until noon the next day. So it's kind of both. I am a habitual snacker. And when I drive, I'm either biting my fingernails or snacking. And I'm trying really hard not to bite my fingernails, but I also don't do any snacking after 8 p.m. I have gum if I need to chew on something. But not having anything to eat after 8 p.m. has really helped curb that late night snacking, mindless eating, and any kind of before I started thinking about food, I would grab a bag of chips, for example, and look down and be like, where'd the rest of my chips go? I did not just eat the whole bag, but I did. And it was mindless. So I don't put
Yes.
anything in my mouth after 8 p.m. I go to bed between midnight and 2 a.m., depending on my schedule, my shift. And then I do not eat first thing in the morning because I don't like to eat first thing in the morning. But breakfast is always a meal that's on the schedule, no matter what time of day or night I eat. I'm definitely a breakfast girl.
Oh yeah, I take breakfast in the literal sense. It breaks your fast. It doesn't matter what time. So what's this
Absolutely.
you're fixing right here? That looks delicious.
Oh, that was, I did. So when I go home, I'm on the road for 30 days. And when I go home, I prep and plan 30 days worth of meals, 142 servings that I put in individual bags. This is not the season for me to focus on reusable. I have to throw that out of my mind. I'm definitely in a season of single use. That was actually some honey Dijon chicken breast. Oh my gosh, it's so delicious. So I have my Galan's 3-in-1 convection oven, microwave, air fryer combo that I use every single day. And I also have a Dijon hot pot that I use for cooking eggs and sauteing veggies every day. And then I also use Shipt, which is a kind of like Instacart, but they actually deliver right to my semi truck at the truck stops to do fresh fruits and veggies every week.
Now, do you have a add-on freezer, or do you just use the little dorm style refrigerator combo thing?
I do have a travel freezer now. That actually, getting this travel freezer is really what opened my mind to the possibilities of what I could make at home and freeze beforehand and really prepare myself for the month ahead. So I do, and right now I keep it in between my seats, and I have to climb over it every day. We are in the middle of revamping our storage system. You know, with having 2 people in the truck, it can get a little crowded, but gratefully we work around all of the inconveniences to make sure that I have the food that I need in order to eat well on the road.
Feast, Fast, Repeat by Jean. Yes, that is a wonderful book. Have you read that yet?
I haven't. I've never heard of it, but I'll add it to my list.
Yes, it's a really good. It goes into the science of intermittent fasting and how it works and why it works, and it goes into all the different ways you can do it, from 1 meal a day to just the 2 meals a day or however, and it's really, really good. She also has another one. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah, her books are really good too. I like going into the science of it. So it just, because once I understand the why, it's easier for me to stick to it.
Absolutely. I find the same truth. Yes.
Yes. So the freezer, that was my first purchase when I started my healthier journey. And now I have 2 freezers in my truck. And because I usually stay out for 5 to 6 weeks. So, and there's been a few times I've stayed out 12 weeks, and I have literally frozen 12 weeks worth of meals and put it in the truck. But once in a while, I like once, twice, sometimes 3 times a month, depending on just how I feel. I'll actually go out to eat. I don't just stick into my truck. It's just making choices. What have you found on that?
Oh my gosh. So eating out is my very favorite thing to do. I love other people cooking for me. It is my, the best way for me to explore a new city is to eat their food. So I absolutely have chosen the most decadent and incredible places across the whole country, from Baltimore to Seattle to Los Angeles and San Diego. Reno has my favorite steakhouse in the whole country. Because when we learn how to eat intuitively, which is what the program that I use is called To Be Mindset, and it really goes into the psychology behind food and our relationship and repairing the relationship with our food and how we think about nourishing our bodies. And so I do not restrict myself. If I want mozzarella sticks from Arby's, because they're my favorite, I'm going to have some, because living a healthier life doesn't mean living in deprivation. It doesn't mean starving. It doesn't mean only eating kale and spinach. It means listening to your body, giving it what it needs 80% of the time, and allowing yourself to have the things that serve you. So one of the things in this journey that I learned pretty quickly once I started taking my health seriously in my gut was I did gut protocol, and that's another program that Body has, and it eliminates some foods to identify sensitivities. And I have known for a lot of years that I am gluten intolerant, and I refuse to acknowledge it because I love bread. But how my body feels when I consume gluten is gross. It is so lethargic. It feels fuzzy. I have brain fog. My gut hurts. I have bloating issues, all of these different things. So I eliminated them for 30 days, and I'm like, holy crap. What? Knowledge is only powerful if you implement it. So being able to remove dairy, gluten, and soy from my diet, all of a sudden I'm like, I feel like a whole brand new human.
Oh, I can imagine if you had that sensitivity, how bad you felt.
And being
That's
in the
not
truck
how-
made it even worse.
Oh, yeah. Well, and plus, when you're in that mindset, oh, all I have time for is a fast food. But if you really think about it, by the time you stop, you park, you walk inside, you stand in line, you order your food, you wait for your food, then you get your food, you can already fix something in the truck and save half the money.
Oh, so much more money. I have saved so much money because now, like, for example, Subway is still something that I like to have every now and then, but I don't eat it every day. But the Subway sandwich that I get is $15 for one sandwich. I'm like, I can prepare
that much?
4 meals. Yeah, $14.49 for the sandwich, and then anywhere between 40 and 80 cents for taxes, which is just insane to me. That, or even like a pizza from the oh my gosh, from the Pilot is $15 or more. And so I can make an entire sheet pan that's going to feed me 6 different meals. It's fresh ingredients, it's ready to go, and I never have to leave my truck. And it saves me time, money, effort, energy, and the bloat. So I had a question for you. When you're prepping your meals, do you cook all of them, or do you prepare some of them individually, like frozen raw, and then you cook them in your truck?
I do both.
Yeah. Okay. So do I.
Yeah, I do both. So my absolute favorite one is, and hey, if anybody wants to join in the chat, because I'm always up to new recipes. But my favorite one I like to do is I will crack 4 eggs in a Ziploc bag and then throw a little bit of cheese, ham, and bacon, and then I'll freeze it. And then I cook it in I don't know if you ever heard of a Hot Logic Mini, but I can just put it in the Hot Logic Mini, dry for 2.5 hours, and I have a fresh hot omelet.
Oh, that's awesome.
A lot of people don't know you can freeze eggs for up to 6 months raw.
Yeah. I love freezing eggs if I'm going to use them in omelets, but I'm spoiled, and I actually really, 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 really love over easy eggs. And so I've perfected, while Seth is driving, I have perfected frying eggs over easy in ghee, and it's the best.
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
Eggs are definitely a daily staple.
It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that most of your meals you have learned to have what you want, but add in what you need. Is that correct? Because that's my favorite philosophy. It has been a huge shifter for me. Last episode that I hosted last month, I was telling everybody, it's like, at the end of the day, you're tired. You want a bowl of cereal and just go to bed. And there's nothing wrong with that. but just add in a little bit of protein and add a little bit of fiber with that bowl of cereal, and you'll be good to go. So it's just
And
baby
the other
steps.
really important thing, absolutely, what I have found is decision fatigue is a real thing. And so when I pre-plan my meals and I know exactly what I'm eating at the end of the day, I always do my most effort in the morning and my least effort at the end of my night. And so I start my morning with sauteed veggies and fried potatoes and ghee and sugar-free, nitrite-free, organic bacon and eggs. And I have this amazing, incredible bowl of deliciousness at the beginning of the day. And then at the end of the day, I have a Shakeology, because as we go through our day, our ability to make good choices becomes more and more limited. And so having a plan, having my frozen foods so close and at the ready, really gives me the best chance at success on a daily basis, especially when I'm tired, which is why I just chose, that was my number one reason, was because when I started identifying what I was eating and paying attention to that, no good decisions are made after 8 p.m. in my mouth. So I just make sure that I don't eat anything at all, because I was not making good choices. And that absolutely had to do with decision fatigue.
Yeah, I started, one of my first one was, okay, I love to munch while I drive. Well, my first, because I make my own rules and I experimented. Okay, this rule worked, this rule didn't work. But my first rule was I can only eat raw food while I'm driving. That was my first rule. And that made a huge difference. But then I went to, I don't eat while I'm driving, only eat when I'm stopped. That way I can go through the whole holistic, have my digestive system go and all that stuff. That's a whole nother story. But so with your nutrition and with your purposeful movements, what would be your top three tips to give somebody who is interested in wanting to get healthier, because it's all about the herb?
Yeah, I think, and we've talked about them. So number one is start small. There is no such thing as a grand gesture in this journey of healthier living that's going to get you where you want to go, because you get overwhelmed or it gets hard. And so if you start small and work your way up as you get better and as you get into the routine, that is my number one method of creating the success that I've created, is gradually over the last 14 months. Number two, and I think number two would be to find creative solutions to problems. Truck drivers don't have the same access that the general public does. And so solving problems to truck driver issues with mainstream solutions doesn't work. And so whether you find Melinda or myself or anyone that you want to align with getting healthier, finding someone who has the option to create solutions that are as unique as the circumstances that you are dealing with. It's kind of like I said, for a long time, I was trying to, plug a square into a round hole, and it never fit. It didn't work. And so finding something that allowed for flexibility and creative solutions was really powerful. And I think number three would be finding something that you love, that you can find consistency in. Even if you don't love working out, there is some kind of movement that you're going to feel more aligned with. And Melinda, you love to go hiking, and being out in nature is something that fuels your soul. And so it's easy for you to go out and even when it's cold, or even when the weather or the conditions aren't ideal, to enjoy going on a hike. And for me, I enjoy weightlifting, I enjoy resistance training, I enjoy the mindset work that goes into every workout. And so no effort toward living a healthier lifestyle is a bad effort. But sticking with something that either doesn't feel great in your system, doesn't work for your circumstance, or something that you're not actually going to do, you can have the best laid intentions, but unless you're willing to do the work, it doesn't work.
That's so true. So true. So if anybody wants to work with you, or if they have more questions and want to get more in touch, how would be the best way for them to reach out to you?
Instagram is where I live. I love hanging out in my stories on Instagram. And I have a link in my bio on Instagram at Ever Be Rising that you can fill out if you want a direct consultation. But also, just sending a DM to me is a really great way to start a conversation. And I would encourage everyone to go and take a look at all of my silly content, because there's a lot of out of the box thinking that goes into how I live a healthier lifestyle on the road.
And I think that's the number one rule everybody needs to learn to adapt, is just, what can I do out of the box? Because obviously with this lifestyle, we can't be in the box.
That's right.
Thanks, y'all, everybody, for coming. It was a pleasure, and I can't wait to see y'all next month. Bye.
Thank you.
Be strong.
Join the Shetrucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the Shetrucking podcast, powered by CTR Media Network. And today we are bringing on some of the best in celebration, yes, of women in trucking, doing this amazing International Women's Month. And today we have the amazing Jennifer Marshall. She is not only a CDL instructor, she is a driver, and she is a woman on a mission to help empower you on no matter what level of trucking that you find yourself on. So without further ado, let's bring on the amazing Jennifer Marshall. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yes, it is so great to have you today. And so when I think about you as a woman, the question always comes to mind for me. Why did you decide to go into the trucking industry?
Honestly, to be like my aunt.
Oh.
Yeah. My Aunt Sandra, that's all she did until she, started having kids. And then my uncle, he continued on with the driving, and she ran the internal part of it. So, and everybody has that favorite aunt that you emulate. And, I used to joke around, call her Aunt God. So that's why I got into it.
Oh, wow. That is something else. So we have some virtual studio audience in the building saying, hello, ladies. Hello.
Hi.
All right. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So, Jennifer, you went in because you had this fabulous aunt and you decided to go into trucking. So, was it easy for you to obtain your CDL? And when did you come into the industry?
No, it was not easy. When I graduated from high school in June of '98, she gave me a job. Her and my uncle gave me a job in their trucking company in the office. I did driver qualification, safety, logs, stuff like that, fuel by state back when you still had to do it by hand. And then that kind of evolved into being what's called a squirrel. And I would have to help load and unload the trailers with my brother. And because they hauled high value electronics. And when that started phasing out, and I hit a few bumps in my personal life, I decided it was time that I needed to go driving. I was called a few schools, and I called Lincoln Land in Springfield and talked to Bob Howard, and he told me exactly what to do step by step, how to get into the program and how to get it funded, because it was a few $1,000s even back then. And he got me in. I had to drive back and forth. Plus I had a kid at home. And then, I was the only woman in the class. All the companies that were coming in to recruit were flatbed, only looking for men. So on top of everything else, thank God for Bob and Craig, who was my actual range and road instructor, helped me find a job. And they pointed me towards SMX out in Fort Dodge, Iowa, which they're no longer in business. They were bought out by Decker. Great company though. They were, oh my God, they were great. And then from there, when they started to be bought out, I moved to Risinger Brothers in Morton, which was a little closer to home. Had to step away from that one because ran into an issue being, a girl. So you know how it is. Then I went to night transportation. And when I was at night, I had the best support group right up there in Lamont, Illinois. My dispatcher, I'm not going to name names because they're all still involved in trucking. Just the dispatcher and the recruiter and everybody was great in that office, except for the safety guy. Had a few issues with the safety guy. He put a tracker on my truck, and he would know exactly where I was at, what I was doing, and would show up when I was in the Chicagoland area. One night it got bad enough that my dispatcher and him actually threw hands in the parking lot over it. So, and my dispatcher ended up going to work at another company. That guy never got sent anywhere because he had family in the company. So he went back to Texas. And then from there, I went to Celadon. And Celadon was great. They were great. But that was when the old man was still alive. So your mic's gone.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So you had a vast history with trucking because you have the unique experience of being with more than one carrier, working with more than one company, having some of the different experiences. And one thing that I did hear is you had some good experiences and you had some not so great experiences within the industry. And the fact that you had to deal with someone tracking you. And we speak so often about safety of women on the road. I mean, that is a I mean, you would think you started in the 90s. You would think by 2024 we will have been remedied this problem by now. But the fact of the matter is, this problem is still going on. And these are some things and some issues that we tackle with Shetrucking. So for women that's starting now, because we have a new group of women that are young, that are just starting out, how would you suggest that they maneuver as a new driver on the road with all these different variables that can happen while on the road, and just being a female, just
being a female, be aware, always be aware, have your head on a swivel constantly. You know, it's, for lack of a better term, you have to start acting like you are in the military. Don't sit with your back where, you know, it's unprotected. Personally, I never stopped my truck and got out after dark. I made sure everything I did was done before the sun went down. When that sun went down, I did not get out of my truck again till the sun come back up, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. If you do, for some reason, like, you know, some deliveries are after dark, it just happens. If you do have to get out, make sure you are on the phone with somebody. They know exactly where you're at, what you're wearing, the whole 9 yards. And I know that some things are illegal, but there's ways around everything. So you can't, most trucking companies are very strict on what they allow you to carry in your truck.
Mm-hmm.
But what you can carry that is completely 100% legal is Hornet spray. And it does shoot a very long stream, straight stream, very good aim.
Mm-hmm.
I carry bear mace.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I also have a shank. So, you know, and it does curve around my hand. So if I have to use it, I can use it as an enforcer to hit something or to gut something.
And that's the sad reality of the situation. We have so many women that have been through some things and have got sexually assaulted, some have even lost their life just to help take care of their families. And then the fact that they may be in an abusive relationship at home, and the truck is the only thing that they can get away from it. And then they have to go deal with all the different things that's out when they're on the road, that they have to, like you said, you have to keep your head on the swivel, ladies, because you never know who's watching you. You have to be mindful of your surroundings all the time. And the sad thing is, you would think you shouldn't have to watch people in the industry, but the harsh reality is that you have to watch everybody because you are a woman in a male-dominated industry. We have some comments coming in from our Facebook community, Shetrucking on Facebook, and Owen says, "Hello, ladies. There was 5 of us in the class of 100 for me, so this must be somebody that know you, or possibly, maybe." But they agree with what we're saying with everything being true in regards to what women have to endure. And so when you think about all those different adversities that you had to deal with over the years, being in a male predominantly dominated industry, what are some other ways that you had to deal with it? Because we hear how you had to deal with it from a physical standpoint. You had to have different sprays, different maneuvers, but from a mental standpoint, you being a female on the road, how did that feel?
Well, I probably went above and beyond because I wanted to make sure that I was never put in a bad situation. Okay. So I would never allow anybody to open my doors. And if they offered, I tell them, no, I'm good. This is my job. This is what I do. You let me do my job. Thank you, but no thank you. And I was always polite. I would never ask for help backing up. If I needed a spotter, I'd say, hey, can you spot me? I never said, hey, get in my truck and back up for me, please. I see that so much, and it's crazy. You know, if you do not ever put a stranger in your truck. Come on, people. Seriously. I don't care if you are in a room of 1 million people. You put a stranger in your truck, it only takes a split second for you to be gone. I mean, honestly. I just wanted to be better. Everything I did, I wanted to do better. When it was, you know, alley docking, I worked and worked and worked until I was better at it. Backing straight, I wanted to back straight, longer, better than men. I wanted to be able to drive more miles than the men. That way I could say, look, nobody has to carry my weight. I am good to hire. I am worthy of you going out on a line for me. I'm going to go the extra mile for your company. So like I said, I may not have done it the right way, but I've only had one company that I left on bad terms with. But everybody leaves on bad terms with them. Literally everybody has left. So, you know.
And we have and those companies do exist.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so we're not going to give them a platform right now.
No,
but
not even.
You know. Let me look at you. You know. Okay. And so, and ladies, the reason why we're going so deep into these uncomfortable topics is because we need you to understand. We don't want you to be naive. We have a lot of new women, a lot of young people that it's a generational gap, a generational divide. Like our age bracket, Jennifer, we have an awareness of our surroundings because of how we was raised a little bit differently than this new generation of
we
young
were raised
people.
feral.
Yeah, within their 20s, and so they're a little bit more carefree in ways that we never were. That helps in some ways, but also is very dangerous in this industry.
Yes.
And I'm even going to take a shower. Getting out of your truck at any time can become a life and death situation.
Yep.
Up under the wrong circumstances if you're not paying attention. If you're not, you have to start being mindful of what's going on. Okay. And it's not saying that we want you to be paranoid. We want you to be fearful, overly fearful, but we want you to be self-aware of what's going on in the industry. And sometimes people may just not talk about it, but here, Jennifer and I, and with Shetrucking, we want you to be mindful of the good and not so good so that you can be safe, so that you can make it home to your families. We want you to stay safe, just like our virtual studio audience. She said, definitely. And she said, stay safe. So Jennifer, is there anything else you want to say on that topic? Because if not, we're going to take a small commercial break and then we'll be back with some more conversation, because I'm so grateful to you for even having the bravery to talk about this. This side. Everybody can talk about the other side, but this is really what hits home. And this is what women leave for. They leave the industry just because of this stuff that we're talking about. And they don't have anyone like you, Jennifer, that can tell them from a woman perspective, this is what you need to look out for.
Yep. They're going to ask you 40 ways from Sunday where you're going, what you're hauling, where you're going next. Don't tell them. Don't. Tell them someplace in the opposite damn direction. You know, I stopped and had a tire fixed at a Love's in northern Indiana when I was headed into Michigan. I got up into Michigan, got at a truck stop, shut down for the night. I was hauling pickles out of Palatka, Florida. And I had the mechanic call me and say he's staring at my truck. I literally had to call my husband at that time, who lived in Indiana, and tell him to get up there now. I'm sitting on the floorboard of my truck with the doors locked. And this guy took my phone number off of the paperwork from the breakdown. So do not put your phone number on there. Put your dispatchers. and then have your dispatcher contact you, because there is 24-hour dispatch anywhere you work. 24-hour dispatch. They can call you when your truck's ready.
Little tips like that can be things that save your life, because it takes but a minute for your life to be changed forever, and sometime it never go back to how it was before.
Yep.
And so on this Women International Month, we're celebrating amazing women like Jennifer and all of you that's in the She Trucking community. But with all that celebration of you being able to conquer, being able to build, grow, and thrive in an industry was not made for you, we also have to have the hard conversation surrounding the parameters of having yourself inserted in an industry that was not made for you.
Yeah.
The dark side. The dark
yes.
side.
The dark
Okay.
side of it.
Yeah. And it does exist. We hate it exist. We've been fighting for this to change for a long time. So we hope in some decade this is remedy, but it's not now. And
I
that's
was
why we're
lucky.
being very
I was lucky because when I started, I had my aunt
Mhm.
that gave me a heads up.
Yeah.
So, and like I said, she started in 78.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. And it
It
didn't.
was even harder. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
78?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
They graduated from high school, crawled in a truck for Mayflower, I do believe, and took off.
Wow. Okay, so you have a long legacy.
Yeah.
Of warriors in the trucking industry, women. So,
Yeah.
okay, that's why but everyone don't have the benefit of having this beautiful legacy that your family built for you, and also they may have men that's in the trucking industry, but they don't have women as well. You have both. And so she was able to give you the knowledge, the information to be able to be the strong woman that you are. But for those of you who may not have what Jennifer has, with that nurturing environment to kind of, I would say, keep her grounded in this industry, she's letting you know different things that you can do for yourself now based upon her experience and her family's legacy, so that you will be self-aware. You don't have to have what she had, but she's here to inform you. Listen, ladies, it's more than just getting in the truck and driving.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I tell everybody I run into, because I was just up at the truck show in Peoria. Here's my business card. This is my cell phone. Text me, because I live in a dead zone for cell service, but I do get texts. If you have a question, text me. And I tell my students, I don't care, because it's the same thing Bob Howard told me, same thing Craig told me. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you can't find a job, call me. I have fingers all over the industry. I can help you get a job. You're on top of a mountain, you're freaking out, you don't know what to do. Take a breather, call me. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I would rather walk you off that mountain than read about you on Facebook. If you're sitting in a truck stop, scared to death, call me. I can figure out where you're at, and I know who to call, because I may have one of my friends in that area that can get to you. I have a good friend in Florida. I have another good friend that lives in Oklahoma, another one that lives in California. I even have a really good Facebook friend that lives in Canada, because I also drove to Canada when I worked for Celadon. So I know people everywhere. And that's, I tell my students, if you need me, reach out. I'm not going to cut you off. Even when you're done with the class, I'm here.
And see, that is true sisterhood. Okay. We say the word sisterhood a lot, but do we really, are we using it because it's a trend? Are we using it because it sounds good to say? This is what sisterhood look like. This is what we built for She Trucking. Jennifer is one of our members. And we're going to talk a little bit more after the commercial break, because you're saying, man, I know everybody on here is like, Jennifer is amazing. I know. No, she also has a school as well. So when we get back from our commercial break, we're going to go into her school, because you already heard her journey. And now she's actually turned another leaf and she's doing the school. And you can find out how you can be a part of it, how you can be within her inner circle, and all that good stuff after this commercial break. We'll be back in a moment.
DJ Tony Dubb. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'. Ah. DJ Tony Dubb. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
And just like that, we are back. And that was a commercial from previous years from Matt's. Matt's is the Mid-American Truck Show. And Shetrucking is going to be in the building at Matt's. That is March the 21st through the 23rd at Louisville, Kentucky. Our booth is 40652. That is 40652. And in celebration of Matt's, we have launched, if you have not looked at it yet, we have been dropping it in a group, but sometimes doing these algorithms, you just don't see it. We have launched our first inaugural Shetrucking magazine to give you additional tips and strategies to establish you to maintain a successful career in the trucking and transportation industry. And guess what? You can see it for absolutely free. Look in our Facebook group or simply go to shetrucking.com and click to see the magazine. It's an amazing, amazing magazine. We want to also give a shout out to our platinum sponsors, TAV. Yes, TAV is the platinum sponsors for the Shetrucking podcast, enabling us to be able to bring you some of the best within the trucking and transportation industry, to give you the support so that you can grow and thrive. Make sure to go to check out TAVs today if you need factoring. On that note, you guys, we have so much amazingness going on. Before the commercial break, we were speaking with Jennifer Marshall, and she was sharing all of the things that we need to look out for being a woman in the trucking and transportation industry. Many times we have these conversations, and it's like little gumdrops, sweet and savory, really sweet, but there is a sour side for females that's in the trucking industry. And so this is not to make you afraid. This is not to make you not want to be a part of the trucking industry, because I feel that it's great for you to do it, but this is for you to be self-aware. So right now we're going to bring back on the amazing Jennifer Marshall. Welcome back.
Hi.
All right. So we have people in the building. Let me give some shout out to our virtual studio audience, because they didn't have to watch, and we love that you're watching. So yes. Let's see. We have in the group, we have Owen. She said, my uncle, I guess she was speaking about when you were saying about your family and stuff. So she said she has an uncle, a grandfather. She said, that's amazing. So true. She said, thanks, Jennifer. We all need assistance. Trucking sisters. Then we have, I have a question about her school. Yep, I knew you would. And we're going to talk about it. And she said, yes, great. We have another person talking about, hi, Mom. Oh, that's your baby.
Yep, that's my daughter. Hi, Allie.
We have Sarah in the building. She said, put Jennifer on that cover. And we have Michelle saying hi, Jennifer. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in on today. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. And if you haven't joined the Shetrucking community, for those of you who are watching outside, make sure it's a free group to get additional support as well. So you were speaking about all the different things that women need to look out for in regards to trucking. You also spoke about your beautiful legacy, having both men and women in this industry in the 70s, and how you pretty much was able to be on the administrative role, doing whatever needed to be done in your family business, to now being a driver. And now you transition into being an instructor, and specifically a CDL instructor. So what made you decide to become a CDL instructor, and tell us how they could get in contact and all that good stuff?
Well, I had no intentions of being a CDL instructor.
Really?
Yeah. I just was going through some things at home and needed a break from the road. So I was getting my CNA certificate reinstated, along with my EMR, Emergency Medical Responder Certificate. And I was sitting in class, and the president of the campus here at Midwest Technical Institute in Springfield came up and said, "You're the one with the CDL, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "I want to see you on your lunch break." And I'm like, "Great. I haven't even done anything and I'm in trouble already," you know? And she offered me a job to be an instructor. She had already looked at my history because of having to apply for the college. They needed my work history because it is a trade school. We do teach trades here. We have welding, we have medical assisting, HVAC plus CDL. And then, like I said, she offered me a job, and I talked to my mother, my husband, and a few of my friends about it. And I was like, well, I can't teach this. And I'm doing air quotes here, adopted son, DJ, he was like, yeah, because you're the one that taught me how to back. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I love it. I love it. I wish I'd have done it a long time ago. Although I feel for the teacher plight 100%. Oh my God, do I? So I'm sorry, Mrs. Lineberger. I apologize. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So I'll buy you a drink if I ever see you uptown. But anyway, it's the satisfaction of seeing their face when they get it. You know, when they struggle so hard to just catch the drift of the truck. And then when they do it and they catch it, and then you just see like that whole brighten up, you know, it's just like, yep, that's why I do it, you know? And then I did have a female come through. I've only had one. God, I wish there was more. I had one come through. She had severe testing anxiety. And that's the other instructor, Tony. His name's Tony Chancellor. Tony. He was really, really good with her out on the range. And, you know, I worked with her, and that was both of our, you know, crowning glories that, you know, we got her through it, got her CDL. But you don't realize the impact you have on somebody until you're there, you're doing it. I had one student that when he got his CDL, after the state tester was done, he ran up and gave me a bear hug. And I mean, he looked like he was about ready to cry. And I mean, I was floored. So, but it's awesome. It really is.
And the fact that you are taking it to an additional level, in regards to your trucking, in regards to your journey, you don't hear this story every day, that someone just out of high school, a woman just out of high school, and then she starts in her family's trucking business, like doing administrative roles or whatever needs to be done. Then that same girl, that same young lady, eventually goes into driving a truck, and then that same young lady start, teaching school.
And I also was an owner operator. I did buy 2 trucks. So
okay, well, so tell us a little bit about what made you do that at that point in your life, because you did just about every single little piece of this trucking and transportation industry. So tell us a little bit about what was the mindset, because so many people right now is talking about, I want to buy a truck, and we're trying to say this is not a good time to buy a truck. So
and that's what I tell all my students. This is what I tell all my students. I will help you every step of the way. If you decide to start being an owner operator, by all means. This is not the climate for it. Okay. It is just not. I just noticed that 2 more companies went out of business today. The little man is taking a hit below the belt. Every owner operator is going to tell you right now is not the right time. They're all going to tell you this. But the trucking industry is an ebb and flow thing. It's a live thing. And you have to catch the flow just right. And right now is not the right flow. I do know that I tell all my students that in this world, there are 3 constants. And this is what I tell them on the first day. There's 3 constants. Everybody's going to get sick. So we need medical, all sides of medical. Everybody's going to pass away. We need all sides of the undertakers. Everybody's got to eat. So we need drivers. Even if it is the last mile that they're trying to enact by putting a lot of our freight on rail systems and then doing the last mile, or if it is true OTR coast to coast, everybody's going to have to eat.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to buy a truck, it's best to hold off at least another 1.5 years, at least. Yeah. I had to park my trucks and actually sell one almost 2 years ago. Because I just couldn't do it anymore. Taxes went through the roof. Fuel cost was too much. Freight rates went down. I just couldn't do it anymore. So.
And I get it. And so the fact of the matter is we have to have these conversations, because I call them the fantasy trucking gurus, because anybody with a social media can be an expert, and it fools the people, or I would say mislead the people who generally go in there for information and knowledge to make them think that this is a good time. And while everyone that's around this industry that really know what's going on, we're saying, no, don't buy now. They're saying, yes, buy now. So listen, she knows what she's talking about. We had another guest that said this is not the time as well. Yep. So not saying that it won't ever become the time again, but it's just not the time right now.
No, and my truck is still in my driveway. The Pete, it was gone. Man, it was a basket case. My husband loved it. It was a pretty truck, but we just couldn't deal with it anymore. Mine is a true Columbia glider, straight from Freightliner. So with a brand new transmission, So she's just kind of sitting and waiting. So,
That's okay though, because she can sit and wait for a little while. Because when she go out in her glory, she'll be going out soon, but not now.
Yep. She ain't costing me no hay sitting there.
I know that's right. So we have so many people that are on right now. We want to make sure that we acknowledge our virtual studio audience for taking the time. We have Adam. He said, "Hi, Jennifer."
Hi.
We have Michelle. She says, "Great interview. Love women power." Thank you so much for tuning in. We also have a Facebook user who says, "You never know when new opportunities are waiting on you to come around the corner." I guess she was speaking about when you transition into being a CDL instructor.
Yep.
We also have Shetrucking on. She said, "Perfect." And she said, "Yes, that's exactly how it makes me feel. I want a school so bad to teach other women." Hey, whoever you are, make sure you get in the group and connect with Jennifer. We're going to have some information a little bit later on that you'll be able to connect with her as well. We have someone else that said, "True. That girl does it all." You. And she said, "Yes, Jennifer, me too." Someone said, no. You know what that is. I can't say it on there because we want to keep this thing going, this podcast going. And we have she said, "Yeah, the black sheep would eventually ride again."
That's my truck's name, Black Sheep. So
okay. Well, it would eventually ride again. And so now we're gonna pivot a little bit and talk about because we want to talk a little bit about mental health, because that is something that's a little bit taboo. We know that a lot of our women are dealing with it, and men as well. They're dealing with it too, because you have to have these long stints where you're away from people, you're away from your family. So as a woman, how was it for you? Because you still drive on the weekend, but when you were doing those OTRs over the road, how was it for you to cope with being away from home?
We actually approached this today in class. I had a student ask me. Back when I started, it was harder. We didn't have cell phones that you could just pick up and dial and call everybody and FaceTime and, Snapchat and Twitter and all this other stuff. We actually, once you got unloaded, you had to make a mad dash to the truck stop to the payphone to get your next dispatch. We had bag phones. They were like $5 a minute. We actually had 800 phone numbers that we could call to call home from a payphone. Back when everybody still had landlines. And then, cell phones did start to come in. And then, you had your free minutes after, I think it was like 9 o'clock or something like that. But that's when you could go into the truck stop for lunch, an early supper. You could sit and talk with the other drivers, the older drivers. It was safe. You could get some advice. If you were struggling with something, you didn't know how to get somewhere, you didn't know how to get in somewhere, you could get the advice that you needed. That's gone now. You can't do that. They're even shutting down the restaurants in the truck stops. The camaraderie that kept you company back then, it's not there anymore. It's not. I don't know if it was the invention of social media. I don't know if it was the generation of, I'm important and I need a trophy too. I don't know. But the camaraderie's gone that we had out on the road where, we could all sit out and gossip. Because, the women would tend to gravitate towards each other. And it's like we would just kind of like, we had sonar, we would just find each other, Not anymore. Not anymore. And so you had that one cassette that you really liked. you know. I ran an Earl Thomas Conley cassette till I had to buy it twice because I ran it out. You got to know certain truck stops. You had certain truck stops that you stopped at all the time. And then you got to know the staff there. So you got to feel safe there. You know, I had a truck stop in New Paris, Ohio. I stopped there so often that I would walk in and the waitress would know exactly what I wanted to drink and had it sitting on the table and exactly what I wanted to eat. You know, and I wasn't the only one. We were all like that. You know, now that is gone. And we've done it to ourselves, but it's gone.
And so what I'm hearing is the sense of community, the sense of knowing that you know that you know that you know. It's something about having, I would say, consistency, because when I'm hearing everything that you're saying, like having the simple things, that waitress that knew you was coming and knew your order, that knew what you wanted. Like I said, like when I tell my children, social media, they grew up in a time where they only knew digital stuff. You know, we came in a time where it was merging to us little by little, but we still use communication. Good old speaking like we're doing right now. We didn't have to have a cell phone to send a text message, some emojis and all this stuff like that. We had a conversation.
Right.
You know, and so, go ahead.
It was neat when XM radio come out, because I could be in one part of the country and, you know, my husband would be at another one and another friend of ours would be at another one. And we would be on the phone at the same time. Well, then we would tell each other, hey, turn to this station. And we'd all be sitting and listening to the same channel. And that helped a lot. But, you know, once again, that was after cell phones got prevalent. It was after 9 o'clock and, you know, so it's, you know, different now.
It is. And speaking of that, we're going to go into a different area. We're going to keep it real, dealing with unity amongst women in trucking. Okay. The harsh reality is that it's not too many women in the trucking and transportation industry, and you have a lot of things that are against you being just a female truck driver or in this industry per se. And the sad reality is that we are dealing with I would say, a problem of women going against women in trucking when we should all be coming together in unity. So do you find that to be the case? Is it just me? Because I see bullying and all kind of things going on amongst women. I'm like, what are you doing? We fighting this fight together.
And woosah. It's a woosah moment. Got to rub the earlobes. I'm on quite a few websites on Facebook or pages or whatever you want to call them. And I noticed that when somebody asks a question, it ain't 5 minutes and somebody is jumping down their throat. Yeah, my English is not so good today. Jumping down their throat, telling them that their question was stupid, that they're dumb, they need to get off the road, that if they can't accept this part of being a truck driver, then they just need to get out of it. No. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. You know, I sit and I scream at my phone, listen, Linda, you know, because I don't want to get on an online fight with anybody else either. I am no keyboard warrior. But if we're not going to lift each other up, we're not going to make it in this. Because right now in the trucking industry as a whole, WIT, Women in Trucking, is advertising that 12.1% of the trucking industry is female. Okay. That was in July of 23, I think is where that number come from. What that number is actually the number of females that hold a CDL, an active CDL. Of that 12.1%, the actual percentage that are over the road active drivers is like 5%. There's 5% of us out here doing this job. You know, yes, there are a lot of women in the trucking industry. You know, 44% of women, of dispatchers are women. 42% of the safety roles in a trucking company are held by women. 75% of the HR jobs in trucking companies are held by women, but only 5% are held by female drivers. And we're out here scratching each other's eyeballs out over a simple question. Really? Why can't you just say, no, didn't you learn that in school? This is the right way. Maybe they didn't tell you the right way. You don't have to be a butt about it. You know, and I noticed on the news the other day that they're really hammering at us right now about the accident in Louisville with Cisco, where she went over the edge because she crossed the line. And the other female driver that took out the covered bridge in Indiana. Okay, so out of 5%, so let's take 100 drivers. Out of those 100 drivers, there's 5 women that have had 2 pretty significant accidents. What about the other 95 that are men? What have they done? I don't see everybody gangbanging against them, saying maybe they're not safe drivers after all. Because the statistics are still there that of an average accidents, only 40% of women are involved in them. When it comes to actual big rig accidents, only 40% are women. 60% is still male. So not only are we tearing ourselves down, tearing each other down, we have the industry tearing at us. And now we have the news tearing at us because of 2 incidents that happened. You know, that I'm sure is going to end up being a third, because in the little community that I live in, a female bus driver crossed a center line yesterday and hit a day cab head on. And the bus driver and the truck driver and the 3 preschoolers that were on board all passed away, which is not good. And I mean, it's crazy. It really is.
But the sad reality, whether you drive a truck or a regular standard vehicle, these accidents happen. We hate these accidents happen, these casualties happen. But the core of this that we should be really hammering down on is the fact that as women in this industry, we have enough against us. We should never be fighting each other.
No.
So it's so many different organizations, women organizations that's like Shetrucking is a great organization that
absolutely
helps women establish and maintain successful careers in the trucking and transportation industry. We're not the only one. It's other organizations and entities. Instead of us independently working on these islands, we should all come together.
Absolutely.
We're more powerful.
That's the only way that's the only way that we're going to rise above, is if we work together, not separately. So, you know, you get on these sites and they're nitpicking at each other, and it's like, ladies, stop, just stop. Look at the way you look. Okay, you have somebody that's on the fence about being a driver, And then they see this
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to be like, oh, hell no, you know? You
Yes.
know, and I met a young lady at the truck show, Claudette Hart. She's from the Chicago area, and she's doing like inner city support for people that want to be a truck driver. She's not teaching it, but she's giving them a support to do it. And I give her props. I really do. She is trying so hard to lift up women everywhere. And it's like, you know, you can do it. I can do it. There is another female instructor at 160. She's doing it. But these people on Facebook, they can't. What's wrong with that?
It's a problem. It's a problem. And that's why we're addressing it today. One of our virtual studio audience members said they agree. So on this Women's International Month, we need to change the narrative, move that needle from the negative zone to the positive zone.
Absolutely.
And we all need to come together because we're all women. We all have families. We all have different issues that we have to contend to in regular life, as well as the beast right here in the trucking and transportation industry. No woman in this industry should be at odds. When we see another woman, we should feel secure and comfort to know that that is our sister, regardless of the color of her skin, regardless of her age, regardless of her background. We are one.
Exactly. And, you know, as female drivers, we already have to deal with the female dispatchers that we don't exactly get along with, you know. And I'm here to tell you, I had one. Oh my Lord, if I could have reached through that phone, I don't think she'd have had any hair left. You know, it was real hard to stay professional. You know, I'm not in competition with you, girlfriend. I don't want any of this that's out here. It's all yours. I just want my load. You don't have to be snarky to me. You don't have to be hateful to me. You don't have to make condescending remarks. I just want my load and for you to go away.
And be fair at the end of the day. Our virtual studio and says, yes, we need to lift each other up, Sarah. And I 1000% agree. And the reason why we decided to talk about this taboo, touchy subject is because it's happening. And in order for us to remedy this, to solve this problem, we need to be brave enough to even have this conversation. Okay, at the end of the day. And we have so much, ladies, that we offer, that we give, that as women in any part of the trucking and transportation industry, that we add value. Why not add value to each other? It's hard enough. It's hard enough.
But women, we've got to get a thicker skin too.
Yeah.
You know, it's on both sides of the dime here, you know. Just because I'm a blunt person, okay? I'm very blunt. I don't tiptoe around anything. Unfortunately, I'm kind of like a bull in a china shop. So, you know, I kind of put it just right out there. You got to get thicker skin. You're gonna get offended. It's gonna happen. Pick yourself up by your big girl panties and get over it. Okay? They may not have intentionally offended you, but you do not need to fall down and make a big scene and, oh my God, they spoke to me that way. No, come on. You know, if you're at a stoplight and you look down and there's a gentleman driver doing what they do sometimes, I mean, come on, girls, we've all seen it. You don't have to call them out. You don't have to take a picture of it. You don't have to be obscene. Look away and go on about your business. Okay? It's just like a bully in school. The less attention you give them, they're going to get bored with it and move on quicker. Okay? Period.
I agree.
You know, I think
in regards to, let's speak a little bit about the lack of female trainers in the industry before we go. Speak a little bit about
that. We are in so short of having female trainers. Right now, I think Dot Foods up in Mount Sterling has one female trainer, and she's in like Oklahoma or something. And that's a big hurdle because a lot of people want to have the same sex training, which was a policy at one time, but I think they've lifted it. But it's hindering our own jobs. There are many men out there that are completely safe for you to team with, completely 100% safe. When I started at SMX, I trained on a truck with 3 other men in that truck. Yes, we stopped at the end of the night and we went to a hotel room. Everybody went to our separate rooms. But driving down the road, we were all in that truck. And I never felt unsafe. When I was in driver's school, I had 4 men in that truck with me. I always felt safe. Okay. Take advantage of your opportunities. It does not have to be catered to you because there is a lack of driver trainers. We have a lack of CDL instructors. Right now, we're trying to find another CDL instructor here at the Springfield campus, and we just can't find anybody interested in it. So if anybody wants to be a CDL instructor in the Springfield area that has 3 years driving experience, come on down. But, something women have to realize is you're not going to be catered to. If you want to come into a male-dominated industry, realize to take advantage of every opportunity that you're given and make the best of that while doing a CYA, which is a cover year, because you're not going to be you're not going to be catered to, because then you are just going to be deemed as inconvenient. You're going to be deemed hard to deal with, and they're going to move us on, put us under the rug, and not actually give us a fighting chance. You're going to muddy the water for the next person coming up because you want to be special. Okay? Don't take advantage of the opportunity and make the best of it. Not everybody is bad.
Yes, and so the overall of this interview is about being self-aware, being informed, also the realities and also the benefits of being a part of this industry, but most importantly, how we need to bring back the community feel back to the industry. Because we lost that somewhere in the midst of, I think, technology. We have so much in our hands that we losing humanity, and we need it. Okay, in a sense that sense of camaraderie, companionship, because you're out here on this road day in and day out away from your family. It will make you feel good to see someone that genuinely cares, that smiles at you and say, hey, be safe out there. So think about that the next time you see another trucker, the next time you see another female. Be proud, connect in a way, but also, like Jennifer said, when you're out and about, keep your head on the swivel, because we know the world that we live in. So Jennifer, is there anything else that you would like to share with our audience? And I want you to tell the audience also how they can participate at your school. Okay.
I want to see more women take advantage of being a driver. It is fun. It's challenging. And there's so many, in the words of Miley Cyrus, so many hills that you can climb, and you can look back and go, I did that. You can't take that away from me. I did that all on my own. I drove that mountain. I drove through that snowstorm. I did that. Take advantage of it. Get out there. The first year is going to be rough because it's a lifestyle change. It's going to be rough until you get used to it. But do it. Give it a try. If you've ever thought about it, just try it. Most schools are only 4 to 5 weeks long. take the leap. You don't know if you're going to be jumping into the best thing that ever happened to you.
And do your school have scholarships?
They have grants that they can help you with, different organizations to help, but we actually have the cheapest program in the area.
Oh, really?
Most of the other schools are going for about $5,000. Ours is $2,450.
Oh, okay.
Yep, $2,450, and you're done in about 4 to 5 weeks. I say 4 to 5 because right now there's kind of a backup at the Secretary of State, but it's not our fault. It's on their end.
Okay.
So,
well, you guys make sure to check Jennifer out if you're wanting to get your CDL 4 to 5 weeks. About $2,500, $2,500. You go check it out. Go to www.midwesttech.edu. That's midwesttech.edu. You can also contact her via email, jmarshall@midwesttech.edu.
That's just one L though. I don't know why they did that to my name.
Yeah, one L. Okay, so make sure to check her out on that because she can actually help you with the CDL. She is she been through many different facets of the trucking and transportation industry, so she come with a wealth of knowledge, and she's an instructor that actually still drives on the weekend because you want to be abreast of what's really going on in the now.
Yep. I work for Clark Transportation out of Lincoln, Illinois on the weekends. I can't teach it if I don't know it. If I'm not staying sharp on it, what I'm not helping these students.
That's right. Thank you so much for giving us.
I will be down at MAPS walking around. So, and if anybody has any questions or concerns, reach out, email me. I will get you my business phone number, which I don't even have it memorized. My business phone is 217-671-7674.
So you're coming to Matt's. We're all going to be at Matt's. Make sure you stop by the Shetrucking table so we can take a photo.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd be good to get off this virtual and see you in person. Now, I warn you, I'm short.
I'm not that tall, so my chair lifts pretty good.
That's all. We'll get our photo, you guys, and we'll give you guys a recap because we're both going to be at Matt's. Make sure to come check us both out at Matt's. If you have not gotten your tickets yet, make sure to go get your ticket. Let me pop this up on the screen. You can meet us, the Shetrucking team, the Shetrucking Foundation at Matt's. Our booth number is 40652. That's 40652. You will also be able to have the opportunity to get a copy of our first inaugural Shetrucking magazine for absolutely free, to give you additional tips and strategies with our new VP, Gabriella Simmons. She will actually be there as well. We also want to give a shout out to Loyalty for being a consistent supporter of the Shetrucking Foundation. We also want to give a shout out to GLCS. That's GLCS, as well as the Driving Forward podcast with Mr. Nate. Thank you for all your support. And Brandon from B Logistics. All of these people helped in various different ways, from the podcast itself to actually helping with the magazine so that we can give it to you for absolutely free. We also have one of our ad sponsors in the building, Tamika McCrae. Thank you so much for everything that you did with purchasing the ad. We have more, but I saw her in the group and I want to give her a shout out. For those of you who would like to support what we do with the Shetrucking Foundation, because we're all about helping women and minorities in the trucking and transportation industry to establish and maintain successful careers in the trucking and transportation industry. And we do this from various different ways, from trainings to webinars to informative interviews such as you see. And for us to continuously be able to do this, we need your help. So go to shetrucking.com and donate today. We are 501(c)(3). We are. So you can be able to get a tax write-off for your generous contribution. So thank you for everyone who has supported in the past and for everyone who is supporting now. Sarah said, great interview. Hey, it wouldn't be great without a great guest. You need to thank Jennifer. And your daughter said, awesome interview, Mom. I love it when your children come in. And Jeremy said, awesome interview. Keep up the good work and keep changing lives. And we do have another Facebook user thanking the She Trucker community. Oh, this for me. I wasn't going to read that. Oh, thank you, you guys. You know, I love what I do, being able to spread the voices of wonderful women like Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
No, it's truly my pleasure. You have a very unique story that shows legacy, that shows diversity within your career, because you have diversified your portfolio in the trucking industry by going from different areas. So I feel that our community, as well as the college, they really benefiting from what you're doing, because you have all this experience. You're not just reading a textbook. You know, you have the experience. And so I can't wait to meet you in person, but I had to give you that little warning. I'm short now.
That's okay.
We also want to give a shout out to My Guardian Doc, because like Jennifer said, you need to make sure that you have insurance, okay? Medical insurance. And so My Guardian Doc is actually on Shetrucking.com, where you can actually cover your whole family for $27 per month. So we have no excuse to not get the coverage for yourself and your family. And also check out Miss Sue. Check out Miss Sue. She has, if you ever find yourself in a situation as a truck driver that need legal help, because sometimes it does happen and you need some legal help, we have Miss Sue in the community that will help our members with that part. Let me make sure I mention everybody, because we appreciate every donation, whether it's $1 or $1,000, because all of it help us do what we do. And I think that's about it. Other than we have the raffle coming up in the Diamonds and Pearls. So make sure to stay in the know by going to Shetrucking.com. And again, lastly, a big shout out to our platinum sponsor for the Shetrucking podcast, which is Tabs Factoring. Thank you so much for sponsoring the podcast, because we couldn't do it without you. Jennifer, listen, thank you so much. You guys, I want you to go to Midwest Tech EDU, and here's her email again that you can get in contact with her as well. And I can't wait to see you next week.
Yes, next week.
It's next week. Ooh, it can't say it. Yes. On that note, you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. Do you want to say anything else before we go? Maybe you thought about something you want to say before we go?
Not really. I'm kind of just all over the place here, you know. We're
great.
I just want everybody to give it a shot. If you've ever thought about it, try it, because then you can't say, I wish I would have.
Oh, we don't want to live a life of regret. Nope. On that note, you guys, check us out on Shetrucking.com. Come meet us at the Mid-American Truck Show next week. And make sure to go to the website to look at our first inaugural magazine for absolutely free. It has a lot of great information in it for you. A lot of people came together in order to make that for you available for absolutely free. So take advantage of the resources. Yes, it's on Shetrucking.com. Yes. And so you guys, we are getting ready to go. Jennifer, you can stay in the back for a moment, and you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. And thank you for tuning in to the Shetrucking podcast. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.
don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you about to get on the interstate,
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. Slow, for real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side, go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate, go faster. Go faster, faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're gonna take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're gonna take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
You strong.
DJ Tony Duff. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'. Ah.
My guardian doc. What do you feel about that, and how do you think that it'll help people?
Well, I think it's, one of the great things, again, as people talk about the best thing since sliced bread, because the need for someone to be looking over and being readily available and able to provide some help is indeed what many people need these days, because it's become a more complex system to navigate, both for the doctor as well as for the patient. And so having a tool like that is very much needed this day and time.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the Shetrucking podcast, and I am absolutely honored to be hopping on over to this amazing platform headed by the amazing Sheree Moore. And what we're doing here is bringing you some of the best, not only in the trucking industry, but the individuals that's also helping to make sure to keep our truckers, as well as one in the transportation industry, healthy. So today we have an amazing guest in the building. Yes, his name is Mr. Scott. He is a true embodiment of the American dream. Over the past 4 decades, he has empowered many individuals with life and business success principles, propelling many of them to become thriving life insurance agents and agency owners. He is also the CEO of My Care Click Inc., based in Florida. Mr. Scott is a pioneer in accessibility and affordability healthcare through My Guardian Doc. So without further ado, I want to bring on Mr. Scott.
Well, thank you very much, Tina. Am I here? Can you hear me? All right. Hi, Tina. Thank you very much. Great.
Welcome.
Great introduction. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you lived it. I just read it.
All right.
Well, you know what? Speaking of, I was very impressed with how the longevity of your plight with helping individuals in things that we need. We know that they're essential to life. Maybe we don't always want to talk about it, such as life insurance, but it's essential. We need it. But I love the way you transition or you pivoted into the arena of healthcare and the unique way that you are bringing healthcare to everyday people who need it the most. And so what made you decide to spearhead this? Because you are already making so much like impact in other areas, right? With entrepreneurship. So what made you say, hey, I am going to figure out how I can make healthcare accessible, but not only accessible, but affordable?
Okay, I'm going to give it to you pretty straight. Okay.
Mhm.
With the life insurance piece, I saw a whole lot of people that were just like me. Not so much that they looked like me, but they were in the same kind of a situation, meaning that they wanted a better life. I in particular wanted to take care of my mother. I happen to be a black guy, so I wanted to see, you know, how should we say? I wanted to see the image of African Americans improved. I wanted to end the cycle of poverty for my family. And when I started out, I found that there were a whole bunch of people that were just like me. They wanted some of the same things. So segue into this, and now we're talking about health. And I don't think there's a person on the planet that doesn't understand, or at least if they're not feeling well, they're going to understand it, that health is extremely important. And so I found myself in a position, actually, I was looking for ways for our guys to diversify their income. And something that wasn't fortunate for us happened and turned out to be fortunate. And so what I did was I went looking for another company, and I ran into telemedicine. This was over a decade ago. And so I developed a relationship with Dr. Karanga, who can't be here tonight. Guess what? Sunday evenings, these guys, all of our guys work very dedicated. We work really hard. And so, you know, Sunday evenings are normally sacrosanct, but I'm intrigued with the Shetrucking folks. I grew up in a town where everybody that was driving a truck, and they were the most economically powerful people in our community. I'm in a rural area, but I've never, and I used to go out into the yard and I'd do this, you know, like this, or that you tell the guys that, you know, when I say, I've never seen a woman doing it. But okay, here's the deal, guys. When I noticed the business of medicine, when I saw what was happening in the field of medicine, and I found myself in this position with CareClicks, I'm like, whoa, maybe I can do a direct to consumer deal that people like me, people like me would really get excited about. And when I say people like me, I mean, I'm just a person. I'm just a regular person. I'm not a doctor. I got a body that is probably going to need a doctor. Is probably going to need to go into the healthcare system. It scares the hell out of me. You know, I can tell you all kinds of stories. And so when CareClicks was just dealing with, the company was just dealing with large corporations. And so, and organizations. So I thought that if we took these incredible docs and brought them into the household, that and got them these docs to agree to a set of principles where they developed, where they were committed to delivering compassionate care. I think health begins with compassion, world-class care at a price that everyone can afford. I'm like, who in the world is not going to be excited about that?
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you, Mr. Scott, for the simple fact that I love how you kind of brought us on a journey with what you just said with your story. You spoke about your need. You spoke about your mom's need. You spoke about how can I transfer this information that I already know from my decades of experience in CareClicks, but how can I love when you said this, which is compassionate care. And I know personally, I have had to be at the leisure of going to the emergency room 1 or 2 times or more times in my life than I wanted to. And I have had different experiences, such as some not so compassionate. So I feel that the combination of what you're doing with the compassion, affordability, and also providing accessibility is very powerful. Sheree Moore, she actually, the founder of Shetrucking, she actually was able to experience using my guardian dog just recently. And she had an amazing experience. And you just never know on those moments when you feel your worst and you just need to call someone. You need to call a doctor. And so, with that being said, the compassionability, the way that you said you needed it for your mom and in the future, possibly yourself. How did you? How would you able to get the doctors together to come on this amazing platform? Because what you created was it's so powerful. It's very powerful.
Well, many of the doctors, listen, guys, the people that are listening, we're not going to be able to get into all of the intricate, down into the weeds of the business of medicine.
Yeah.
But most doctors started out just like all of us. They were born into the world. They were babies, and something in their world, in their experience, said, "I want to be a doctor. I want to heal people. I want to make people feel better." And I think they go into medicine with, really very idealistic. And then the business of medicine comes. And that's a different story, folks. It's an entirely different story. And even though we have the most incredible healthcare system in the world here in the US, our results are pretty, it's very expensive. And our outcomes are not nearly as good as we think they should be. So when I looked at this, I'm thinking, okay, how in the world can we get better outcomes? How can we make this system what it can and should be? There's not a doctor worth their stethoscope, and that's just off the top of my head, that is probably not going to say, let me hear more. So we're taking the doctor directly into the household, where he and we're not cutting out the payors and the regulators, except up front. Up front, it is just between the doctor and the patient, or what we call the client. Now, if the doctor says that certain things need to be done, then the payors, or they can use their insurance, and they can use Medicare and Medicaid or whatever. So point is that doctors are generally extremely good people. They are very compassionate, I think, just by their nature. And so it's not hard to get a doctor to buy into something that they think is going to be good for their patients, if they can do it without creating, issues for themselves. So it's not hard to get the docs. The docs are all on board. Trust me.
Oh, that's good to hear, because they're under a lot of stress now with how the economy is right now, and how much sickness as a nation we have been experiencing. So just as it's hard for regular everyday people, it's hard for them as well. So and they're tired. So I'm so happy that you was able to find some doctors that was willing to take up this great initiative, because we definitely need it. And so let's just do an example. Say, for example, I wake up and I feel like I may possibly have a cold or the flu, right? Can I call, or how easy is the process for a regular person to be able to set up? Because you said that this is putting the doctors into your home. So how can I, without getting in my car, getting dressed, bring my gardening doc inside my home?
Well, it's just one of these or your computer or whatever. When you engage the doctors virtually, uh, most people probably already have some level of telemedicine or something like that. So when you engage the doctor, they're going to it's pretty much two things. They're going to treat you, and that'll be fine, or they're going to tell you that you need to go someplace else. You need to go to the emergency room or something like that. Sometimes they can treat you and as well as suggest that you go into the emergency room. And so the when people contact our docs, it's a little bit of a different deal. See, our docs will treat you as just like any other doctor would. They may suggest that you go to the emergency room or go to a clinic, urgent care clinic. But our doctors, because of the guidance that we provide, our doctors will go with you virtually. So they go with you to the emergency room or to the clinic or to wherever you need to go. They hold your hand throughout this entire journey. For the people that for the she truckers, yeah, I've got to say that I'm really just before I got onto this call, I got to thinking about the she truckers, and oh my God, they got to be some really strong people that do this kind of work. And they leave their babies and they leave their husbands, or and some of them may be senior citizens, and so they leave their partners. And when something happens, they're out on the road. It would seem to me that what we're bringing here in my Guardian Dog is something that it would be yes, because all they've got to do is make a call, and they've got a medical expert that is in sync and following the guidelines of what we call our Patient Safety and Care Equity Council, that is committed to delivering compassionate care to their family. And so, what an amazing product to have at this price for them, where they feel a certain degree of, maybe a great degree of peace of mind while they're out on the road doing this job. And our docs will go to the hospital or the clinic virtually with their loved ones. That's pretty strong stuff.
That is powerful. I mean, there are so many people that know they need to seek medical assistance, but it's the fear of, right? And so the fact that what you're doing with My Garden Doc is powerful in multiple ways. What I'm hearing is telehealth. Number one, meaning that you can log in from your cell phone. Everyone has a cell phone now, so it makes it very accessible, or your computer. Just have to have Wi-Fi. But you also can get in contact with quality doctors on your platform. And then if they decide by doing their assessment virtually that you may need to go to a doctor office, emergency room, or whatever the case may be, they're there to walk you through wow. That's that compassionate care that you were speaking about. That is like bringing the values from the past when the doctors used to come to your home, but bringing it into our century, tying in the digital world. That's powerful.
Yeah, we think so.
No, you can think so. I know so. That's
and it would be, I think it would be good to add that we don't know of anyone else that is delivering this level of service in terms of the guidance. And you may know, I don't want to really call their names, but there's some huge companies that are coming into this space, direct to consumer. And we're all for it. We are not disruptors. We are enhancers. We are not, we bring compassion and care and harmonious cooperation with the system. We think the American healthcare system can be incredible. But we also think that it's missing this guidance piece. And we think we can deliver that at a price that even a homeless person could afford.
That's powerful, because when I think about healthcare, that is the topic that's of discussion, in America a whole lot because we have some countries that have universal health care, but in the United States, we don't. And the cost effectiveness of what you're providing, not only on an individual basis, but on the household. So it was just popped up on the screen about $27. $27 per month includes your entire family. I mean, is that like, wait, your entire family for $27?
Yes, and we're very excited to be able to bring that. We had a lot of meetings,
Mhm.
and we did market surveys,
Mhm.
and in the surveys we did, ordinary people thought that we could charge more for that, just for that access. But we're committed to the highest quality and medical care, and the lowest cost. You got to be reasonable. Yes, that's the entire household. Most households in the U.S. have about 3. If you round it up, it's 3 individuals per household. So that turns out to be about $9 per person. There are other households that may have 10 people. They do not have to be related. They can be, as long as they're living in that household. We got you. We don't care about anything except taking care of people. We don't care where they come from. We don't care what their age, their gender, any of that. None of that matters. We think that healthcare should be a zero tolerance space. That when you are not feeling well, you need, number one, you do need competent medical care, expert care. But the compassion has to be at that same level. The moment you contact us, we expect our team, all of our team, to treat you like we would want to be treated. And that they're not doing that, then we have the Patient Safety Care Equity Council that you guys will be able to, whoever, our subscribers rather, will be able to text or email and say, well, we have some issues here, and we'll follow up on that.
That's powerful. When I think about the fact that, I know you said that you're not a disruptor, but you are you're enhancing the process, which I really like the way you put that. We have medical care, but we need some improvements. And I see this as a great improvement on our medical system, in the fact that you said another thing that was very powerful. One of the main problems, whether you are a trucker or in the transportation industry or not, you can just be a regular everyday person doing extraordinary things. That's how I describe everyday people. When you think about the structure of how to set up insurance, usually everyone has to be a part of that family. I heard you say something that I thought was very unique and very much needed, that if they're living in your household, they are considered part of your household, living with you, then that's part of your family. And what I love is that you're forward thinking, because we're living in a world right now, due to the economy, where more people that are not related are staying together in order to make ends meet. And so the fact that you are so forward thinking with what the family is, okay, what it has become, I should say, with everything that's going on. You just got me in awe. It's not very often that someone makes me speechless, especially dealing with healthcare, because it's such a topic that need to be discussed, but it can have a lot of emotions attached to it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes. So what we're going to do right now, Mr. Scott, we're going to take a commercial break from our sponsors, and we will be back in a moment. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe, and make sure to share this video, because if you are out there and you're looking for quality healthcare, this is the place, My Guardian Doc. We'll see you guys in a moment.
Now those prices sound right, and those services sound, just being honest, like you know, like I know, specialty copays, primary care copays, urgent care, all that stuff adds up, and being able to access those services for a reasonable fee and have closer to immediate access than waiting 3 hours in an ER or urgent care, that's priceless to a patient, who doesn't feel well. So, really interesting, I think, to consider this.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall, and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Okay. I'm in my car where I live most of the time. So, no, I was happy to hop in, and Marcus asked me if I could do just a brief testimonial. I think that this product is non-optional for every human being on the planet. I think the healthcare industry has been a disaster, much as my own credit card industry has been. And at least y'all are moving in the right direction in terms of repairing the problem. I wish I could say the same for other industries. But I had the opportunity to try the product myself when I was in Charlotte, where I am now again. I guess it was a couple of months ago. Very much by accident, I just sort of picked up a cold, started coughing. I'm on the phone pretty much just 18 hours a day, every day, 7 days. And so the idea of my having a cough and having to excuse myself every other minute was rude and annoying. And it was, it was tough because I didn't give my body a chance to get over anything, putting it under the stress of coughing. So, I had joined because I thought it appeared to be a great product. And I thought, well, this is kind of a no-brainer for the cost. And after a couple of days of coughing, because I wasn't at home where I normally would have picked up the phone and gotten something that I was used to taking so that the cough didn't turn into bronchitis, I didn't have that available to me. So I went ahead and called. Literally within 15 minutes of calling, not only did they find me in the system, connect me with a doctor, he talked through my situation, my history of what I had taken for this previously. Felt comfortable with that he was able to call in a prescription for the same thing. I was able to go down to Harris Teeter, pick up the prescription, and start taking it. I mean, that's ridiculous. And I haven't been able to shut up about it ever since. I mean, I have just gotten on the phone with colleagues of mine, new colleagues of mine, and said, I want to tell you about something. You are flat out stupid if you don't do this.
And just like that, we are back. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the Shetrucking podcast for today. And we are sharing a riveting story along with access with Mr. Scott, who is telling us all about My Garden Doc. He is also providing access for everyday people, like I like to describe, doing extraordinary things, access, including putting a special interest here in the Shetrucking community, making sure that our essential drivers and the ones in the transportation industry have accessibility when they need it most. And not only doing that, but making sure that it is cost effective and accessible. So before the commercial break, we were actually speaking about all of these things and so much more. So right now we have Mr. Scott back in the building, and we're going to continuously speak more about the power of My Garden Doc, which is a telehealth communications where you can control and get access through the power of your phone, your laptop. Listen, people, like the lady just said, I don't know her name, but I do know this. Ooh, excuse me. I had something that fall down. Live TV. Well, it's powerful. It's a no-brainer because so many of us right now have to watch everything that we spend. And so with My Garden Doc, it is really, really a breakthrough for everybody, including the ones in the trucking industry. So Mrs. Scott, welcome back to the show. I want to thank you so much for taking the time, taking the time. You could have had this idea, but then you didn't implement it. So thank you for taking the time to implement it and then taking the time to go and find like-minded professionals, doctors in the medical industry that can see the vision and providing such amazing care. Like I said before, you guys, Sheree Moore of Trucking, the founder and CEO, she actually used it just this week. Okay. And she loves it as well. So, Mr. Scott, what type of services basically that they can come that a person can call in to get from My Guardian Doc, and how can they? I know that Shetrucking and you, or I would say the company, have a partnership, and so I want to thank you for locking arms with the Shetrucking community and keeping us healthy while we're on this road trekking, and the supporters of. So thank you so much for what you're doing for our community.
Yeah, I think that when the truckers are out on the road, their families are at home, and I'm very pleased to be able to help them. I know how important the work that they do is to the country and to their families, I imagine as well, and maybe they love what they're doing, and for us to be able to take some of the weight off of them, it does me well to be able to do that. Presently, there are probably just two services that are most important. The moment you call in, come in on your computer or call in, and you can use your home phone as well. The customer care center will take over from there. They will tell you what you should or shouldn't do. They will answer the phone. They're very friendly. We pick them. We handpick them for their compassion for people. They already have the compassion for people. We've just put them in these positions. And though they know the doctors, they know the business of medicine. So as soon as you get there, they will take you where you need to go. You don't need to know whether or not you're calling for guidance or you're calling for urgent care. You just need to get to the call center, the customer care center, and they will direct you and guide you. Once they put you in front of the doctor will take care of you from there. We do not, I don't, nor do the customer care center. We don't see your medical records. Once you're hooked up with the doctor, that is between you and that doctor. I think it's important that people, fully understand that. So the urgent care, normally that's a cough, flu, colds, whatever. You need some prescription, etc. It's normally a very short call, and the doctor will call in your prescription, or they will tell you what you need to do. The guidance is a little bit more involved. This is what sets us apart, I think, from the rest of the rest of the industry. We are guidance. If you're a subscriber, when you see something or you feel something, or it can be you or one of your family members. Again, they don't have to be a family member. They can be anyone living in your household. It can be a guest that is just stopping by, and they're not feeling well, or you see something. You call into the care center. They will tell you that this is a guidance call, and so we'll take care of you there. From there, whether it's urgent care or guidance, you may have a need for a full-blown second opinion, and so that's a whole nother animal, so to speak. We do take insurance and and Medicare and those other payors for that, or it could be a need for a specialist. We'll take care of you there. We'll refer you to one of our specialists, or you may have a specialist that you need to go to. In addition to that, the mental health piece, our primary care docs are trained to work with you, whoever calls in your household, if they have a mental health issue. We're very proud of this. This is such an important thing because so many people are experiencing these issues with mental health. And so we're glad to be able to provide that. From there, you may go to a psychiatrist that may be our psychiatrist, or you may have one that you want to go to. We just want you to be okay. We want you to feel better. We're in business, so we need to make money. There's no question about that. But we believe, or at least I believe, and I think all of our whole team believe, that if we bring a great service to the community, that we're going to do very well. It's a philosophy that I've used from day one. Take care of others, and others will take care of you. So there are so many services that are coming that I can't begin to tell you. All of them, mobile phlebotomists, prescription drugs. There's just when you join, you'll see probably every month more and more things will be added.
Well, I love it because you mentioned some great things, and I can see, because I have had some experience with telehealth, and I have never heard of a telehealth business that's this robust, have so many different options. And so when I think of My Guardian Doc, it really is a breakthrough in regards to what you guys are providing for the price point that you're providing access to everyday people. The fact that it's $27 a month and it includes the entire household that lives in your house, whether they're blood related or not, that's crucial. That's powerful. And then you also have the virtual medicine program. I love where you said these are the benefits for anybody that really wanted to know some additional benefits of why My Guardian Doc is the solution to your problem. Is because they lower the healthcare costs, they're on-demand access, they have fewer visits to the emergency room. It's immediately lower your counts or micro mark counts.
And your micro mark count. That's a very interesting concept. Yeah.
Yes, and also most importantly, it gives you the peace of mind. I mean, the mind is a powerful thing, and when your mind was not at peace, I don't care what's going on, you have to have that peace of mind. And the fact that you have so many different layers to My Guardian Doc that we need, it shows the amount of care you took. It shows the amount of forethought, and it also shows how passionate you are to make this available. I heard urgent care, guidance calls, full blown out second opinion, which means that if it's something else that you need to go, and we understand that. And also, this is powerful in the now, Mr. Scott, that you guys are providing mental health accessibility, because we're going through a lot as a nation. And the fact that you have this accessibility for this part of healthcare, which is normally not something individuals talk about as much. And so the fact that you have all these multiple layers. And so you guys, I really want you to check out My Guardian Doc. They have you'll have virtual access to doctors nationwide. You can, guess what? My Guardian Doc, not just sharing all this great information, they are supporters of the Shetrucking community. They are officially affiliate partner to the Shetrucking Foundation, making sure that while you're driving, honk, because remember he did this earlier, you're healthy, and you'll be able to have accessibility, okay? So make sure to go to shetrucking.com and click the members, the partners, and you will see My Guardian Doc. You can sign up today for this service for you and your family. You don't have to wait. You can just hop on over to shetrucking.com and go ahead and get this amazing benefits for your family. So, Mr. Scott, Dr. Renee Allen from our virtual studio audience says, this is awesome information. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Take care of others and others will take care of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. And you're right, Mr. Scott. When you take care of others, it's just a circle of life. And if most of us got that principle, if we understood that principle, the world would be such a better place if we just understood that principle. And so with everything that you're doing with My Guardian Doc, the accessibility, and I hear that you said that you use these principles to help you, I would say, navigate towards this new healthcare arena that we have now. I'm just really, really impressed on the accessibility and the amount of premium care that this is providing, and the fact that it's like you're so forward thinking. People, I don't even think you guys get like how forward thinking this is. Okay, for those of you who may not have transportation, this can be a breakthrough for ones who don't have access to transportation, because they can literally just speak to a doctor from their cell phone. So, Mrs. Scott, is there anything else you would like to share with us about My Guardian Doc?
Yeah, of course. For me, guys, this is I'm not from the healthcare world. I'm out of the financial world. When I saw what was going on in terms of the business of medicine or in the healthcare world, I was moved. Something needs to be done. And then, I looked in the mirror and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you're in a position to do something, because I was with CareClicks. So I feel like this is it's my purpose in life at this stage anyway, to do something about this. I've seen, I don't like it when I'm not feeling well. I hate some of the stories that I hear about people that, are screaming and begging, the docs sometimes, or for help. And the story of Serena, who, she finally got her help. And then there was the taper from CNN. His daughter was having issues, and he was able to call the hospital administrator. But for ordinary people, what do we do? And so now you've got My Guardian Doc, and so you can call My Guardian Doc, and My Guardian Doc will take care of you in that respect. These are licensed and doctors, board certified, many of them. And so very pleased to be able to be a part of this and to bring this to the healthcare world. The thing that makes us unique, my guardian dog unique, is the guidance piece. The guidance is the compassionate medical guidance is what you want. That's what you need. So you can have your health insurance, you can love your doctor, you can have telemedicine already. I don't care if you have 4 or 5 telemedicine plans, 3 policies, and on Medicare too. At this price, and with how important health is, it makes no sense not to add my guardian dog to your program, because now you've got, let me tell you what we're trying to do, folks. We believe that we can institutionalize compassion. We can institutionalize friendship and the spirit of family. And so it's like having a doctor in the family, or a doctor that's a friend. If we can institutionalize racism and hatred and all that silliness, why can't we institutionalize the more positive aspects of life, particularly when it comes to something as important as health? There are no do-overs in health, man. There are no do-overs. You know, you don't get it right, something goes wrong, your ass is grass. Okay, your family. You know, $27. Now, plus a small fee, only on demand. Yeah. You'd be very smart, I think, to bring us on and let us walk with you through life, and everyone in your household, with our medical experts and the compassionate medical guidance and world-class care at a price that anyone can afford for you.
Yes. I 1000% agree with you, because there's an old saying that your health is your true wealth. And but that has been so elusive, especially here in the United States, because of the fact of the healthcare being so expensive. And so it was you're only privy if you have a certain amount of income. So the fact that you're bringing this premium care, you're to everyday people, and I love to say they're doing extraordinary things. I don't care if you're sitting on the porch making somebody smile, being positive. That's extraordinary in this system. that you're making it accessible. But I'm just really moved. So Marcus Williams from our live studio audience, he wants to know, is my guardian doc available in all 50 states? And he said, what if I'm traveling on a job and have a health issue? That's a great question.
Well, that's what we're all about. I mean, this is virtual care. You get to, we're in all 50 states. As a matter of fact, we expect to be in every country. CareClicks, the company that provides all of our medical services, is a 10-year-old company, and in 37 countries, and Fortune 500 corporations trust CareClicks to provide their care. So I don't know if I've made that clear, but all of our docs are provided by CareClicks. So that's it's available in all 50 states, and of course, if you're traveling and having health issues, and that's what it's all about. Now, some people will say, "Well, I already have telemedicine," and frankly, you ought to have it. And if you got it with your primary, with your carrier, with your payer, that's fine. At your job, that's fine. So you've got your telemedicine. I would add my guardian doc, because when you're not well, another medical expert is just smart. And at this price, it makes no sense. I mean, don't debate this. Mm-hmm. Don't play around with this. This is your health. Add my guardian doc now, and when you go to if you use telemedicine and the doctor says take this or take that, and you feel okay with it, fine. If not, call my guardian doc. If the doctor says you need to go to the emergency room, take my guardian dog with you. You're probably not going to have that service with what you've got already. We don't know of anyone that has the guidance. Guidance means that this doctor, our doctors, will go to the doctor with you. They're up in their rescue squad with you. They're down at the hospital with you, over at the clinic with you. They go to the specialist office with you. And when nobody's around at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, they're with you. Understand that if you're feeling just fine right now, you're like, I think I'm okay. Why would I need that? Guys, look, don't be silly, man. This is serious business. This health thing is serious business. It's very serious business. And if you do it for the people in your household, do it for you, and tell other people about it, and we'll take good care of them. I promise you.
Listen, you guys, it's a no-brainer at this point. We know how expensive healthcare is, and the fact that My Guardian Doc through CareClicks is making this available for all of us, and you do not have to be coming up under a tier of an employer. That's giving you power over your healthcare. So $27, I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean, you can barely get bread, some milk, some eggs.
Oh, whoa. I think you're at bread and milk. It depends on how many loaves of bread you get and how many.
Exactly. You can barely get anything.
If you get 2 breads and 2 milks,
that's it.
Egg, you're done.
That's probably $40 right there. So the fact that you can get access to this type of quality care through My Guardian Doc, through their affiliation partnership with Shetrucking, I need you to go right now to shetrucking.com and sign up. I don't want you suffering in silence anymore, because I know many of you reach out and sick. And now this is the answer. This is the solution when you're feeling bad, when you're in a no man's land and you in a different area and you don't know where you're at. I mean, who really want to go to the doctor without having the guidance? I mean, if I have someone going with me to the doctor that is qualified, that's compassionate, that cares, that's in my corner, and when I'm going for a health concern that I'm not even prepared for, that gives you peace of mind. Peace of mind. And that is priceless. Okay. And the fact is $27. I mean, you can't even fill up your car for $27 now. I mean, really.
Whoa. Fill up your car. What are you talking about?
I'm like, really? You can't even fill up your car for $27.
So one of the things I'd say is, sometimes, you may have a symptom, something's not right. And maybe you got a tummy ache, or, your lymph nodes is full, or, whatever. And so many of us, what we'll do is we'll Google it, or we go to one of these online,
Yeah, try to be a doctor.
they diagnose ourselves. And I'm not against that. I think that, whenever you're not feeling well, you should have all the resources that you can get. And, if you got telemedicine, if you got your primary care, call them, do what you need to do. But this is such an amazing thing that you can just get on the phone and say, no, I don't know exactly what's going on. I'm just feeling a little weird. Or, I saw my wife stumble today, and I'm just, what should I do? This is guidance. There are no codes for that with most of the payors. And so we're very pleased to bring that to the household, to the American public. And it is unique, and we are excited about it. And I think there are going to be other companies and other organizations that will do this, but we don't know of any that are doing it right now.
Well, right now, My Guardian Doc is the pioneer. So yes, it has to always be someone that paved the way for new innovation, and My Guardian Doc has done that. So whoever come after, you was the first.
Exactly.
You was the first. And also, I want to reiterate that My Guardian Doc also provide assistance in regards to mental health. Okay, so it's pretty much a one-stop shop. So maybe it's not a physical ailment, but you need someone to help you with mental health. Maybe you're depressed or depression not going away. Maybe it's anxiety. Whatever the case may be, you just don't feel quite right. And you need to speak with a qualified person. You can utilize My Guardian Doc in order to help you with your mental health. And that is powerful in itself, because usually that's not usually the case. And so you can get help in regards to your health and wellness, and also your mental health as well. I also want to make mention that we just have a new affiliate partner, which is GCLS. So thank you so much for supporting the She Trucking community as well. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and do yourself a great service and go to shetrucking.com and get My Guardian Doc. Start your plan today. No longer do you have to suffer in silence. No longer do you have to drive your truck feeling terrible. I know, I hear the stories. You're aching, you're hurting, you're tired, all of that, right? This is for you. In lieu of Truck Driver Appreciation Week that just happened in September, this is carrying on. We don't forget about you. Yes, we have our week of celebration. We're so happy for our truckers, right? But we at She Trucking Foundation, we make sure that we celebrate you every single month of every day of the year. And we bring in people like this in order to help make your life easier so that you can remain in the truck and drive if that's what you want to do. And cost effective. And now you can take care of your family too and yourself for $27. I mean, come on. I don't have anything else to say. Go to shetrucking.com. Go ahead and click and get started on today. Mr. Scott, I want to thank you so much for coming on the She Trucking podcast, because I know that you're a very busy man. So I'm so happy that you took some time on this Sunday for me to chat with you a little bit and for you to explain and share with us your passion, your compassion, and your amazing team of doctors and individuals who coming together to bring us this innovative way of healthcare. That foundation is compassion. Thank you. Thank you. So, this has been another amazing episode of the She Trucking podcast. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, your host today for the She Trucking podcast, hopping on over from the Tina Ramsey Show. I'm just so excited to be here, and our show is powered by CTR Media Network. Make sure to go to shetrucking.com. Let me say it again. That's shetrucking.com, and click on the partnerships tab, and you'll be able to see My Guardian Doc. And I want you to start taking control of the health care of you and your family. Remember, your wealth is your health. And now through My Guardian Doc, with the partnership with She Trucking Foundation, they're making it so easy for you to have the greatest asset in the world, which is access to keeping yourself well and your families and the ones that you love. It's been a pleasure coming over here today to just come over and host the She Trucking podcast. Make sure to tune into all the different other hosts that host the She Trucking podcast, as well as supporting the community. If you are a woman in the trucking or transportation industry, or we have men that support us like Mr. Scott too. Okay, so come on over, and if you are moved to be able to help us be able to keep our mission and our purpose going, then I want you to make a donation to the She Trucking Foundation. And remember that we are a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization, which means that is a tax write-off for you. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. You help us be able to provide these resources for our members and our community, and you can get a tax write-off at the end of the year through our nonprofit. I am so happy to be here with you today. Thank you for everyone who tuned in live, and for everyone that will be listening on the replay. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. Go to shetrucking.com and sign up for My Guardian Doc. And it's been a pleasure hosting the She Trucking podcast with you. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, Shetrucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
The Jamboree, we brought our 2022 VNL 860 Globetrotter Volvo. It's the downsped technology with the higher gear ratio and the 14-speed transmission. This truck steadily pushes 9 to 10 miles per gallon, loaded and empty. It's pulling a 2023 Great Dane Champion SE dry van that my wife and I spec'd out as well to make the combination work a little better together. We have personally, I started when I was 18 and a half years old in 1975. I turned 68 years old July 20th. My wife and I have been together 39 years. She's ridden with me for the last 20 years. And this is what we do. We run the highways and the byways of America, delivering the goods and services that folks in the country need. Of how we set the truck up. It's all the latest Volvo technology. We ordered the truck. It took 1 year and 4 months to get it. It was ordered, I apologize for the greeting from Interstate 80, but that's the Truckers Jamboree. So it took 1 year and 4 months to get the truck. It was ordered basically pre-COVID, but it did come in exactly the way we spec'd it, and it has treated us very well. And I like to tell people that it's a two-tone color combination. It's pearl white and stainless. And that's the way we wanted it. We kept it simple. Just a simple design. And we run the flow below system. We run the air tabs. We also run the nose cone on the front of the trailer. And yes, folks, I did put the twin exhaust stacks on it. It's not necessary, but coming from that old school, and even the salesman said, Al, he says, why are you putting dual stacks? Nobody will see them. I told him I'll see them every time I hook up a trailer. And it's just, that's, I guess, part of the old school in me. But the overall effect has worked very, very well. It's a very comfortable truck. It's easy to access the back here with the catwalk, the way it's designed. It's good and secure. Like I say, here we have the flow below design here to keep the air. We want to keep the air attached to the tractor as much as possible. And I don't know if you folks have witnessed how the flow below covers work. I question myself, how accessible is it going to be? It's simple, and you have access to check your lug nuts for the tightness and check your air pressure. We do not have the auto inflation system on this particular model. We didn't opt for that, but we did run true balanced centering sleeves, and we run Centromatics all the way around. The tractor and trailer are both equipped with the disc brakes, so it's disc brakes all the way around. We run the aero mud flaps on it to keep the airflow moving. And the other thing that you will always notice if you have those is they basically eliminate road spray on wet roads. I call it a poor man's wind tunnel. You can actually witness how this all works when it's working correctly, because you can see the road spray and how it is funneled on past the tractor and trailer. And as we go on down along here, we've got the aero skirts. Now, when my wife and I purchased the trailer, it was just a basic trailer. It did not have the nose cone. It did not have the skirts. It did not have the excess rub rail on here. And it did not have the air tabs, nor did it have the flow below on it as well. We've added all of this stuff to it along with the aero flaps on the back. And we can go down alongside here, and like I say, it all works together. We opted for all position tires on the tractor, as well as the low rolling resistance tires on the trailer to keep the rolling resistance down. We also put here we have the analog, we didn't opt for the highest tech, we just got the analog right way gauge, which corresponds, if it's 34 on here, that's 34,000, and it's accurate within about 250 pounds. And I have found that very useful when loading at these various places and you don't have access to a scale right away. Gives you a general idea where you're at. 4 LED lights in here to light this up. It just makes a difference to the shippers and receivers and the forklift operators and myself personally. I love that. It works well. And one thing I do like about a Great Dane trailer, they run a good secure ICC bumper on them. The entire framework back here is stainless steel. A lot of different companies will use a galvanized metal. This is a stainless steel assembly around this entire rear frame assembly on the trailer. July 20th, I turned 68.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And we've logged nearly 6 million, just probably a little more than 6 million miles, no chargeable accidents. So we've been blessed that way. God has taken care of us in that aspect. And it isn't that we haven't had some close calls. And I know, folks, there's no way I could have been driving this truck by myself, because I couldn't have avoided some of the situations that weather conditions and the traffic puts you in, as all of you well know. Just certain times you have to look up and say, thank you, Lord.